Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Nityananda. We complete all part for the delay in starting. We were faced with certain technical difficulties. So we come to all the participants for this delay in starting. Now we will be entering into the Nityananda Yoga. Request all the participants to please be seated on your yoga mats. Let us now chant this Guru Vandanam and enter into the ritual of Nityananda Yoga. We will be doing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Now let us chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Om Shivaya Namaha. 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 After this, to the ritualistic cleansing, please take a udrini of water from your panchapatra and pour it on the center of your right palm. Then, with the chanting of the mantras, drink the water from the palm 3 times. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Swada. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Swada. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Swada. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With the base of the thumb, wipe the lower and upper lips, wash your hands. Touch the lower and upper lips with the index, middle, and ring fingers together. Wash your hands. Touch both the nostrils with the tip of the thumb and index finger joined together. Touch the eyes, first right and then left, with the tip of the thumb and the ring finger joined together. Touch your right ear and left ear. Touch the navel with the little finger and thumb joined together. Then right and the left chest. Wash your hands. With all the fingers, touch the crown of the head and both the shoulders.
Yes. After this cleansing, the purification of the whole body, now we are experiencing the space where we are in the ultimate space of oneness with Paramashiva. Swami shares very beautifully. When you are in that oneness space with Paramashiva, you are releasing. As in time you release many Satya Sankalpas, means conscious declarations, conscious resolutions in your life. These conscious resolutions, we release it. We give it out so that we can experience our highest Paramashivatva within ourselves. As Nityananda Yoga is aligning us to the cosmic geometry, let us now start with the Sankalpa. Now request all participants to cover your right hand over the left hand, the Sankalpa Mudra. Keep both the hands on the right hand and hold this Sankalpa Mudra at the end of the mantra. Mamopata samasta durita kshayadvara Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Vidya Paradhe Sri Shvetavaraha Kalpe वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शोभकृतनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे श्री लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ कुंभमासे शुक्लपक्षे शुभऋतौ गुरुवासरयुक्ताय बुधवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोगा शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभऋतौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समरिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रया नगीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त विरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा वयापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कल्प केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शवन शाक्यानि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानो दीक्षणा नरहारत ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्यर्चित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मन इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन परंपरागत साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मन इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि नवचिन्ह सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदिर चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक बनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांग साम्राज्य मूढ़ाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवचिन्ह पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतिल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतिल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वंद पीठस्य त्रयोविंश गुरु महासंविधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगत गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजयायुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त हृदगात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now, with this conscious resolution being done, let us wash your hands with water from the Panchpatra. Om Apopasprisya.
Now, request all the participants to please be seated as we are going to be entering into the Kailasa Sthitiya Vinyasa Krama. We'll also be guiding with all the bandhas, the visualizations, and the japa, and the Shastra Pramana, the chanting which is from the scriptures. It will also be chanted during the ritual. The first is Sukhasana. Sit with a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring the index and the thumbs together and place on top of the respective knees and engage all the three bandhas. तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्. Next is Parvatasana. Bring the legs into Padmasana and bring your palms together and raise them above your head. Keep the elbows straight and engage with all the three bandhas. अतवक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलम् यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्. Halipavasana. Bring the soles of the feet together in front of you. Hold the left hand by the right hand and place the forehead on the ground behind the heels. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze onto the nose. पूर्व विधियाहू में जानो भय पगतली संपुट ठानो पिष्ट पैंच दोई करल्यावो दक्षिण कर सोवाम गहावो पिष्टि हथेल्यांकी है जोई अंश सहित भूमि धरै सोई पुनि ललाटि भूपरिटाने एड्याम लगता माही आने. Now in the same position, please stretch your hands forward and keep the soles of your feet together and let the forehead be continuing to touch the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze on your nostrils. पूर्व विधि परि आगाने नीचे होई कल्हूनी फना से लगाई हाथ लगाने धर लगावे पसारी दो वो हाथ की अंजुली करे भूयडिय परि लगावे दृष्टि नासा अग्र आसन को गुण शरीर भिता जाई. Next is Kokilasana. Visualize yourself as a bird and hold the toes with the index and the middle fingers. Stretch the legs out and upwards. Cross into Padmasana. Lean forward and down to the elbows. Engage all the three bandhas. अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवेन्द्रः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च ऊर्ध्वे हस्तद्वयं कृत्वा तदग्रे पादयोः सुधीः वृद्धाङ्गुष्ठद्वयं नाथ शनैः शनैः प्रकारयेत्. The next is Nityasana. Place one ankle on top of the opposite knee and hold the opposite elbows. Engage all the three bandhas and rotate the arms in a circle and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji. घोड़ा भावा पाद की आश माहिली सोय दच चरण को वार लो तथा परि गुल्फ समोय वाम पाद को माहिलो बहुरो गुल्फ जुजान तापरि घोड़ा दच की आश बारिली ठान बहुरी भुजा दो कर की जो कहुल्न्याद लगती प्रकारो सोवु भुज पसारी आधर करि राशे नासा दृष्टि वह चरण भाषे. The next is Gajasana. Visualize yourself as an elephant and press the hands onto the ground, lifting the hips up high. Lower the head, then the chest, scooping the body forward, down again and again. And gaze onto the third eye. न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बीभूय मस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्ब ऊर्ध्वमुत्रमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानीय हस्ततलपर्यन्तं नयेत् हत्तं पुनः इत्थं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् गजासनं भवति. The next is Rikshasana. In the same posture, now visualize yourself as a bear. Alternately, press the heels of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up again. Continue to repeat this. एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् रक्षासनं भवति. The next is Vaishyasana. Stand tall on the tips of the big toes. Make sure the other toes are raised off the ground, visualizing Swamiji. Keep your palms on your heart center. Keep the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring the middle index fingers together to the heart center. केशेन पादयुगलं त्वग्ध्वा तिष्ठेदधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्. Now enter into the Urdhva Stand with the heels touching, toes facing outwards at 45-degree angle. Keep the knees bent and elbows parallel to the ground. Now Twist one knee towards the center, then raise it up and back across to the body to the original position. Simultaneously, as the leg raises, follow it with the movement with the respective hand, raising it up and across the body. Do the same thing on the other side. You all can follow the model as she is doing. Let us enter into Balalingasana. And interlace the fingers from outside in and hold on to the knee, pulling it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage all the three bandhas. Ekam janurasya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now continue to keep your leg up and pull it behind. Take one foot and pull it behind and hold it with both the hands. Keep the head, neck, and spine in a straight line and engage all the three bandhas. Continue having the Shambhavi Mudra and visualize Swamiji. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Now with the same hand, hold on to the sole of the feet from the inside and extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumb together. Enter into Natarajasana and visualize yourself as Bhagavan Nataraja. Simultaneously, pull the foot back up and leaning forward. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and the thumb together. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टः प्रसारणे. Now, repeat the same thing on the other leg. We're going to be starting with the Balalingasana. Visualize yourself caressing a baby. Interlace the fingers from outside in and hold on to the knee, pulling it up towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and engage all the three bandhas. Ekam janurasya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. Continue with Pada Pidanasana. Take one foot behind and pull it behind towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands. Keep the head, neck, and spine in a straight line and engage all the three bandhas. Sthitva kasmin padatale karabhyam veshtaye tanum prishte samstapya yatnena padapidanamasana. Now holding the same foot and bend forward. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and the thumb together. Simultaneously kick and pull the foot back and up by leaning forward, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Nataraja. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangashtaf prasarane. Now let us enter into the Ardharechita Karana from Aramandi. Bring the right foot behind the other, the toes down and the heels up. Keep left hand at the chest and extend opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum and bring it up towards the chest. While the arm swings, move the fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Place the right hand over the nose and uncross the ankles and repeat this on the other side. Now, you're going to be entering into the skeleton dance. This is a very, very powerful technique where Paramashiva is revealed. Just by doing this, Swamiji has told how, just by visualizing yourself as a skeleton when you jump and dance, you will be able to strengthen the integrity that is there inside of you. I request all the participants to now please stand up, continue to stand up, and visualize yourself as skeleton, and you can start dancing. Just move your hands, move your legs, and continue to visualize yourself as a skeleton and dance. Loosen up your joints. Now continue with the Katichinna Karana. From the Aramas, please position yourself in Aramandi, where the heels are together, toes pointing outwards and the knees bent. Bring the hands above the head with the arms crossed and palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Come back to the beginning position and repeat it on the other side. Stand tall on the tips of the toes and raise your hands above into Tadasana, visualizing yourself as a palm tree. Engage all the three bandhas. Mahamudra Baddha Kono Tadasana Bhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kuryantarvatni Spatipriya. Next is Uttanasana. Please bend forward, lean forward, bringing your hands down flat on the ground, engaging all the three bandhas. Bring your forehead towards the knees. Mahamudra Baddha Kono Tadasana Vibhedakan Vinottanam Sada Kuryadantarvatni Padipriya. Tarakshvasana. Please enter into a plank position. Keep the hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart, and step back, keeping the toes on the ground. Tuck the chin to the chest as in Jalandhara Bandha and rotate your heads from side to side, visualizing Swamiji inside of you. गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्श्वासनं भवति. Now visualize yourself as a cobra and enter into Bhujangasana. Lower the entire body down onto the stomach and keep the toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of your lower back. Open the mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of your throat. अङ्गुष्टनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिश्यते कराभ्याश्च धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षः पनीवहि देहाग्निर्वर्तते नित्यं सर्वरोगविनाशनम् जागर्ति भुजगी देवी भुजङ्गासनसाधनात्. The next is Shasasana. From the tall plank position, alternating bringing one knee into the other, back and forth. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your third eye. Gajasana samstito jano dvaima kuncha varam varam kartavyam shashasanam bhavati. Now, in the same position, simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other in between the two hands, alternating again and again, visualizing yourself as a chariot. गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरो मार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति. Next is Veerabhadrasana. Visualizing yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Keep one foot flat on the ground and the toes pointing to forwards and the knees bent at 90 degree and extend the other leg back, keeping the knees straight and the toes pointed out at 45-degree angle. Raise the arms up parallel beside the ears. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze to the third eye. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रं मथोतान्यं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टः प्रसारणे. Now repeat the same thing on the other side. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रं मतोतानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे. Now stand tall and bring one foot into your inner thigh. Let's enter into Vrikshasana. Please visualize yourself as a tree. Bring both palms together and raise them up and above your head. Keep the elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze forward. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं दहुः. Now place one foot on the opposite hip. Bring the palms together in front of your heart and keep the standing leg straight as a rod, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda, Garudasana. गरुडासनमावक्ष्य येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली एकपादमुरौ बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डकात् देशे जानव्यग्रम्. Now let's continue the same thing on the other side. Vrikshasana. Bring the palms together and first please bring your feet to the inner thigh and bring the palms together and raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Have the stomach in Udhyana Bandha. वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृषवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Garudasana. Now please place the feet at the opposite. गरुडासनमावक्ष्य येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली एकपादौ मुरौ बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवत् जङ्घापादसन्धिदेशे जानव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितम् एतन्नमाकृत्य संहारमुद्रया आराध्य योगनाथं च सदा सर्वेश्वरस्य च. The next is Trikonasana. Stand and step one leg far and back. Keep the front toes pointing forwards and the back toes facing sideways. Keep the arms straight and bring the front arm down towards the ground besides the foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky, visualizing yourself as a triangle. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टः प्रसारणे. Do the same thing on the other side now. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टः प्रसारणे. Now let's enter into the Nikuta. The hands in Nikuta should be between the head and the other arm, while the legs also move in a similar manner. Please raise your hand and the leg at the same time. You can follow the model as you are doing this mudra, this karana. Now let's enter into Angushtasana. Lower to the tip of the toes and placing the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together. Visualize Swamiji. Kabandasana कबन्धासनमित्युक्तं घोरशाख्यानमेव च अङ्गुष्टमुष्टिकं ज्ञेय ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा. Saurasana. From the tips of the toes, extend one leg straight out, heel down and the toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides, palm facing forward. प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकं Vidunanasana. In the same posture, now extend your hands out and hold your toes. Continue to visualize Swamiji. गुल्फस्थितोपादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशे तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारये तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाप्यसे चोभयत्र. Let's now repeat the same set on the other side. Saurasana. प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकं Vidunanasana. गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्पं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेचोभयत्र. Now keep the toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep gap between the legs and the back of the hands resting on the sides. Tilt the head down and gaze through gap between the palms. दो फनापानि होय वैसे ईदी तो गुदा निवैसे कोरपगतल्या ही माहिली आयसमाहीरा शैमिली दोवु घोड़ा आगे आने सोधु करी ऊंचा लेठाने हाथ दोवु ले ऊपर धरे उभय हथेली मदि दृष्टि को करे ऐसी भांति ध्यान को धरे समग्रीवा समराशेखाय सुर को गाही आकर शेवाय. Kapilasana. Visualizing yourself as sage Kapila Muni. Place the knees on the ground with the toes tucked behind. On the Rest the hand on the top of the thighs. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze on your nostrils. उभे पगतलि समटहरावे तिनकौ माहिली कोर मिलावे फना पानी उकट होय वैसे एड़ी दो जाने निवैसे बुढ़ा दो भूमि लगावे सम शरीर नी ठहरावे हस्त दो गोड़ा परिराशे नासा दृष्टि अचल करिद्वाशे या आसन के किए ते आची होय अपान वीरज तबे देह से कभो ही न पावे जान. The next is Bhadra Korakasana. Place the knees on the ground with the toes tucked behind, sitting on the perineum down on heels. Rest the hands on top of the thighs and gaze on your third eye. दोऊ पगतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे कोरवारली राके ऐसे तापरि मूल द्वार टिके बैसे. Next is Mandukasana. Visualize yourself as a frog and sit with the toes flat, hands on top of the knees, and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth. Catch the nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra with your frog tongue. पादतलौ पृष्ठे अङ्कुष्टे द्वे च संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्. Uttana Mandukasana. Continue to visualize yourself as a frog. Now lift your hands up and touch the alternating shoulders. Uttana Mandukasana. And gaze on your third eye. मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्वेतदुत्थानं नेतदुत्थानमण्डुकम्. Simhasana. Visualize yourself as a lion. Cross the ankles and sit on the feet. Keep the knees wide and the fingers spread on top. Open the mouth wide and stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat it a few times. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तौ च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश प्रसार्य च व्याप्तवक्त्रो निरीक्षेत नासाग्रं सुसमाहितः सिंहासनं भवेदेतत् पूजितं योगिभिः सदा. The next is Bhadrasana. Sit on the heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross the hands behind your back and hold your big toes. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to the nose. गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादौ व्युक्तक्रमेण समाहितः पातौ कराभ्याश्च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next is Kakabusandhyasana. Squat and keep the feet flat on the ground and knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind and gaze on their nose. प्रथमे वयसक उकटटाने दो हाथ पगाव्य चे आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परिल्यावे पृष्टि पचे कांकसी करावे या आसन के जुर सभी रामथु ही जौ नासा दृष्टि लगाय. Next is Kanipavasana. Fix the palm apart. Bring the arm, lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead. Asana Ashit hoye, Vachi hoye. Next is Kapalya. Place the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulders, and straighten the legs. Please ऊंचा करे पगतले आकाश दिशि सनमुशराशे दोष दो हाथा की हथेली दो पाश टेके सा अग्र आसन को गुण रहे कपाली आसन राम से तबाल होए. Parshva Mayurasana. Visualize yourself as a peacock and twist the body and place both the hands on one side. Align the elbows with the knee and the hip and lean onto the arms and bands. Extend the legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryad Mayuram Dandanamakam Kuryan Mayuram Parshvabhyam Mayuram Parshvanamakam. Now, please repeat the same thing on the other side. Continue to visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram dandavat kuryat mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram parshvabhyam mayuram parshvanamakam. Next is Vairaganathasana. Place both the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Stretch the legs back straight into Tarakshvasana. Step one foot outside the respective shoulders, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze to your third eye. Asana Koguna Piti Chaya. Please repeat the same thing on the other side and visualize yourself as Bhagavan Kala Bhairava. Asana Koguna Piti Chaya. Next, enter into Unmukha Pitasana from Tarakshvasana. Place the forearms on the ground and move the feet forward, raising the hips, and lift the chest, head up, and gaze to the third eye. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatushpadamavamukam uttapitangri yugalat katishthalamabhirukha. Next is Vashishtasana. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta and from the same plank position. Rotate the body onto one hand. Raise the opposite hand up. Keep the balancing hand directly beneath the shoulder and raise the hips and gaze towards the sky. Urdhva kukkutavasishta maricim halamatsyakam parivrittam chodarasya vividam dhanurasanam. Now please repeat the same on the other side. Rotate your body towards the other side and lift your hands up into Vashishtasana. ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिंहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्. Now please come to a seated position and jump your feet forward with the toes pointing up. Bring the hands under your seated position and palms facing up. Keep the spine straight, elbows to the body, tuck the chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman and bring your gaze towards the nostrils. दोवु करकी उभय हथेली कोरवारली मेले भेली सोआंगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुलि मिलिराशे अंगुष्ठ चीदाराशे दोई पुनः हथेली पिष्टि जचोई तापरिमूल द्वारिटिक वैसे बहुर बहुर्यो जुगति कर एक वैसे। Next is Swamiji. And with sit with the legs stretched out. Bring the hold the toes with the index and the middle fingers. Bend from the waist and bring the chest to the thighs, head to the knees, and engage all the three bandhas. Janu parilalatam to paschimam tanamuchyate ena kena prakarena sukham dharyam cha jayate. The next is Ugrasana. Visualizing Kali in your inner space. Sit with your legs straight apart. And in the same position, clasp your hands behind the neck and lean your chest forward, bringing down the head to the knees. Engage all the three bandhas. स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरिशिरोऽन्यसेत् आसनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेद् नीलदीपनं देहावसानहरणं पश्चिमोत्तानराञ्जकम्. Next is Marichiyasana. Sit with the legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin and the knees raised up. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Uttanapadam krauncham cha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajantrikonam cha suptangashta prasarane. Mahamudrasana. Sit with the legs stretched and toes up. Bring one heel to the perineum and let the knee fall onto the other side of the ground. Hold the foot. Bring the chest forward and down and engage all the three bandhas. Gaze to the nose. Now repeat. Let's repeat the same cycle on the other side. Please enter into Marichiyasana. Sit with the legs extended. Bring one heel to the groin, knees raised up, and reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest, the thigh, and knee and head to the knee. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे. Mahamudrasana. Bring one heel to the perineum and let the knee fall onto the other side. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. Now, please let's enter into Bhadrasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. गुल्फौ तु वृषणस्याद सीवन्या पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलं भद्रासनं भवेदेतत् सर्वव्याधिविशापहम्. Valipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body. Keep the toes together. Heels apart, knees open. Place the hands on respective knees and tuck the chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose. And continue to visualize Swamiji and bring your gaze towards the nostrils. पूर्वचरपट चोक कहयो सोई वाही विधि योगी जी सोई ये मेडी बिनम चुराशे अंगुलाटंतरो राशे चुबुक चुबुक कंटकूप में ठानो नासाग्र दृष्टि तो कोटानो या करि जालंधर बंद होई साधक साधे विधि सो कोई. Next Joniasana. Keep the soles of the feet together and heels closer to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward to the ground. Bring the forehead towards the feet and gaze to the nose. Joni Asana. Visualize the Joni Mandala. Dovu pagatali samputakare edi medu kedingadhare. अर्ध हाथ को अंतर राशे लीलाट पगतल्याम ऊपर दाशे दसो अंगुरी अग्र मिलावे फना अग्र परवले पहरावे कहूनी लो भूपरि कर दाशे नली कहूनी मिली वाराशे समकरी ग्राशे सकल शरीर नासा दृष्टि लगावे धीर मुषमारक सोवाई गहे आसक्त होय तहाँ ल रहे Medaki Vasana. Now just bring your heel. You continue to sit and keep your heels together, toes apart and the knees wide. Lean forward and down. Extend the hands out and wide, palms down towards the ground. And bring the forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the nose. पूरब विधि परि पगतली संपुट शोल येडी मिलिराशे एड्यासु माहिली कानी अंगूल दो आतर लिलाट धरती लगावे हाथ दो वो गोड़ ऊपरी लगावा अडवाई राचा परा पसारे. Next is Siddha Samadhi Asana. The same position. Now please insert your hands beneath your calf muscles and bring your forehead towards your toes. दोऊ पगतली संपुट करे सोले में डाघ में धरे अंगुलाट अंतरोराशे ईडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे आने हाथ पगा के माही कौहनी सहित कलाई ताई. Next is Chinaki Pavasana. Let's now continue with Chinaki Pavasana. Sit and keep the heels together, toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up, bringing the soles towards the sky, keeping the back of the hands on the ground. Press the elbows onto the thighs, towards the knees, and gaze towards the nose. दोवु दोवु पगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेड लगावे पगतली महली कौर अंगोटा की सादी सूदी जोड़े. Sit and bring the soles of the feet to the perineum. and knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Pull the stomach in and up and gaze towards the third eye. Do pagatali samputadare, angane karajare pasare, Bhairavasana. Now in the same position, bring the soles of the feet together. Bring the heels of the feet together, them up, knees wide up, and visualize in your third eye. Gulfo sampidya chanyonyam vyutkramenotitham shanai. Next is Samasana. Sit at one heel at the perineum, lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Muladhara chakra. समानमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके पानास. Sit and place the leg on top of the respective shoulder. Raise the other foot up towards the sky and extend it straight. Keep the hands on the ground and gaze towards the third eye. केवलं पादकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठे दण्डवत् प्रभो अपानासनमेतद्धि सर्वेषां पूरकाश्रयं कृत्वा सूक्ष्मे शीर्षपद्मे समारोप्य वायुभिः. Now repeat Samasana on the other side. Please bring the keep one foot at the perineum and raise one more foot towards the chest. समानासमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनादेकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके एतद्वीरासनं नाथ समानासनसंज्ञकम् इत्याकृत्य जपेन्मन्त्रं धृत्वा वायुं चतुर्दले. Apanasana. Place one foot on the respective shoulder and lift the other feet upwards the sky and gaze towards the third eye. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठे दण्डवत् प्रभो. Gomukhasana. Cross one leg over the other and aligning the knees at the center of the body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze towards your nostrils and visualize the face of a cow. Savye dakshina gulvam tu prishtapashve niyodhya chet. Dakshinepi sata savyam gomukham yata. Anasuyasana. From Gomukhasana position. Now hold on to the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up. Gaze towards the nostrils. Visualizing yourself as Trishika Anasura. दक्षिण गोडो नीचोटाने वावो था के ऊपर आने घोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद पुनिस्ति संधि भारी. Anasuyasana 2. From Gomukhasana position, interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. And the gaze should be towards the nostrils. जीमना गोदा की स्यादि ऊपरी डावा गोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे. Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall and chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze towards the nostrils. Davu pagamodi edi mahilau gulfa mooladhara niche de. Naradasana. Visualizing yourself as Sage Narada. Sit and place a perineum on top of one heel with the top of the foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck, twist outside of the raised knee and gaze towards the third eye. पिष्टि जुवाम पगतले केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी. Matsya Pitakasana, visualizing yourself as Lord Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle finger and gaze towards the nostrils. Vamena Vamangushtantu Grihitam Matsya Pitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidya Metradu Paridakshinam. Gomukhasana. Now repeat it on the other side. Sit sit and cross one leg over another, aligning the knees at the center of the body with the feet by the opposite hips. Place both hands on top of the stacked knees and gaze towards the nose. Savye Dakshinagulpam tu Prishtaparshve niyojayeet. Dakshinepi tatha Savyam Gomukham Gomukham Yata. Anasoyasana. In the same position, just extend your uh, feet slightly away from the body and bring your hands towards the toes. Visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. Dachina godo nichi tane, vavonto take upar aane. Anasuyasana 2. Interlace your hands behind your back and bring your forehead forward and touch your forehead towards the ground. Jimana goda ki sandhi upari dhava koda ki sandhi milai rashe. Next is Garudasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda and sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the and keep spine tall, chest out, and hands on the respective knees. Gaze towards the nostrils. Davo Pagamodi Edi Mahilo Gulfat Mooladvara Nichede Besi Jimani Pagatali Dharti Teki Godo Unchi Ubhaurashe. Naradasana. In the same position, interlace your fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee and gaze towards the third eye, visualizing yourself as Rishinara. पिष्टि जुवाम पगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी. Matsya Pitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe. The index and middle finger gaze to the nose. Visualizing yourself as the fish avatar of Vishnu, Matsya. Vamen Vamangushtantu Grihidam Matsya Pitakam Yoni Vamena Sampidya Medradupari Dakshinam. Matsyendrasana. Visualizing yourself as Matsyendranatha, the great sage, the master of Hatha Yoga. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze towards the third eye. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kritva Tishtati Yatnataha Namagram Vamapadam Hi Dakshajano Parinyaset Tatra Yamyam Kurparam Cha Yame Kare Cha Vaktrakam Bhruvor Madhye Gadan Drishtim Pitamatsendra Muchyate. Kubasana, visualizing yourself as camel. Twist and bring the elbow outside the raise. Sneak the hands down and now hold one hand behind your ears. Asana Kogana Jolo Jaye. Matsendrasana 2. Place continues be seated in the same position. Now extend one arm behind your back and completely twist yourself and gaze towards the third eye. Matsendra Pitam Jat Matsendra Pitam Jatara Pradipim Prachanda Rukmandala Kandanastram Abhyasada Kundalini Prabudam Danda Stiratvam Hidadati Pumsam. Now let's repeat the entire set on the other side. Matsyendrasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze towards the third eye. Udaram Paschimabhasam Kratva Tishtadi Yatnataha Namrangam Vamapadam Hi Yakshajanu Parinyaset Tatra Yamyankur Param Cha Yame च वक्त्रकं भ्रोर्मध्ये गतां दृष्टिं पीठमत्सेन्द्रमुच्यते. Kubasana. Extend uh, your hands and take your other opposite hand towards your ears and twist your back, twist yourself more, visualizing yourself as camel. Asana Kogana Jolo Jaye. Now bring the raised hand towards the ground and completely twist yourself, visualizing Matsendranatha, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतकुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्. Now enter into Padmasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs and raise the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze towards the nostrils. आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोपरि चेदत्ते उभे पादतले यथा पद्मासनं भवेदेतत् सर्वपापप्रणाशनम्. Now continues be seated in the Padmasana and cross your hands and hold the opposite knees, hold the opposite toes. उतानौ चरणौ कृत्वा उरु संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः उरु मध्ये तथोतानौ पाणि कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. This is Kukutasana. Now insert your hands between your thighs and the knee and the uh, calf muscles and lift yourself up, visualizing yourself as a rooster. पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नानूर्वोरन्तरे करौ निवेश्य भूमौ वा तिष्ठेद्व्योमस्तकुक्कुटासनः. Baddhakekiasana. Sit and play in the same Padmasana position. Keep the elbows together and press against the navel and then lean forward, find balance and extend the knees up off the ground along with the Padmasana. धरामवटव्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूपरि स्थापितनाभिपार्श्वे उच्चासनो दण्डवदुत्थितके मयूरम् एतत् प्रवदन्ति पीठम्. Next is Mayurasana. In the same position, just extend the legs behind your back. अतवक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम् भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्. Says Makarasana. Lay down on the stomach with the feet pointing outwards and forehead on the mat, interlacing the fingers behind the neck and hold. अध्यासश्चेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्. Shalabhasana. Lay down on the stomach and place the hands on the ground beside the chest and raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्यकरयोत्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः. Next is Ushtrasana. Visualize yourself as a camel. Lay down on the stomach and bring the hands towards the feet and pull the feet down towards the ground outside of the hips. अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यक्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतकराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यग्दुदरास्य साध्यात् मुष्टं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति. Dhanurasana. Just lift your feet up, visualizing yourself as bow. In the same position, just pull your feet up and raise your head up simultaneously, lifting your chest off the ground, gazing towards the third eye. प्रसार्यपादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यविविर्तिताङ्गं निगत्य योगी धनुरासनम्. Next is Bhagasana. Sit on both the knees with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place the palm down on top of the thighs and gaze to the third eye. उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरी जुगति करैक ऐसे पावन माहिला गुल्फ जो हो कुला पाशतिला वे सोवु. Next is Gohyasana. From knees, place the forearms onto the ground, fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart, and place the top of the head on the ground, holding back of the head with the hands, and walk the toes forward until the hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up, keeping with the knees bent together against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. दो वो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई पृष्ठि अंगुरिया की पुनः जानो ये सब ले भू ऊपरी ठानो. Same thing, extend the feet straight above, into Shirasasana. Bringing your gaze towards the nostrils. Viparitam mandalam cha dviditam hinaha dandasanam vida proktam viparitopaveshane sarvanga shisha bhagastu षट्षष्टिः pradithasute. Please slowly come down. Bring your feet to the ground and stretch your legs up. You're going to be entering into Prodhyasana. Sit with the hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up, bringing the forehead to the knees and come to a vertical position with the legs. दो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे कांक सिठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगाते धरे चरणों भे आकाश दिशि करे. Throughout this time, from this asana onwards, please enter into Bastrika Kumbhaka, where you exhale forcefully. Now, in the same position, extend your feet in front and bring your elbows behind your neck, interlace it behind your neck, visualizing yourself as a mace. Parighasana. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्या हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरा बद्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिघासनं भवति. Naukasana in the same without leaving your feet down. The same position, continue to keep balance and exhale forcefully with Pastrika Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as a boat. Uttana Shayanam उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिमवतम्बं निधाय शिरौरुजङ्गापादानदण्डवत् धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति. Rudrasana. Sit and lift the feet up, scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet to chest. Keep the spine upright and gaze towards the nostrils. Pagatali samputtakari हातस्योपग ऊंचाई पागका अंगुटा दो लेवु परली खानी तालवे पछै. Pitasana. Lay down the back of the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up high, pressing the feet into the ground. The chin tucks to the chest and gaze towards the nostrils. ऊर्ध्वे च जानुने कृत्वा शवितोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुखनामके. Now, lay down on the back with the palms facing upwards and let's enter into Shavasana, completely unclutched from any micro movements of the body. And literally, your body should remain like a dead without any kind of a movement.
Now, slowly relax. Raise yourself into a seated position. Move your toes, move your hands. Visualize the new life entering back into your body. So successfully, all of you have completed the first 108 asanas of the sequence. Congratulations to each one of you. We have 200 asanas more to go. We will be doing it very rapidly, moving through the next 200 asanas of the sequence. So starting with Yathasanishtasana, bring yourself to a comfortable position, and which brings ease to your mental and physical space. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra. Paryankam Tatsamadhyatam Yathasamstha Yathastitihi. The next is Samasana. Now continuing to be in a seated position. Bring your legs cross-legged. Continuing to keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra. Idanim Garbhininam Yogabhyaso Yatha Laghu. The next asana is Muktasana. Now place your left foot against the genital region and your right foot on top of that. Keep your hands facing downwards on the knees as you gaze towards your nose. Muktasana. Nipi Disivanim Sukshman Dakshinetara Gulphataha. The next asana is Siddhasana. Maintain the same position, switching your gaze towards the third eye. Sthanam Yamitendriyo Charadrisha Pashyan Dhruvorantaram. The next asana is Siddhi Asana. Now, in the same position, switch your gaze to the ground in front of you, engaging all the three bandhas. Vama Padaki Dejano, Sivan Manitasako Uthano, Rudrasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra as you switch your gaze towards the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, fierce dimension of Shiva. Vama Charana Paradachina Rakhe, Ekajugati Asavadi Dakhe. Now in Santadhunasana, switch your gaze towards your nose as you embody tranquility. Asana Kaugar Manaki Chanchalata Amite. Moving into Siddhasana 2. Now bring both your hands one on top of the other in the Samputa Mudra as you face in front of your navel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Rijaka Isamasina Siddhasana Mudiratam. Bandhayonyasana. Bring your hands into the Shanmukhi Mudra. Little fingers beneath the bottom lip. Bring fingers above the upper lip. Middle fingers closing the nostrils. Index fingers of the eyes, thumbs closing the ears. Yatra Madhyamaha Deva Bandhayonyasane Shirano. The next asana is Virasana. Now place your legs into the Ardha Padmasana position. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Ekam Padmathai Kasmin Vinyasorani Samsitaha. The next asana is Valmikasana. Now here in Valmikasana, visualize Valmiki, Rishi Valmiki in your inner space as you put with your left heel to the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thighs, right foot on the left leg, toes by the knees, hands on the knees, thumbs and index fingers touching gaze towards your third eye. Dava Pagaki Pagatali Puniedi He Joya. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana, keeping your legs in the same position. Switch your gaze to the nose, placing your hands top of your knees. Bama Padaki Pagatali Jahimahili Kori. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Yoni Mandala in your space in your Yoni Asana. Yoni Asanam Parvatena Yogam Yoga Bhalenilam. The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now in the same position, bring both your feet together, knees pointed outwards, engage Uddiyana Bandha, holding your feet in your hands. Visualize Lord Veerbhadra in your inner space, gazing towards your nose. Atha Bhadrasanam Gulpa Uchushnasya Sivanyakpashva Yokshipet. Now bring one hand to the front of your nose, other hand on top of the knees. As you gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lagori. Do the opposite of Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Purva Kaho Bhishaka Joi, Vahi Vidhi Joki Jaisoi. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water as you bring your elbows onto the soles of your feet. Gaze towards your nose, engage with Dhyana Bandha. Gwali Pavasana Kahyo Hai Jaise Yahu Jane Vidhite Se. Now bring your hands underneath your knees as you clasp your fingers together in Parasana. Feet off the mat. Yoga Pradipika Joyi Kariki Anguriyo Joyi Vatasham. Next is Gopi Chandasana. From outside, clasp your feet as you bring your feet towards your chin. Embody the state and space as a king. Purava Vidipagaka Angutaka Thakaru Parashe. Next is Udarasana. Now from bringing your hands underneath your ankles, clasp your feet as you bring it towards your chin, gaze at your nose. Do pagthali samputithane, ube hasdaki uradhithane. Bring your feet up towards your head, visualize yourself as you're excelling and everything in Vishishtasana. Do pagthali jodi samput kare. The next asana is Bhujasana. Now clasp your hands behind your neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Shirasanam tu Vijnayam, Kakshasanam Tafram Grivasanam cha Paramam Bhujasanam Hochate. Next is Kalyanasana. Bring your elbows underneath, wrap your hands around the back, gaze towards your nose, visualize yourself as a beautiful and auspicious goddess. Do hath pagami chane, tunuko goda niche uthane. Next asana is Sankatasana. Now, with your left knee on top of the mat, place the left foot flat and place your perineum on the raised heel, sort of like Gomukhasana. Visualize yourself as a swan, hands on the opposite knees. Vamapadam chiter moolam sanyasidhara nitale dhenukasana. Now slide the foot out, place both your hands on the right thigh, engage the Udyana Bandha, visualize a cow in your inner space. Anusha Aginagara Panchadam Rishilinda Galyamni. Now bring one foot to the opposite thigh, the other foot on the opposite knee. Twist your body around in Machendrasana, gazing towards your third eye. Vamajangaka Paridachitane, Vamasta Pishtidishane, Machendrasana 2. Clasp the respective feet as you bring your forehead towards the ground. Prathama Jimal Charanjijoi, Yamajangaka Parirakhe Soi. Next, Guru Asana, bring both your hands clasped together as you place it on top of the knee. Engage all the three bandhas. Urumuletra Padasya Kanishtika Pradeshe. Now let's repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Vamapadam chiter moolam sanyasidhara nitale. Dhenukasana on the other side. Anushagi nagara panchalam rishilinda galyamni. Machendrasana on the other side. Vamajangaka paridachithane, vamahasta pishtidishane. Let's move into Machendrasana 2 on the other side. Prathama Jiman Chanujoi, Vamajangaka parirakhe soi. Guru Asana on the other side. Urumuletra Padasya Kanishtika Pradeshe. Next is Pashasana. Now here, bring your feet flat onto the ground. Knees against the chest, hands holding the opposite knees. Thighs together, spine straight, tongue press against the roof of the mouth. Visualize Swamjini in a space. Padtale Bhumo Nidhaya. Now bring your chin towards your knees in Bodhashokasana. Do Pagathili Bhu Paridhare, Kormahili Aise Kare. Next is Kurakatasana. Place your feet flat on the mat, arms under the knees. Gaze towards your nose. Kurakatasana do hath pagbahar lyave. Sumati Asana, cross your ankles, visualizing Maharishi Sumati in your space. Mooladwari dharti parithane, dava pagaparidachpada ane. Now stretch your legs flat onto the mat, bring your hands up above your head, engage all the three bandhas. Dandasana, Danda Padma Bharadwaja, Virabhadrasana Anito. Next is Arambhasana, lean forward, do the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Do pagamilave pasare, paga kanguta paka della to goda lagave. Hidokasana, bringing your legs underneath your feet. Bring your forehead down, gazing towards your third eye. Prathama bese do pav pasare, kachakurdhuko kurudodare. Jalandhari Pavasana. Keeping your feet together, bring your hands underneath, sort of like Siddha Samadhi Asana. Do edi melaka dija, hath pasari. Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now bring one leg behind your neck as you lean forward, clasping the other leg. Paschimottanavad samsthatam krita ekam padam grivayam dhitva tishchet. Now lean back onto your back, clasping the opposite foot as you gaze towards your nose. Tanashayini ekam padam grivayam vinyasya. Roll onto your elbow into Ankushasana. Tanashayit ekam padam grivayam kurvan. Now lay on your back, bring both your knees towards your chest in Drishasana, roll from side to side. Uttanashayanam januni hridaya vashtam bhajangi saitorani. Repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Paschimottanavad samsthatam krita ekam padam grivayam. And repeat Anantasana on the other side. Uttanashayini ekam padam grivayam vinyasya. Angushthasana on the other side. Uttanashayiti ekam padam grivayam kurvan. Now bring both your legs behind your head, clasping your hands behind your body, gazing towards your nose in Yoga Nidrasana. Padambhyam veshet kantham, hastabhyam prishta bandhanam. The next asana is Atmaramasana. Now wrap your hands around your legs and clasp your hands behind your neck. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing from within. Prathama Atmaramasana Prathama Sudha Sove. The next asana is Kochikasana. Lay on your back with your knees to the chest, soles facing upward. Extend your arms sideways. Doha Chida Sakare, Tirusobila Sapakare. Jatra Parivritti 1, 2, and 3. So this is a sequential asana. Lay on your back with your knees towards your chest, arms reached out to the side at shoulder level. Keeping one knee bringing the ground on the opposite side, the other leg extended straight. This is Jatra Parivritti 1. In Jatra Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. Jatra Parivritti 3, keep both your legs straight to one side as you gaze in the opposite direction. Parivritti Kuksh Bhage Tridahi Parikititaha. Repeat Jatra Parivritti 1, 2, and 3 on the opposite side. Parivritti Kukshi Bhage Tridahi Parikititaha. The next asana is Vipada Pitham. Visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you lay on your back, bend your knees, placing your fat feet flat on the ground. Hold your ankles, lifting your hips up in the Jalandhara Bandha. Pratikriyavitam Dvandva Pitha Sarva Palapradam. Now bring your hands by the side of your head as you raise yourself up into Paryankasana. Visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lift your hips up. Uttana Shayanam Hastatala Abhyam. The next asana is Shvotanasana. Lay on your back, knees towards the chest. Move your hips in a circular motion as you keep your hands on your shoulders. Visualize yourself as a dog. Shavavachariram Samsthapya. Next asana is Viparita Karani. Now raise your hips and legs up into the sky, placing your hands flat onto the ground. Move your legs around and around. Atha Viparita Karani Mudra Bhutale Shvishro Dutva Khene Charanadvayam. Stop the movement in Viparita Karani 2. Karani Viparitakya Sarvadhivyadhinashini. Langalasana, bring your foot towards the ground behind your head. Griva Kanthena Bhumi Vishtamapada Gradvayam. Clasp your feet in Shaita Paschimottanasana, visualize one of the 84 asanas revealed by Paramashivoham himself. Tanam Shaita Purvita, Shaita Paschimottanakam. Clasping your feet, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Parivritti Kuksh Bhage Tridahi Parikititaha. Bring your feet back together, clasping your ankles in Chakrasana. Visualize a wheel. Shavasana Pado Kuryan Mastakataf Paro. Now clasp your feet, bringing your back onto the ground completely flat. Spread your feet wide apart from each other. Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Tanapadam Kraun Chamcha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam. Bring your feet back together in Supta Padangushtasana. Tanapadam Kraun Chamcha Maricham Veera Bhadrakam. Next asana is Matsyasana, bringing your legs into Padmasana. Lay flat on the ground with your hand behind your head. Visualize Matsyavatara in your inner space. Mukta Padmasana Krito, Tanashan Ancharet. Keep one hand over the other in Parashuramasana to visualize Lord Rama. Prathama Kare Padmasana Ache, Sudosave Bhuparipache. Sarvangasana, clasping your hips, raise your hips into the air, resting on your lower back as you bring your legs into Padmasana. Athava Kshetra Samkshepat Sarvangasana Uttamam. Now keep one leg over the other knee and your hands on top of your head, hooked forward in Vrishchikasana. Visualize yourself as a scorpion. Prathama Sayana Sudha, Sishikeshiki Sandhi Sudha Ke. Switch your legs around, repeating Vrishchikasana on the other side. Prathama Sayana Sudha, Sishikeshiki Sandhi Sudha Ke. Now let us do Vrishabhada Kshepasana. Now laying on your back, form a bicycle crunch with your hands in the Parisha Mudra, alternate raising and extending the knee again and again. Uttanam Shayanam Krita Anurobhi Kandharan Badhva. Next asana Smarotanasana, lay flat onto the ground, raising one knee toward the opposite ears. Shotanavatsam Sri Kritva. Next asana is Brikasana. Now bend your knees, bring yourself into a standing position and lay back flat down. Repeating again and again, visualize a wolf in your inner space. Atuttanam Shayanam Kritva Padtala Abhyam. Now from here, directly moving into a backward somersault, Luthasana. Bring your feet on the opposite side, laying prone. Uttanam Shayanam Pado Shrirange Bhumo Sthapayitva. The next asana is Sarathasana. Now lay on your belly with your toes extended. Make a sound like a flute as you visualize yourself carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back in Sarathasana. Nyubjashayanam Kritva Nabham Bhumo Nidhaya. The next asana is Dehanivlanganasana. Place your feet flat on the ground. Jump forward and back between the arms. Hastadayam Badhva Tanmadhyacharana Dvayam. Next asana is Jatyasana. Now in Jatyasana, clasp your feet and walk forward and backward onto your mat. Visualize yourself as a 60-year-old elephant. Atha Jatyasana Vakshena Jatismaro Bhavet. Next is Lolitika Karana. Bring yourself into a Armandi position as you swiftly move your hands in and out in front of your chest and move your head back and forth. Lolitika Karana. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now standing as straight as a rod. Place your hands by the side. Visualize Kundalini raising up. Atha Sarpasana Vakshi Vayupanaya Kevalam. The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. Lean forward, place your feet on top of your hands as you walk back and forth like a camel. Mushtikanishtika Pradeshena. Ashwasana, switch your movement to like that of a horse as you visualize yourself as a horse. Mushtikanishtika Pradeshena. The next asana is Kapota Nitakasana. Now standing straight, interlace your hands behind your back as you lean backwards. Visualize yourself as a diving bird. Padatale bhumo nidhaya. The next asana is again a karana in the Talapushpatfuta karana. Standing in the Armandi position, lean forward while you stretch your hands out as if offering a bouquet of flowers. Repeat from both the sides. Asana, stand straight with your hands pointed forwards in the Atmajri Mudra. Visualize yourself as a rhino. Nujasartamasanam Krutva. Next asana is Uttanottanam. Sit down all the way as you can and stand up again, repeating this again and again. Punah punah Utthatavyamasidam Uttanottanam Bhavati. Now place your hands straight above your head as you jump up and down, visualizing yourself as a mace. Saralam Stutva Urdhvam Bahu Nayet. Now Uchcheshaka, bring one foot to your navel as you sit down and stand up. Repeat both your legs. Hastadvaina Dhritva Tishthet. Next is Parshvajanukarana. Stand, keep one leg slightly bent, toes pointing to the side. Clasp it with your hand as you bring your hand into a fist. The other hand resting on the thigh. The next asana is Tandavasana. Keep your leg out straight as you sit down and stand up again and again. Visualize the Tandava of Paramashivoham in your space. Ekena padin sthatavim uthatavim Tandavasanam bhavati. Brahmanasana, bring one foot towards your inner thigh, standing erect on the mat like a rod, hands by the sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Brahmana asana vakshe yakrutva brahmano bhavet. Garudasana 3. Wrap your leg around and your hands around. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Uttana kurma pitham cha sainham garuda mevacha. Bringing one foot towards the opposite thigh, stand straight. Dakshang Himvam Padis Jangopari Nidhaya Cha. Ekapadasana. Next is Dhruvasana. Clasping your feet, rotate quickly, visualizing yourself as a North Pole star. Ekena Stadanda Rupa Ekasipadasyagram Dhritva. Bring one foot behind your head into Trivikramasana, alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Ekena Padena Sthatavim Uthatavim Tandavasanam Bhavati. Next is Parshvajanukarana. Repeat it on the opposite side. Next, repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Ekena padena sthatavim uthatavim Tandavasanam bhavati. Do Brahmanasana on the other side. Brahmanasana vakshet krutva brahmano bhavet. And Garudasana 3 on the other side. Tana kurma pitham cha saimam garudam evacha. Ekapadasana on the other side. Dakshang himvama padis jangopari nidhaya cha. And Dhruvasana on the other side. Ekena stedhan rusva ekasipadasyagram dhritva. Trivikramasana, standing and sitting down on the other side. Ekena padena sthatavim uthatavim Trivikramasana bhavati. Now stand tall into Samanakakarana. Hands by the side. The next asana is Ghora Kanjali Asana. Now bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees, making a finger lock. Visualize Goraknatha in your inner space. Pratama yube hoye, bahurinche pune hove. The next asana, which we'll be entering into, is Kanchasana. Now, wrap your hands behind your body in the into the Parashamudra. Ur Madhyatasto Niveshya. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Keep your legs together as you bring your hand behind your back in the Parashamudra. Do Pagaki Thalyaki Mahili Kaura. Now from here, moving into Varahasana. Keep your feet together, toes apart, elbows close up behind the head. Visualize a boar in your inner space. Pagatali Ki Mahili Kaura Milai. Prapithasana. Now touching your feet, bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Athauttanana Sanani. Next asana is Bakasana. Bring your hands flat onto the ground as you bring your elbows to the back of your arms. Bakasana. Hastabhyam avanimavashtam bhajanudvayam nabhav samnilya. Next asana is Shushtanga Kapalyasana. Bring your head towards the ground, bringing your legs into Padmasana. Asana Kavana Kapala Acha Hoi. The next asana is Uttasana. Bring your knees flat on the ground. Visualize you sitting in the secret seat with Paramashivoham the Guru. Janurvorantare pado kritva pado cha gopayet. Bring your hand up straight into a handstand position in Vrikshasana. 2 visualizes tree in your space. Tapta Dakshakshalana, Vrikshasana Vedakan. Now switch your gaze towards the third eye, Shubhuasana. Do Pagajori Mahigul Pumilayo Bo. The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Bring yourself into a flat plank position as you do push-ups, visualizing yourself as a fish. Matsyasana 2. Nibjam Sainam Kurpara Pashubhagayam. The next asana is Sarpasana. Bring your hands to your hips as you move your body from the left to the right, visualizing yourself as a snake. Nibjam Sainam Kritva Hastao. The next asana is Niradambasana. Bring your hands in front of your chin, resting over there. Karabhyam Pankajam Kritva Tishet Kurparaya Sudhi. The next asana is Chakrasana. Lean your head back, touching it to your feet, hands straight, visualizing yourself as an umbrella. Ardhyasana Sthitva Hastala Abhyam. The next asana is Vajrasana. Lean back, sitting on top of your heels. Idanim Garbhininam Yoga Abhyaso Yatha Laghu. The next asana is Meshasana. Now bring yourself into a standing position as you alternate striking the ground with your hands. Visualize yourself as a ram. Gajasasam Sthitao. Now kick your legs up, bringing your forehead slowly towards the mat. Gajasasam Smapadadvaya Mantarale Kritva. Now sit into Dhanantarasana on top of your heels. Pura Vidhi Paripakapata Ki Kakasisya Upanashara Modi. Next asana is Angamottanam. Clasp your hands behind your back as you raise it up and down, giving a massage to the various parts of your body. Hastayor Anguli Badva Hastayor Madhyat. Now sit with your ankles outwards in Garudasana 4. Janghor Bhyamdharam Pidya Sirkayo Dujanuna. Spreading your knees out wide, bring your hands underneath your ankles. Reside in the blissful space of the temple, Ananda Mandirasana. Athavakshe Veeranatha. Next asana is Mandukasana. Bring your hands underneath your knees. Engage Udyanabandha, visualizing yourself as a frog. Gulpadvayam Jalvange Svalaya Kritihi. Next asana, Narasimhasana. Bring yourself onto your toes as you place your palms flat onto the mat. Visualize Lord Narasimha in your space. Next is Vishrakasana. Bring your hands to your face. Visualize yourself as Devi presiding over all minuscule fears. Dopagaki Edi Joy, Godapanavamapuni Hoi. Makadasana. Don't bring your hands into your armpits. Imitate scratching like a playful monkey. Visualize yourself as a monkey. Dopagathali Samputa Ane. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Bring your knees off the mat as you clasp your elbows behind your back. Prathamak Phana Pani Hoya Bese. Next asana is Kanjanasana. Now, place your palms on the mat towards the side as you rest your knees on the ground. Kanjanasana Vakshet Kritva Susthiro Bhavet. Next is Purmasana. Visualize a turtle in your inner space. As you remain in the same position, bring your hands on your knees, gazing towards your nose. Gulpauch Vishnasya Durgamena Samahita, switching your visualization to Swamiji in your inner space. Gudam Yogasana, Gudam Nyamya Gulpadhyam Durgamena Samahita. Next is Vijogasana. Now stand on your knees, bringing your hands towards the inside of your calf muscles. Goda Vamo Behoi, Goda Adara Khedoi. Ushtrasana. Now lean backwards, clasping your ankles as you visualize yourself as a camel. Meru Danta Granthi Dadi Sampirya Shivkuman. Jatyasana 2. Lay back flat onto the ground. Visualize yourself as a lotus blooming. Doidi Samputakare Sole Muladwari Taridhire. Viratasana. Now get up and lie down back in the same position. Jangha Pratibhumo Nidhaya. Next asana is Kapotasana. Visualizing yourself as beautiful dove as you bring your hands towards the inside of your feet. Forearms onto the ground in a short back bend. Meru Danta Granthi Dadi Sampirya Shivkuman. Vajrasana. Now stand upright with your knees, toes and tucks. Hold your arms with the opposite hands in Varasana. Visualize yourself gaining a boon from Paramashivoham. Janani Bhumo Samsthapya. Varahasana 2. Now lean forward, keep your toes tucked as you bring your head towards the ground. Visualize Lord Varaha in your inner space. Suryam Chandram Bhedanani Yasnani Katyante. Mundasana. Now bringing your head towards the ground. Raise your feet up above the ground, visualizing yourself as a log tree in a headstand position. Mundasana. Adho Mundasanam Vakshe. Sarvesham Praninam Sukham Andhasana. Resting onto your knees, bring your hands by the side of your head. This asana cures night blindness. प्रथम पग तली समेट हरावे कौरमाही उभे मिलावे विपरीत शलभासना. Now lay flat on your belly, arms extended out straight. Shalabhasana bhe Drishnayatnata bherunda namake. Now rest your forehead on the ground, just raising your feet alone off the ground in Kapalasana. Kapalam bhumo nidhaya. Raise your feet over the top of your head, placing it on the ground in front of you. So visualize yourself as a flying dove. Akashaka Potasana. Ustrasane Sthitva Charana. The next asana is Chatakasana. Bring your knees onto the flat on the ground, bring your forearms on the ground. Visualize yourself as a sparrow. Kurparaparyanta. Next asana is Vrishtikasana 2 in the same position, resting on your forearm. Bring your feet over top of your head. Visualize a scorpion. Vrishtiva Pucha Pratimangripa Ashni. The next asana is Vrishasana 2. The next asana is the 251st asana, Vrishasana 2. Visualize a boar in your inner space as you place your palms flat onto the ground. Yame Gulbhe Pada Mule. The next asana is Lolasana. Lift your knees off the ground in between your palms. Lolasana Sada Kuryat Vailola Pagahatanat. The next asana after Lolasana is Vrishasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a bull. Yame Gulbhe Pada Mule Vamabhage Padetaram. Bring one foot onto the mat in Balagunasana as you lift the other foot upwards. Visualize Balaguna in your inner space. They're one of the 84 siddhas. Asana Kavana Jalbika Rajai. Grahasana, bring both your feet flat onto the ground as you bring your hands towards the ankles. Visualize a planet in your inner space. Padate Bhomo Samsthapya. Balagunasana on the other side. Asana Kavana Jalbika Rajai. The next asana is Utkatasana. Bring both your knees in front, sitting on top of your heels. Yujasthi Yata Udhajani Yatrasane. Next asana is Vajrasangharasana 2. Bring your hands behind your back, clasping your opposite elbows. Prathama Pranapani Hoya Jaise. Now bring your feet into Anilasana, standing on top of your palms, facing downwards, squatting between. Dohat Bhuma Parithane. Next is Padukasana, clasping your feet like a shoes. Walk front and back. Visualize yourself walking across the length and breadth of India. Hastayor Padatale Kritva. Next asana is Kukutodana. Place your palms on the mat and jump up and down, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Hasatala Bhumo Kritva. Viparita Nrityasana. Raise yourself into the handstand position as you alternate snapping your feet, hands onto the ground in. Visualize yourself dancing. Hasatala Abhyam Bhumashtabhyo Urdhva. Next is Kunjarasana. Stand down with your legs straight. Bring your hands, one hand to the ground, other hand towards the opposite head. Adhavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam. Switch your hands around. Kunjarasana on the other side. Adhavakshe Mahadeva Kunjarasana Uttamam. The next asana is Kadambasana. Squat down, clasping your ankles. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree. Pashribhyam Bhumavashtabhya. Next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Sit with your knees in front of you, clasping your knees towards your chest. Pavana Muktasana. Dvaya Supadayo Parangatva Swasthira Tambake. Next asana is Chakorasana. Bring one leg behind your head as you raise the other foot, raising your feet off the body off the ground. Purvatanam Chatushpadam Pitham Vajrasanam Tatva. Dhanurasana 2. Hold your respective hands, pulling one towards the respective feet to the respective hands. Pulling one towards you here while the other is out straight. Visualize yourself as a bow. Padam Gushotupar Nibyam Grihitva Shavanavadhi. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Visualize yourself as a crane as you bring one foot over the other and out towards the side, raising yourself off the ground. Vasishtamata Kaundinya Modhakukutam Evacha. Next asana is Pranasana, bringing one hand underneath the opposite knee, the other hand on the opposite thigh. Edat Prabhena Vakshami Karoti Asachamaraha. Pashamatsendrasana. Now, doing the Matsendrasana position, clasp your hands behind your back. Vamormulapita Dakshapado. Now, repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Purvatanam Chatushpadam Pitham Vajrasanam Tatha. Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Padam Vishnatupalibhyam Grihitva Shavanavadhi. Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Vasishtamata Kaundinya Modhakukutam Evacha. And Pranasana on the other side. Pashamatsendrasana, Pranasana on the other side. Edat Prabhena Vakshami Karoti Asachamaraha. Pashamatsendrasana on the other side. Vamormulapita Dakshapado. Adhapasmatanasana. Now, bring one foot towards the perineum as the other leg is out straight. Bring your forehead towards the knee. Ekam padam prasari ekam pada asya. Next asana is Crouchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. As you bring your left ankle outside the hip, the other foot straight in front of your face. Vasashtamatakaundhinya modhukukuttamevacha. Repeat Ardhapaschimatanasana on the other side. Ekam padam prasarya. And Crouchasana on the other side. Vasashtamatakaundhinya modhukukuttamevacha. The next asana is Swastikasana. Now bring one foot over the other, hands on top of the knees. Janurvu arantare samyak kritva padatale ubhe. The next asana is Gorakshasana. Now keep just in the same position. Cover your feet with your hands, visualizing Gorakhnatha in your space. Janurvu arantare pada uttano vyakti samstito. The next
Nityanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Glimpses of the Paramashivoham Level-1 program, Day 5. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's blessings. Let's start our sessions with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, back, straight line in Atmanjali Mudra with folded hands. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Chadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Yekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, everyone. Today, we are going to learn about the 4 tattvas and unclutching. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, in each one of us, there is an enormous potential energy that expresses that enormous potential energy. We call it as Kundalini Shakti, which we have learned the basics of it. That energy expresses through 4 great powers in each one of us. To be able to unlock these great powers inside you, you must first understand a little bit more about yourself. They are related to 4 major dimensions of your life. Your words, your thinking, your emotions, and your living. You need to have an understanding about these. When you awaken your peak possibility in each of these dimensions of your words, your thinking, your emotions, and your living, when you awaken your peak possibility, they become a great powers and support in your life. Let's understand, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, about these great 4 powers inside each one of us. 4 inner powers. So how do we awaken these powers? How do we unlock these powers? How do we understand? Where do we start? So let's start with the purpose of life. What is the purpose of life? So many of us say to be established in completion, to experience enlightenment. So each one of us has a different way of expressing these. To work and radiate, shower others with completion, to go beyond the bondages of social ignorance and psychological exploitation, and to go beyond basic need of food, clothing, and shelter, and experience higher consciousness. There are various ways to express this in a different way. So what we want from life, we want health. Nobody wants to be sick. We want health. We want wealth. We want good relationship. We want joy and happiness. We want excitement. We want fulfillment. We want freedom. And the list is endless, isn't it? So, in a nutshell, we want, along with all these, health, wealth, and along with all these, we want spiritual goals like self-realization, and extend it to national economic security, corruption-free political, and personal and professional goals. List is endless. So what is stopping you? What is stopping you in manifesting whatever you want to be the way, to live the way you want to live? Is your incompletion and root patterns is what is stopping you. So what is an incompletion? I'm going over anything that leaves you with low experience, any action that is unfulfilled as per your imagination, cognition, you responded at that time, and to this incompletion was inadequate cognition, inadequate understanding about yourself. And the nature of incompletion is such that it does not leave you unless you complete with it. It makes you, pulls you all the time in the space of powerless, feeling so low, feeling depressed, feeling something missing in life. And how do we get out of that? By doing the completion. That whatever is the inadequate cognition, which we call incompletion or restrictive situations, by that inadequate cognition, expanding it to the expansive cognition, and expands ourselves and the other person. Understand, you can do it. You actually have the power to simply manifest the reality of your choice. You have the potential for self-transformation that will enrich every aspect of your life, bringing you everything from health to wealth, to meaningful relationships, to lasting happiness. You can do it. It starts with understanding about you, about listening what is actually happening in your inner space. Listening is God. Inside each one of you, there is an enormous potential energy that is known as Kundalini. Kundalini is nothing but your own latent inner energy which you have never used, which is dormant, and which you may not even know about it. Kundalini expresses through you in 4 different streams known as the 4 inner powers. All these inner powers are different expressions of Kundalini energy in your life. The key to health, success, and lasting happiness lies in unlocking the 4 inner powers that are continuously available to you. Though you use these powers every day in your life, you don't use them consciously with a clear intention. Please understand, all these powers are great energies. Just like electricity or wind power, if you can handle them properly, they can shower you with everything that you want. But if you don't handle them properly, they will continue to impact your life in negative ways. The key is to create the right space inside you to express your greatest and highest possibility. When you create the right space inside you, all the events of your choice will simply flow into your life without any effort. Everything you do will be successful when you learn to use these 4 powers in the right way. You will immediately transform not only your own life, but the lives of all those around you. To be able to unlock these great powers inside you, you must first understand a little bit more about yourself. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you have the 4 giant powers sitting inside you. They are related to the 4 major dimensions of your life: your words, your thinking, your emotions, and your living. When you awaken your peak possibility in each of these dimensions, it becomes a great power and support in your life. So, what are those 4 inner powers? As you can see below, the 4 inner powers are the power of words, or Vak Shakti in Sanskrit, the power of thoughts, or Mano Shakti in Sanskrit, the power of feeling, or Prema Shakti in Sanskrit, and the power of living, or Atma Shakti in Sanskrit. What happens when we unlock these 4 inner powers? When you unlock the power of words, Vak Shakti, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and most effective words towards yourself and others. When you discover the power of thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts to achieve success in your job, relationships, education, finances, and life itself. And the power of feeling teaches you how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. And you are truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest reward comes when you live your life for others. So, when you live these principles or tattvas, it's a cure for all your problems of your life. You are with integrity, when you These four powers are awakened with following the four tattvas of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. With integrity, the innate intelligence to expand is straightened and the space of positivity is awakened in you. With authenticity, life continuously oozes in you. You experience the space of possibility. And with responsibility, you awaken to your true nature, Ishvaratva, the leadership consciousness blossoms in you. With enriching, you establish your existence into everything. Ultimately, experience yourself as Brahmanyam Bahuputratam, meaning you are the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. So, why practice a tattva? To unlock the four powers. You actually have the power to simply manifest the reality of your choice. The key to health, the success, lasting happiness lies in unlocking these four powers that are continuously available to you. The power of words are Vak Shakti in Sanskrit, the power of thoughts, Mano Shakti, the power of feeling, Prema Shakti, power of living or Atma Shakti. The power of words will be available to you when you practice integrity. The power of thinking will be open to you when you practice authenticity. The power of feeling will be possible when you practice responsibility. And you will have access to the power of living the moment you decide to enrich others. So these are the four tattvas, are the four secrets of life: integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. The power of words. These are the, when you follow the four tattvas of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching, the power of words, the four inner powers are awakened: the power of words, the power of thinking, the power of feeling, and the power of living. Now, integrity is living, fulfilling the word, thought, and thought. You give it to yourself and to others, and experiencing a state of purnatva, completion with yourself and with life. The more commitments you give and break, the more your self-confidence is lost. Intelligence to use the right words towards yourself and others. Authenticity, in Sanskrit we call Shraddha, is you being established in the peak of your capacity and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself and who you project yourself to be for others and what others expect you to be. The genesis of identity, when you become your best, authentic self, authentic identity in your four images or four identities of mamakara, the inner image, ahankara, the outer image, the anyakara, the other's image, and swanyakara, the life image. When you express your peak possibility in all these four, you become authentic. And the responsibility is upayanam, is living and responding to life from the truth that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all happenings in and around you. And enriching, apyanam is you taking responsibility with integrity and authenticity, and you are committed to continuously enriching with ease, expanding yourself and life in and around you. So when you unlock the power of words, you will have the spontaneous intelligence to use the right and most effective words towards yourself and others. When you discover the power of thoughts, you will be able to focus your thoughts and achieve success in your job, relationships, education, finances, and life itself. The power of feeling teaches you how to launch yourself to the next level of life through empowered responsibility. And you are truly enjoying the power of living when you realize that the greatest rewards come when you live your life for others. How are the tattvas and four powers related? Each of these four powers is guided by a spiritual principle known as tattva. Tattva is the key to unlock the corresponding power in you. The power of words will be available to you when you practice integrity. And the power of thinking will be open to you when you practice authenticity. And the power of feeling will be possible when you practice responsibility. And you will have access to the power of living the moment you decide to enrich others. Now, let's understand. We will be learning all these tattvas and how to unlock these powers today. And we also going to learn about unclutching. So stay tuned for more and more powerful cognitions about these tattvas. Now we are going to learn about the power of integrity. Any questions? Please post your understanding in the chat. Only when you internalize the manana, you understand. You remember more.
The first thing I wanted to share with you, nothing is needed from your side other than declaring simple integrity. Just simple integrity and listen to the satsangs, that is enough. This system is now fully ripe with extreme compassion and life positive attitude. Understand? When I declared my simple integrity to my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, all I know is what he loves, I will love. What he hates, I will hate. What he wants, I will want. What he does not want, I will not want. That's it. That's what I call simple integrity. You don't even need to struggle, because I am going to give you the most powerful logic in which Paramashiva functions. Understand? Please, all of you understand this one point. We always think we are too smart. Just by coming to conclusion, we can execute the conclusion. Whenever I try to speak elaborately about vegetarian lifestyle or compassion, people try to intervene and say, Swamiji, what do you want to say? You mean I should be vegetarian, I should drop non-veg, that's all, na? Okay. But whoever talks like that, I've always seen they fail when they start executing. Understand? Listen very carefully. If you try to jump to conclusion without loading yourself with enough powerful cognitions, your conclusions will not be powerful enough to break your patterns. So when you struggle, when your conclusions are not powerful enough to break your patterns, when you struggle, when your conclusions become powerless, you enter into frustration and your anger turns towards Guru and the whole system, science. Understand, whenever you are not able to make your conclusions into reality, gather more knowledge, more powerful cognitions. The higher logic with which the powerful cognitions can be realized in your system, can become reality in your system. Gather them. Deleting all the wrong ideas you have about life, body, mind, consciousness, time, universe, world, about anything, deleting all of it and updating yourself with the new software is what I call integrity. Listen, integrity is not moral. It is not moral. It is a frequency. Integrity with me means frequency. You will not come late to the class. Moral means you will be struggling. You really want to come and you will have a reason why you should not come. Absolute hypocrisy. The extreme hypocrisy I have seen is, I really want to be there, Swamiji. I don't want to miss Swamiji. Lies and lies and lies. See, lies which you yourself believe is called hypocrisy. Hypocrisy, when you express it to others, it is called lies. Lies which you believe is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is the worst smell. Listen, the simple direct definition of integrity is honoring every word you utter to yourself and others as life. Listen carefully. Thought currents you are entertaining is talks going on with yourself. Be careful about your thinking because you are listening. Be careful about your thinking, your thought currents, because you are listening. Even if you think, I am not integrated, the next thought current, is it, I will make myself integrated, or is it, nothing can be done, this is the way somehow I push my life. The second thought current matters. Listen carefully. When I give this integrity definition, honoring every thought current you are cherishing within you, and every thought current you are cherishing by sharing with others, honoring it as your life, is integrity. The thoughts you share with yourself, I should say thought currents, because with yourself it's not single thoughts, it's like a bunch of flow. With others it's a single thought because it's a words. Listen carefully. With others you share in linear way, one by one by one. With yourself you share bundles and bundles. If you can share bundles and bundles with others, you and he are in extraordinary at oneness. Sometimes some of my disciples, with them I can share bundles of thought currents without expressing much words. That is the way I received my teachings from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Otherwise, in 9.5 months, no way I could have received this whole Vedas and Agamas from him. I received from him as bundles of thought currents. Because the oneness was so strong. When you share with others, it is one thought, one thought, one thought. When you are talking to yourself, it's bundle of thought currents. Whether thought currents with you or thought currents with others, honoring it as life. Integrity is a frequency. Just integrity is enough for you to manifest Sadashiva's state, space, powers, everything. Nothing else is required. Just integrity is enough. You all might have heard, we have a third eye and it gets calcified by the fluoride. Same way, we have one more intra-organ called vak, not internal organ. Internal organ is the card box. It's called vocal cord. Intra-organ is the vak. Vak is the software of our vocal cord. Third eye. Physically also there is a third eye, and you need a software to operate the third eye. That software is what I am giving as third eye initiation. That physical software, if it is physical hardware third eye, if it is decalcified, we remove it by panchakriya and vegetarian food, this lifestyle. Same way there is something called vak. It gets calcified by all the lies you uttered from the time you started your life. Understand? Listen carefully. Anything you know and you change, the vak gets affected, means the frequency of vak comes down. If your walk is raised to high frequency, I can give you one initiation, materialize. You will start materializing, that's all. Why the Balasans, the moment I initiate, start manifesting powers, and why then many of the adults are struggling? It is because the walk is in such frequency, the frequency is not even matching. I am in Jupiter, you are in somewhere Patala, means underworld. Understand, it is a frequency. Getting you to integrity means two things. You declaring from this moment, I will maintain my word as my life. The words I express to others are words I cherish inside. I'll treat that as life. That is for future. Past decalcification need to be cleaned. Detoxification need to be done. That can be done only by you remembering all the lies you uttered, which you are able to remember, and completing with them. Strange conclusions you create in your life without simple integrity is what I call virus inside, which continues to keep you as a slave forever. This is the straightforward, most practical solution. You need to understand almost 99% of your conclusions, the cognitions you carry about you, life, strange stupidity. If I wear the black dress today, the whole day will be bad. How you came to conclusion? If I see somebody in the morning wearing black dress, the whole day will be bad. How you came to the conclusion? Coming to strange conclusions and operating to strengthen those conclusions in your life. Understand what I am talking. I am giving a very superficial examples. I can go deeper. Go deeper. When your body is in good energy after a cup of coffee, how you think and perceive, how your cognitions are. When you are tired, bored, body is tired, how your cognitions and perceptions are. See, your cognitions, your irritations, your inspiration or boredom is not logical. It is just a cup of coffee. It is just few chemicals and hormones. Distrusting your cognitions and trusting integrity as your software. Listen. Just disowning all your cognitions, deciding to catch up with the integrity. Integrity means I am defining. Every thought current you cherish, you should put your whole being to fulfill it, because every thought current you cherish is a promise you are giving to yourself. Either you put your whole being to complete it, fulfill it, or you drop it and complete it. That's all is integrity towards yourself. Listen. I'll repeat once more. Every thought current you cherish is a word you give it to you. So you should work putting your whole energy to make it into reality. If you are sure you can't make it into reality, complete and drop it. Don't entertain, enjoy anymore. Do not date if you are not going to commit. Same thing outside. Give a word only when you are going to live it. If not, drop it. Just this one, only one, integrity, replace all your cognitions. Your cognition about God, your cognition about world, your cognition about life, your cognition about society, your cognition about your body, your cognition about your mind. Replace it just with this simple, straightforward integrity. The kind of a transformation you will go through, I tell you. In Ayurveda, there is a very simple one verse by a great Siddha. He gives deathless life, the art of deathless life. Take care, the throat is always clear. You will not have death. Looks so simple. One, true, the statement is true. Second, all problems start with your throat infection. If you can take care, the pashana, the medicine, is stored in the throat, you will never in anything you do, you know the first principle. Am I right? First statement. For example, lawyer, he is committed to his client. Doctor, he is committed to life. Engineer, he is committed to the product he is delivering. The first principle of your existence. Being integrated to the first principle of your existence without the fine print footnotes. See, all of you know the first principle of your existence. Am I right? Being committed to that, being integrated to that. All the other utility transactions cannot touch the integrity of your first principle. They may be there, may not be there. But the first principle cannot be compromised. Cannot be compromised. I tell you, first principle brings strength. Understand? Integrity to first principle is strength. That is what Sadashiva calls it as Swadharma. He uses the word Swadharma in Agama. Means your first principle is Swadharma. All of you are very clear about your first principle. Am I right? What is your first principle? Means your declaration about you to the world. All of you know your first principle. Being integrated to that, that's all.
When you say we know the first principle, is it something that changes from time to time, isn't it?
Time to time.
Yeah.
I should say, the practical application may change time to time, but not the first principle itself. First principle itself does not change time to time. Surely it doesn't change.
Like you said, if someone becomes a doctor, or then he wants to become an engineer, then
Oh, no, what I am saying, that time what I said, multidimensional. That I used. Here what I said is, your main commitment, even if you are doing multidimensional, then your first principle should be, when I am declaring myself as a doctor, I am committed to life. When I am declaring myself as a lawyer, I am committed to client. When I am declaring myself as an engineer, I am committed to the delivery of the product. That's all. So that's the first principle. What I am declaring, that forms my first principle. Your first principle is your Swadharma. And being integrated to your Swadharma without shaking or letting your integrity to be shaken by any of the outcomes and side effects. Whether you are praised or blamed or showered, supported or beaten, being integrated to your first principle. Integrity raises the prana level. Integrity, anything which your cognition cognizes. As on now, I can give you example of how your cognition cognizes anger and lust and even hunger, fear. In that frequency, if you cognize the power of integrity, you will be powerful forever. You will be powerful forever. Not just feeling powerful, you will start manifesting powers. Because if you are integrated to your wife, you will have a very good home. If you are integrated to your boss, you will have very good office. If you are integrated to Guru, you will have amazing cosmos. Your integrity is directly integrity to me. I was successful in integrity when I was young because I made it very personal. Like I have to get up and run because I'm going to see Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It was such personal, intimate experience. I became successful in integrity. Not any other logical practices. Practice may make you perfect, not integrated. Cognitive shift makes you integrated. Decision makes you integrated. That is why when you miss integrity, I am not asking you to practice integrity. I am making you to decide to be integrated from now. Declarations are decisions of reminding yourself, let me burn me with integrity. Let me awaken me to my integrity. Let the best of me be awakened in me. Let the best of me be awakened in me. Let's make integrity as a cognition today. See, once it becomes cognition, your chemical change, you see, all your sleep, everything is just chemical change, nothing else. If you keep your tube in your mouth and early morning pour the coffee, you will just wake up. Your sleep is nothing but, your struggle with the whole sleep is nothing but half a cup of coffee. No, really. Romanceless relationships are all nothing but masturbation. Understand? That is so in any relationship. Romance is more important than the physical component of it. All your struggle with the sleep or tiredness or boredom is nothing but simple chemical imbalance. If you are feeling sleepy, tired, tell yourself it is not mental, it is just physical chemical imbalance. Integrity will clean it up. When you clear chemical imbalance using integrity, you bring tremendous health to your system. Understand? If you don't sleep because you are watching movie or some other entertainment, Facebook or something else, you may fall sick. But if you don't sleep because you are practicing certain integrity or tapas, you will never fall sick. Only your body will become healthy. Sattvika Ananda person gets, I can't even describe the benefits, because the benefits happening in the physical level, in the muscle memory level, physiological level, psychological level. When the pitta in your brain, that layer of pitta reduces, only then your system develops a power called eating its own dead cells and cleaning up, which is the energy of Rudra. Understand? Listen. Just now, few days before, one fellow got Nobel Prize for Physics. His research project, I studied his research project. Why he got? It is all about the science of how the body is eating its old dead cells and how it can be supported and encouraged. Please listen. For what he got the Nobel Prize now, at least 60,000 years before, elaborately Sadashiva describes. I can give you precise word. Now I think in English they use the word autophagy or something. I can give you the precise word in Sanskrit, in Agama, and the precise principle. Joy in the brain, first thing it does. Maybe some of my Adinavasis will be wondering, 24 hours last 6-7 days I was with him. When he read this, don't ask those questions. And precisely the Sattvika Ananda, what it does, listen, it will clean up the pitta layer in the brain, means the layer which makes you powerless, tired, and withdraw from the life for no reason. So actually, when the pitta layer attacks you, suddenly you will feel like frustrated and don't want to get involved with anything. If you come face to face with your mother-in-law or boss, or the people whom you don't want to see what happens to you at that moment, imagine that's the same thing. The pitta layer spreading. Listen, this Satvika Ananda first thing cleans up that subtle layer of Pitta, that's one. Second, it awakens the Rudra energy in you, which makes your system eat all the dead cells and dead parts of you and clean up. Just clean up. And this cleaning up is very important to keep you young, to keep you energetic, to keep you healthy, to keep you blissful. As long as this Rudra energy is alive in you, you will not die, you will be immortal. They will be highly efficient, highly integrated. Have a passion for Satvik Ananda. Have romance with Satvik Ananda. The non-violent bliss, peaceful bliss, where you don't hurt anybody, but it is joy for you. Grow more and more of Satvik Ananda in your system. Activities which makes the Satvik Ananda in your system, you will become efficient, you will become integrated, you will be just glowing, you will be completely healthy. The Rudra energy in you will be so alive. You will be young forever. It's an amazing beauty technique. Actually, if you are a participant in the Kirtan and jump, I tell you, so much of Satvika Ananda, biomemory will get into your system. It will help you in every process so powerfully. See, especially when you jump and all, the bliss is inhaled by every pore of your body. Every pore of your body, the bliss is inhaled. It becomes part of your muscle memory and biomemory. Of course, doing puja is surely Satvik Ananda, but you don't use the whole body to do puja. But with these kirtans, it's like a whole body is used. The way your body flows with that, I can tell you, the level of integrity you have and the efficiency are the vision about life.
Done. Now, whatever is your understanding, post the gist of it, what are the powerful cognitions you understood from this session, please post it. Let's do one internal exercise on what we learned about integrity. So let's understand, internalize the tattva of integrity. Integrity is honoring every word you utter to yourself and others. And my simple integrity to my Guru. All I know is what he loves, I will love. What he hates, I will hate. What he wants, I will want. What he does not want, I will not want. That's it. That's what I call simple integrity. Deleting all the wrong ideas you have about life. Body, mind, consciousness, time, universe, world, anything. Deleting all of it and updating yourself with the new software is integrity. Getting you to integrity means two things. You declaring from this moment, I will maintain my word as my life. The words I express to others, words I cherish inside, I treat that as my life. That is for future. Past recalcification need to be cleaned. Detoxification need to be done. That can be done only by you remembering all the lies you uttered, which you are able to remember and completing with them. Now, let's do one internal exercise. Getting you to integrity means two things. You declaring from this moment, I will maintain my word as my life. The words I express to others, the words I cherish inside, I'll treat that as life. That is for future. Past decalcification need to be cleansed. Detoxification need to be done. That can be done only by you remembering the lies you uttered. So now, getting back to integrity, let's do this integrity. Pen down all that, the words that you miss, the lies that you uttered, all that. Pen down and list down all that you remember at this moment. Please do this exercise. If anyone wants to share anything, please do so. Integrity, as you see in the picture, integrity is basically the roots, the foundation that you build your life. The root of your life is integrity. So why is it so important to honor your words? Whether you realize it or not, your life is built on your words and commitments. The words you give it to yourself and others form the structure on which your life building is built. They are the foundation. If your life can be compared to a building, the words you give it to yourself and others is like the foundation of this building. It has to be free from dust and rust, which means that it has to be free from unconscious patterns. The unconscious words you give it to yourself and others is the dust and rust on your building. The building built upon a rusty, dusty structure cannot last long. It has to be made of pure, authentic, strong steel. In the same way, your life is built on the words and commitments you give it to you and to others. It has to be without any unconsciousness or unawareness. Now internalize this truth. Okay, so now the strength of your life is based on the words you give it to you and to others. If your words are conscious, your life will be conscious. If your words are unconscious, your life will be unconscious. That is why integrity forms the basis for your life, the whole life. Integrity is part of your very life energy. It is the energy on which you and the whole cosmos run. Integrity is you fulfilling words and thoughts you give to yourself and to others, and experiencing a state of completion with yourself and with life. Integrity is not just about a big commitments we make in our life. It could be something as simple as telling yourself, I'm going to wake up early every morning and practice yoga. Or telling a friend, let's meet at 5 p.m. No matter what the word you have given to yourself or others, honoring it as your life is a real integrity. Many times, you don't even remember the commitments you make to yourself or to others because you use the word so unconsciously. Without thinking, you don't realize the impact it can have on others. So when you make a commitment and you don't keep it, it will leave a hangover in you or in the other person, which can destroy your self-confidence and the other person's confidence in you. When you utter unconscious words in your relationships or in your business or anywhere in your life, you will be unaware of what consequences it is going to have in your life. When you are unaware of the consequences of your words, life will always bring shocks to you. If life is continuously bringing shocks to you, understand that you are not living in integrity. Integrity is the key which unlocks the power of words. Integrity has two dimensions: honoring the words you give it to yourself and honoring the words you give it to others. Who is the first person to hear the words that you utter? It is you. So, using the right words that start with you. When you honor the words you give it to yourself, and your confidence in yourself grows and your self-doubt melts away, you become powerful. When you honor the words you give it to others and others' confidence in you grows, your relationship with that person becomes powerful. Integrity brings friendliness in your relationships. Using the words consciously with awareness will help you understand the impact of your words on yourself and others. Using the right words can immediately change the way you think and feel about yourself. So you will even notice a change in your body's response to a situation when you handle it with the right words. The right words keep your inner space conflict-free and peaceful. So visibly improving your health and longevity. So by creating and expressing the right words to yourself and others, you can actually shape your reality as you choose. Internalize these powerful cognitions now. So the words that you utter are you. You become the words you speak to yourself and others. If you go on saying, I'm sick, you simply will become sick. In the same way, if you constantly tell yourself, I am healthy, your energy will wake up. You will be very healthy. So cosmic energy awakens in your system and makes your declarations a reality. It's important to choose the right words because you can create your reality with the power of your words. When was the last time you really listened to your own words? You never really listen. Think about it. Either to ourselves or to others. You never listen. When you really start listening to yourself, you will naturally become more aware of the words you give it to yourself and others. You will also have the ability to listen to others' words with integrity. Listening is directly connected to your ability to handle reality as it is, without creating your own unconscious ideas and conclusions. When you don't have listening, you always come to your conclusion even before the information is cognized in you. That is why the very first step of Hindu spiritual practice is Shravana, integrated listening. If you do consider, if you do your very best to keep your commitment, but still find that you cannot keep it, you can you can complete with yourself and the other person by telling them in advance that you cannot keep the commitment. Once you complete them, you move on without pain or guilt or any other hangover of that commitment. So either fulfill or complete. Understand, completion is also integrity. Integrity means aligning the words you utter in both inner and outer space towards completion. When you are in the space of integrity, the power of words opens up in you. So, what is completion? Completion means living and acting without any hangover of the past incidences, words, actions, or memories. Not having a hangover does not mean that you will not remember your past at all. When you are in completion, you will remember past incidences and actions, but they will no longer have the power to cause pain or anger or guilt in you anymore. Integrity is a beautiful way to ensure that you don't create incompletion in yourself and others through your words. So when you relive painful memories again and again during the process of completion, they lose their power over you. You regain the ability to live spontaneously and stress-free. You start living in integrity. You start living in integrity, fully harnessing the power of words. You become a single, unified being. Your inner space, body, and mind come under your control. Taking responsibility for your words is practicing dharma, the right living. In the Hindu epic Mahabharata, it is said that do not do unto others that which cause you pain if done to you. That is dharma. Whenever you use words, remember dharma and ask yourself, will these words cause pain to me or to the other person? Integrity brings all auspiciousness in life. When your integrity is lost, all is lost. Always be aware of the power and impact of the words that you utter to yourself and others. Every person with whom you have an integrated relationship will consciously enrich you. So, uttering the right words and feeling responsible for fulfilling them unlock the power of words. Then Vak Shakti happens in you. That means whatever you utter, that will become reality. So, any questions, any further clarification? We'll be learning more and more of the tattvas today. And any questions, please do let me know. Yes, now we move on to next tattva. The next acharya is here. So get ready for our next session. Wonderful, Ma Sangeeta. Sangeeta says, I started practicing. Wonderful, Ma. And you will see how powerful you become, and you will see whatever words you utter will become a reality.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Okay, let us begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line as we chant the Sadguru Vandanam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Nithyanandam, Ma Sangeeta, how are you doing? Yes, requesting all the participants to keep your cameras turned on. Please be visible. Oh, wonderful, Ma Sangeeta. That's awesome. How are you feeling after the completion? Nithyanandam, Ma, trying. You're feeling good? So make it a habit to practice it every day, Ma. You do it at least for the first 48 days. Okay? So when you do it regularly, you will see the transformation that is happening. So completion is whether you eat your food or you drink water is not important. When you start doing completion, the thirst, to become more complete increases. So you want to complete more. The more changes that you see in yourself, the more you want to do completion. You want to be established in that space of complete completion. That's the best part of doing completion. So wonderful, Ma. You have started your journey. So continue this journey. Okay, so now we learnt about integrity in the first segment, right? So we will be moving on to the next power, which is authenticity, and then we will be moving on to further powers. We will be learning about the 4 powers in today's segments. So these 4 powers will help you lead a successful life. When you start imbibing these 4 powers in your lives, you will start living an extraordinary life when you unlock these 4 powers. These 4 powers are innate in everybody. It is innate, it is present in everyone. When we unlock these 4 powers, we start living an extraordinary life. So what do you understand by the term 4 powers, 4 principle, 4 truths? Most of us have been here earlier. So what is your understanding about these 4 powers or 4 principles, 4 truths? Can anyone share your understanding? Do you know what the 4 powers are? Are you aware? Okay, ma trying is sharing. It really benefits when I want to complete with someone, ma. So you're really surprised. Yes, ma. It is a power actually. When you complete, you become more powerful. You carry that powerfulness in you all the time. You're established in that space of powerfulness when you do the completion. So yes, it is a wonderful feeling. With completion, you look at the whole life in a whole new different light. So it really adds on to you. You become more confident. When you do completion, you become more confident. So wonderful. I'm really happy for both of you, Ma Trang as well as Ma Sangeeta. Good job. Please do continue to do the completion sessions, okay? Continue to do the completions and you will see that you are emerging as a new person. You will not associate yourself with the old, person anymore. You yourself will be surprised what all you can achieve in life with completion. Okay, it's a wonderful feeling. You don't have to feel low about yourself anymore. It gives you immense confidence and you live your life in a very authentic manner. You don't have to hide behind anything or hide behind anyone anymore. You become completely authentic when you start following, not only living the 4 truths, when you are established, these 4 truths, when you live these 4 truths, it directly leads to completion. Practice completion every day just before going to bed and take your time. Okay. As I said, more than food and sleep, completion is more important to make your life whole and fulfilling. Okay, so in today's session, we will be learning more about the 4 powers that leads to success in life. And when we start living these 4 powers of truths, we unlock the innate power to live an extraordinary life. In this segment, we will be learning more about authenticity and responsibility. So what is authenticity? Let me give you the definition. Of course, some of us know what is authenticity. For the newcomers, let me repeat. Authenticity, or Shraddha as it is known in Sanskrit, is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. I repeat, authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. Aligning to your highest identity is authenticity. See, you don't have just one identity as you imagine. You have 4 identities at all times, and you carry all the 4 identities together. The first of these 4 identities is the Mamakara or inner image. It is the inner image and experience that you carry about yourself. For example, I am healthy, I am ugly, I am not intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, etc. These are all examples. Okay, this is the kind of inner image that you carry about yourself all the time. And unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The second identity is ahankara or outer image. So it is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as a very powerful, talented, helpful, honest, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. And the third identity is others' image of you. Apart from these two, there is a third identity you carry, which is the image or expectations that others have about you. This is called the anyakara or others' image about you. So, hope you're all able to follow what is being shared. The inner image, mamakara, outer image, ahankara, and others' image, anyakara. How others perceive you may be different from how you project yourself to them, because people create their opinion about you from the subtle signals you give them rather than what you openly project. Human beings are intelligent enough to catch even what you don't say, or especially what you don't say. The fourth identity is the life image. Understand? The fourth identity is the life image. It is very subtle because it is not directly related to you. It is called Swa Anyakara or life image. Life image is what you experience life to be for you. For example, you may feel life is lonely or life is complicated, life is sacred, scary, or life is always showering me with everything that I need. This is also your identity because it defines the exact experience you will be receiving from people and situations in your life. So, authenticity means living at your peak in each of these dimensions. Okay, so Matranga is sharing, once she did completion, the very attitude of people changed towards her and they started talking with her. Okay, ma. Very nice sharing. Thank you, ma, for sharing. See, when you share your experiences, you are encouraging and motivating so many people to become a part of this program. By making them become a part of this program, you are directly helping them. You are directly helping them in making a difference to their lives. So many people out there are suffering, not knowing that there is, something, there is the true knowledge that exists that can raise oneself to experience bliss. So when you share your experiences with people around you on the social media platforms, just by reading your experience, people will want to be a part of this program. So it's very important for us to share our experiences, our own experiences with others so that we motivate and encourage and enrich them to become a part of the program. See, this is a free program. We are not even charging. Bhagavan is only interested in giving all of us enlightenment, isn't it? He is here to give that enlightenment to the whole of humanity. So making people a part of this program becomes our responsibility. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so let's continue. Thank you, Matrang. Thank you once again for sharing your experience. Okay, authenticity in Sanskrit, it is known as Shraddha. So we are receiving the teachings from none other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam. So it's high time for the whole of humanity to tune their thinking to their peak possibility, isn't it? Rather than unnecessarily suffering and not understanding the spiritual truths and living a very low kind of life, it is time people decided to raise themselves. Since we have an incarnation amidst us, the journey becomes much more easier. Now, as we saw in the earlier segment, the power of words can make or break any relationship. The power of thinking is deeper than the power of words because it can make or break your life itself. The power of thinking is the power to train and tune your thinking to its highest potential. Whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, you can control your mind in the same way that you control your body's movements. You can decide and declare who you want to be. It is possible to train your mind and encourage only the thoughts that are in alignment with your highest possibility, discouraging and completing with disempowering ideas. Understand? Your thinking makes you or breaks you. Thinking is not accidental. Thinking happens with your voluntary involvement. Your thinking process is actually encouraged, entertained, and enriched by you. But unfortunately, you believe that thinking is accidental and you cannot control your mind. So, when you unlock the power of thinking, you will be able to spontaneously focus your thoughts to achieve your highest potential. Constantly functioning at your peak possibility is authenticity. Authenticity is the key that unlocks the power of thinking. Yes. So when you unlock the power of thinking, you will be able to spontaneously focus your thoughts to achieve your highest potential. Constantly functioning at your peak possibility is authenticity. Authenticity is the key that unlocks the power of thinking. You don't have just one identity as you imagine, you have 4 identities. And at all times, you carry the 4 identities or dimensions together. The first of these 4 identities is Mamakara or inner image. It is the inner image and experience you carry about yourself. I'm healthy, I'm ugly, I'm intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work. I love people, etc. You carry many such inner ideas about yourself. Unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The second identity is ahankara or outer image. It is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as a very powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. Apart from these two, there is a third identity you carry, which is the image or expectations that others have about you. This is called anyakara or others' image about you. How others perceive you may be different from how you project yourself to them, because people create their opinion about you from the subtle signals you give them rather than what you openly project. Now, human beings are intelligent enough to catch even what you don't say, or especially what you don't say. So, we looked at examples in our previous sessions. We have looked at examples, isn't it? So, if you are trying to project yourself as a very courageous person, but you may be giving out subtle signals that you're not very confident from within, okay? And people will be able to catch that because they're quite intelligent and they can understand your body language even if you don't say anything, isn't it? So, you all agree with me? The fourth identity is very subtle because it is not directly related to you. It is called Swa Anyakara or life image. Life image is what you experience life to be for you. For example, you may feel life is lonely or complicated or sacred. Life is scary. Life is always showering me with everything I need. Understand, this is also your identity, and it defines the exact experience you will be receiving from people and situations in your life. Authenticity means living at your peak in each of these dimensions. So let us find out the source of our conflicts. Now, we looked at what is a root thought pattern. We have understood what is a root thought pattern, isn't it? All of us have understood what is a root thought pattern. Now, we will go through the definition of a root thought pattern again for better understanding. A thought pattern is a predefined way of responding to any situation based on a powerful past experience like failure, rejection, being punished, being subjected to abuse, or witnessing the death of a loved one. Understand? A root thought pattern is a predefined way of responding to any situation based on a powerful past experience like failure, rejection, being punished, being subjected to abuse, or witnessing the death of a loved one. Say, for example, we looked at the child witnessing a murder at the beach, isn't it? We looked at the example of a child who witnessed a murder at the beach. Now, every time he hears the word beach, whenever he comes across the word beach in his life, he is going to exactly respond the way he responded for the very first time when he witnessed the murder. The very word beach will send shivers down his spine. The child will not be able to come to terms with the word beach in a normal way. He is always going to look at the beach as a very scary place where murders can happen. Now, a root thought pattern. A thought pattern is a predefined way of responding to any situation based on a powerful past experience. It could be anything that you faced in life as a child. So during such moments of crisis, you create an idea about yourself and life, like I am weak, or I am a failure, or nobody loves me. So when the root incident happens before the age of 7, you create an idea about yourself and life. Okay? So you may feel life is dangerous, so I have to be very careful. Now, almost all root thought patterns are negative, even the ones which may lead to success in your life, because they are born out of your feeling of powerlessness. So, some of the common root thought patterns. Okay, let us continue. Some of the common root thought patterns are I am a failure, nobody loves me, I'm alone, I'm ugly, life is out there to cheat me, I'm weak and unhealthy, I'm powerless, so I have to please everybody. Life is hard, so I have to be extra smart. Life is too big for me to understand. So, see, these are some of the common root thought patterns. Okay, this is how one would feel from within. It can be all put together, or it can be one or two out of these. Understand? Able to follow? Okay. Now, what is authenticity? Again, all thought patterns are based on inadequate cognitions. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us resume. So, what is authenticity? All thought patterns are based on inadequate cognitions because life is different every moment and you need to respond to it spontaneously. But right now, you are nothing but a bunch of programmed actions, and patterns that never let you connect with life as it happens. You have many thought patterns, but a root thought pattern is one of the few defining thought patterns that are continuously running your life without your knowledge. Even the conflicts among your identities are nothing but the result of your root thought patterns. If you have a certain idea about yourself inside, but you project a different personality outside, that is inauthenticity. If you look deep, all your problems arise from conflicts among your four identities. When any of your dimensions is out of alignment with the others, it causes disease, suffering, and incompletion in your life. Let me repeat. The conflicts among your identities are nothing but the result of your root thought patterns. If you have a certain idea about yourself inside, but you project a different personality outside, that is inauthenticity. If you look deep, all your problems arise from conflicts among your four identities. When any of your dimensions is out of alignment with the others, it causes disease, suffering, and incompletion in your life. So, how does authenticity unlock the power of thinking? So, understand all these identities you carry are actually thought patterns that you carry about you. Even others' image about you is an idea that you have created in them. So you are the creator of all your identities. Hope you're all clear. You are the creator of all your identities. So when one identity is fighting with another identity, how can your thinking be focused? So you're projecting yourself in a certain way, but you think about yourself in a different way. You carry an inner image and you have a different outer image. Okay? Now, when one identity is fighting with another identity, how can your thinking be focused? All your energy is going to be used in reconciling your fighting identities. When all your identities or images are in tune, all your thinking will be aligned in one direction. Your thinking becomes clear and sharp like a laser beam. You will awaken the power of thinking. So, with authenticity, there is no more space for unconscious thinking and living because you will always be aware of the causes and effects that are playing in your life. So, when you start living the best inner image, we wrote down yesterday in yesterday's session, we wrote down our best inner image, our best outer image, our best others image, and the best life image. Okay. When all these four images are aligned, like for example, I'm the favorite inheritor of the cosmos. If that is your best inner image, outer image, others image, and life image, then what happens? You start living authentically. When you start living that, that as Paramashiva, when you start expressing yourself as Paramashiva on the outside, when others start looking at you as Paramashiva, and when you look at life, the whole is nothing but you are the part and parcel of that very Paramashiva. So what happens when you live authentically with authenticity? There is no more space for unconscious thinking and living because you will always be aware of the causes and effects that are playing in your life. Your thinking goes hand in hand with the way you want to build yourself. These four parts of your thinking need to be completely purified. It is not just about declaring that you are Paramashiva. I'm just quoting an example here. When you declare that you are Paramashiva, you need to love yourself. See, only when you love yourself, you can love others. You have to become that embodiment of love. You have to become that embodiment of compassion, grace, powerfulness, all the qualities of Paramashiva, you start imbibing when you declare and when you're really clear about it. You will start imbibing Paramashiva. Okay? So when you're constantly thinking about someone, unknowingly you imbibe their qualities. So rather than thinking about some low level person, when you start thinking about the only, the most powerful, the most graceful, the most complete person on planet Earth, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, when you start thinking about him all the time, you start imbibing his qualities. You don't give way to any kind of negativity or powerlessness. So your thinking affects, isn't it? We learned in our previous sessions, the way we think affects our body and mind. So when you're always in remembrance, when you're doing the Leela Dhyana, what can happen? You become that. You ultimately transform yourself. So understand, your thinking goes hand in hand with the way you want to build yourself. These 4 parts of your thinking need to be completely purified. Start living as Paramashiva. When you start living as Paramashiva, you will start treating others also as Paramashivas. You will only look for the best in the others. You will stop finding faults in others. You will start finding only the best qualities in others. So look inside now. It's time to look inside and identify the images that you carry about yourself. And then you can rewrite what you feel will be the peak possibility, the best qualities you can possess of these 4 images. So according to me, I am Paramashiva is the best quality inner image. It can be my best inner image. It can be my best outer image, my best others image, as well as my best life image. Isn't it? So it's up to you now to decide what you will feel will be the peak possibility, the best qualities you can possess of these 4 images. So let your thinking be always aligned to your peak inner image, peak outer image, peak others image, and peak life image. So usually our inner image will be much lower than the identity that we project outside to others. How many of you agree with me? You can share your answers in the chat box. Our inner image will be much lower than the identity you project outside to others. Do you agree with me, Matrai? Yes. Yes, it is. The answer is yes for everyone. Until and unless you're not enlightened, you are an enlightened being, the answer will be yes for all of this. Okay? So, we need to understand this very important truth. If we can project a higher identity to others, it means that the higher identity is already there in your visualization space, in your thinking space, and whatever you can think of as yourself, you already have the capacity to make that into reality. So if you think that you are Paramashiva, understand that identity already exists in you. It means the higher identity is already there in your visualization, in your thinking space. Whatever you think of yourself, you already have the capacity to make that into reality. Now we will do a small exercise. Okay, we will be quickly doing a small exercise to raise our inner image to the best image. We are going to declare our best 4 images. So now you will write down to have a better understanding of what you think of yourself right now. Most of us will not even be aware of what we are thinking about ourselves. That is why it is important to do these exercises. So make 2 columns in your workbook titled Inner Image and Outer Image. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, the beliefs that you have about yourself. For example, I am weak, I am friendly, I am unlucky, etc. In the second column, write the corresponding outer image that you project to others. For example, you may project yourself to be strong, friendly, and lucky. In the first column, make a list of your top 10 inner images, beliefs you have about yourself. Okay? It could be anything. It may be positive and it could be negative. Positive in the sense you can feel that you are a successful person, you are a very happy person. Negative is like, I'm weak, I'm not good enough, I'm whatever it could be. It could be positive as well as negative. Whatever you think about yourself, it doesn't have to be positive. All the 10 things need not be positive and all the 10 things need not be negative. So write down the top 10 inner images, the beliefs that you have about yourself in the first column. In the next column, write the corresponding outer image that you project to others. For example, if you feel that from within you are weak, okay, your inner image is like, I am weak, how are you projecting yourself in the outer world? How are you expressing yourself in the outer world? Do you express the same way? Do you show that you are weak, or do you show yourself as a powerful or a courageous person? Write down how you project yourself. Be honest and sincere to yourself, because nobody is going to read this exercise. It is for you. Okay? So be honest and sincere when you do this exercise. You will be reading this and you will be understanding your own self better when you do this exercise. So if you think that you're weak from within and how you project yourself outside, you need to write that, how you project yourself outside. So you can, if you think from within, if you feel that I am friendly and you project yourself as a friendly person outside, it is fine. Okay? Every time there need not be any contradiction. It could be different. If it is same, it is fine. If you feel that you're a friendly person from within and you project outside as a friendly person, it is absolutely fine. And then next example, if you feel that you're unlucky from within, but you show yourself outside as a very lucky person, you need to write how you project. So first column, you will be writing your inner images, top 10 inner images. And in the next column, you will be writing the corresponding outer image that you project to others. Okay, quickly, let's do this exercise. Okay, if you have finished the exercise, let's move on. Now, compare each inner image and outer image you have noted down. Compare each inner image and outer image. Look at both the columns, what you have written in the first column and the second column. So start comparing the inner image and the outer image that you have noted down. So wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and your outer image. What you perceive as you and what you project as you to others by always choosing the higher idea. For example, wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your inner image to your outer image. Do not reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. Wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your inner image to your outer image. Understand? If you have, for example, your inner images, I am, you can choose any example. I am unlucky, like how we saw in the earlier example. If you feel from within, your inner image is, I am unlucky. But your outer image is, you project yourself as a very lucky person. Now decide to tune your inner image. Decide to tune your inner image to your outer image. So you tuning is what? Aligning to the best. Now you will start tuning your outer image, okay, to your inner image. Now you will start feeling from within, declare to yourself that you are a lucky person from within. You will no more have that conflict, okay? Decide not to have that conflict anymore. With all the spiritual truths that you are receiving, with the understanding of your root pattern, completion, the 4 images, the 4 powers, it becomes easier for you to tune your inner image to your outer image or your outer image to your inner image. Okay? So with the understanding of all these truths, it becomes an easy process. It is not difficult. Please understand. Never reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Okay? Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. It is more important that you start loving yourself first. Before you can love others, it is important for you to learn to love yourself. Only when you love yourself, you will see the self-hatred dying down. Okay? You will not beat yourself any further. So accepting yourself the way you are and working on these 4 identities is what is going to give you the results. Repeat this for each point. For each point that you have written down, your inner image and outer image, repeat the same for each point. Compare both the identities. Whatever qualities are best in both, choose those. Now draw a star against all your best qualities. Okay? Draw a star against all your best images. If there are some great qualities in your inner image, you need to raise your outer image to match that. For example, if you feel you're a friendly person from within and you don't project yourself as a very friendly person outside, it is time you raised your outer image to your inner image. So if there are some great qualities in the outer image you project, you need to raise your inner image to match that which you project. Continuously tune yourself to your peak image. So understand, when you declare yourself that you are Paramashiva, you will start aligning to Paramashiva. Authenticity in thinking has 2 steps. First, find out what you really want in your life by sincerely contemplating on what you want your 4 dimensions to be. Finding out what you want in life, first of all. Is it enlightenment? Is it living powerfully? Is it living by radiating compassion and love? Is it by living however you want to live? Okay, you decide what you really want in your life. Okay, so when you find out what you really want in your life by sincerely contemplating on what you want your 4 dimensions to be, so then make a list of your best inner image, the best outer image, the best others image and life image, and place it by your bedside, your office desk, or any place where you can see it as soon as you wake up and all day. You need to be looking at it the whole day. So let it be visible. Wherever you're keeping it, it has to be visible to you. All of you are able to follow? If you have any doubts, please type your questions in the chat box. Hope it is clear. You're able to follow Ma, Sangeeta, Ma Trang. Are you all able to follow? Ma, okay, Ma Wong, K, Yong, Surendran. If you're all able to follow what is being shared here, please share in the chat box. If you have any questions or queries or clarifications, you can type here in the chat box. Okay, thank you, Ma Trang. Now, one of the biggest obstacles for most people is self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern that happens because of the memory of past failures. First is to identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. Identifying the obstacles that comes your way, in your way, from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be is now the second step. So one of the biggest obstacles for most people is self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern. So as I'm saying, I am Paramashiva, I'm declaring, when I declare myself as I am Paramashiva, there will be this doubt still lurking in the corner of my mind, asking me, can I really be Paramashiva? Can I really become Paramashiva? Is it possible? Is it true? Isn't it? So that is self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern that happens because of the memory of past failures. So how you responded when the very first root incident happened in your life, you will be responding in the same way. You'll be operating from the same cognition. So these sessions, these filled with powerful truths, is going to give you that breakthrough in your thinking. It is going to help you to bring authenticity in your thinking. When you do completion, you will be overcoming that cognition. You will look at yourself in a different way. Now, whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage it, enrich it, and entertain it. Whichever thought is not in alignment with, complete with it, consciously, decisively, complete with that pattern. Go on completing every day with those patterns which are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. So now that you know how to do the completion, whichever thought is not in alignment with your peak possibility, complete with it. Whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage it, enrich it, and entertain it. Go on completing every day with the patterns which are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. So life becomes magical when you do completion. When you start living authenticity, you know the right way of thinking and will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life. In Hindu spiritual practice, this is the second step known as manana, authentic thinking. So let your thinking be established in authenticity continuously expanding yourself towards your peak possibility. When you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts that makes whatever you think into a success, you have unlocked the power of thinking. So let us read. I'm just reading the Purna Mantra here just to understand the meaning of the Purna Mantra. So the Purna Mantra says, Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnameva Vasishyate. From the space of completion, only completion comes out. Even when completion comes out, completion remains as completion. When the completion goes back, completion remains as completion. So hope all of you are clear. If you still have any doubts, please don't hesitate to ask questions. You can ask questions. So we also need to understand one more thing. One more important point is that honesty is not authenticity. Please understand. Honesty is only the first step to authenticity. Honesty is a socially good quality, while authenticity is a spiritual quality. Authenticity means living the spiritual truths authentically. For example, say you're angry with someone, okay? If you directly express it to that person that you're angry with that person, it is honesty. But what happens in authenticity? In authenticity, the two beings understand each other. Okay? Not only understand each other, there will not be the anger also does not happen. Authenticity means living the truth without compromising, okay, without suffering or bending, with courage and non-violence. That is living authenticity. Honesty will always be demanding. I am honest, you be honest. Whereas authenticity will always be flowing. So I am flowing and I don't bother about you. Authenticity fills you as well as others. Honesty burns others and you. Many times, honesty is a poor substitute for authenticity. The very idea of honesty is built on your ego, but authenticity is built on the cosmic understanding. Authenticity is living the truths from yourself. Honesty is living the versions of the truths given to you by society. Okay. So if you don't have any questions or doubts, we will move on to our next segment. We will now be we'll be learning about the next powerful truth, which is responsibility. We will learn how to take responsibility. We will learn how to become more responsible. So what is this term? What is your understanding about this term responsibility? What do you think responsibility means? Yes, you can type here. What does the term responsibility mean according to all of you? Okay, so Surendran Ayya is asking a question. I have learned a skill, but I'm not able to put it into practice. Something obstructs me to put it into practice. How to overcome it? Okay, so what is it that is stopping you from putting it into practice? So when you look in Naya, you will see that there must be some past incident that has happened in your life that is stopping you from your expansion. Okay, it is because you're not courageous enough to face the reality as it is. If there is something that is stopping you, it could be the memory of your past failures. Okay, you're stuck with that cognition. So going and finding out your root pattern, completing with that root pattern is what is going to help you to overcome this problem. So go back to your earliest childhood memory before the age of 7. If you can remember any incident that has happened in your life, okay, identify the incident. Surendra Naya, I hope you're following what I'm sharing, So identifying the root incident, going back and identifying the root incident and doing the completion, okay, is what is going to help you walk out of this. It could be low self-esteem. It could be past failure. Somebody must have laughed at you as a child when you were on stage and you forgot to deliver something. You may have seen people react in a certain way and you're stuck. People may not accept your ideas. People may not encourage, or they may reject. You may be carrying some kind of fear within you, which is not giving you the confidence to present yourself. Again, first work with identify the root incident that has happened in your life and work on your 4 images. What you felt about yourself at that point of time when the incident happened. How did you feel about yourself? First, identify your inner image, and then how did you project yourself during that situation? How did others see you? And how do you look at life? What is your understanding about life? So you need to find out, you need to do the completion. We have something called the Samskara Dahana Kriya. Okay, Swamiji has delivered a discourse on Samskara Dahana Kriya. There are many satsangs available on YouTube. So please watch those satsangs. How to do the Samskara Dahana Kriya, okay, which helps you in completing with your root pattern. So watch those satsangs and please start doing the completion every day, like how Ma Sangeeta and Ma Trang were sharing. When they did completion, they felt so good. Even the person who was not talking to them, they came and they started talking to them. So they have shared. And yes, you can forget your past failures only when you do completion, when you relive the incident. That is what Swamiji is teaching us. Relive to relieve. When you relive that incident completely, go into that incident, become that child. When you identify the root incident, suppose say it happened at the age of 5, becoming a 5-year-old and reliving that incident, becoming that child and reliving that incident like as it is happening right in front of you. Go through the same emotions without don't look at yourself as an adult reliving that incident. You have to become that very child and relive that incident at the age when it happened, at the age. So you becoming that 5-year-old or 6-year-old or 7-year-old and reliving that incident, and when you relive that incident sincerely, when you do the completion exercise or technique, you will walk out of all your patterns. Like you are asking if there is any technique. The only technique to forget your past failures is completion. Okay, and it's a very easy method. Swamiji has shared it with the whole of humanity. It is available on YouTube. Please watch the Samskara Dahana Kriya. Please note it down. satsangs on Samskara Dahana Kriya, SDK. When you watch, you will have a better understanding of how to do the completion process. When you really follow the techniques, the steps that Swamiji has prescribed, given it to us in those satsangs, you will be able to focus on your present task completely. You will not be bothered about your past anymore. You will live your present in a you will live your life in a very fulfilling manner without any of these patterns coming in your way. When you complete with your patterns, they do not cause any obstructions in your life. So it is not only for Surendra Naya, it is for all the people who are doing this program, who are attending this program online, as well as your own two-way. So please go ahead and do the completion process, and you will see how your life transforms, how you transform, how you become a more powerful person. So next segment we are entering into is yes, we will now learn how to become responsible. What is responsibility? How to take responsibility? Matrang is sharing responsibility is not blaming others or waiting for others, doing everything happening in our life. Yes, ma'am. You seem to understand what is responsibility. Good. So there are various definitions and various ways of looking at the term responsibility. We will learn the right definition and the right understanding from the current segment. So what happens when you start living responsibility, when you learn to take responsibility? The first thing that can happen is you will be able to unlock the power of feeling. Today we are learning the 4 spiritual truths to unlock the powers and to start living an extraordinary life, to start living a successful life. The first thing that all of us need to understand is you are the source. All of us put together. This applies to all of us. You are the source. The power of feeling is nothing but your ability to realize yourself as the source of all the happenings in your life. This understanding gives you tremendous control over your own life and gives you the power to be a positive influence in the life of others. The power of feeling is unlocked when you recognize yourself as a leader and take responsibility for everything in and around you. Responsibility is the key that unlocks the power of feeling. Now, what is responsibility? Responsibility means living and responding to life from the truth that you are the source of and therefore responsible for all happenings in and around you. So, when you understand that you are the source of and therefore you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you, you will stop complaining about everything and everyone around you. When you really understand that you are the source of and responsible for all the happenings in your life, what can happen? Okay. Now, let us look at a small example about somebody, nobody, anybody, and everybody. Once upon a time, there were 4 people named everybody, somebody, anybody, and nobody. And there was an important job to be done. But who was to do it? Everybody was sure that somebody would do it. Anybody could have done it, but nobody did it. Somebody got angry about it because it was everybody's job. Everybody thought that anybody could do it, but nobody realized that everybody wouldn't do it. And it ended up that everybody blamed somebody when nobody did what anybody could have done. So, this is how we live our lives, isn't it? When we don't take responsibility, when we live unconsciously in the outer world, what happens? We think that somebody will do it. It is not my duty or my responsibility, or why should I do it? Isn't it? That is how we live. This is how we are living, and it's time to change. Now, a person who does not feel responsible even for his own actions lives like an animal. He lives in a very low level of consciousness. A person who feels responsible only for his own actions is a human being. He lives in middle level consciousness. And a person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in leadership consciousness. A person who takes responsibility even for others' actions is divine. He lives in leadership consciousness. Even though your actions are not responsible for something, taking responsibility even for others' inauthenticity and irresponsibility makes you a leader. When we hear about taking responsibility for everything, the biggest question we have in our minds is, how can I be responsible for everything happening around me? I understand that I can be held responsible for what is happening inside me. How can I be held responsible for what is happening outside me? For example, if an accident happens in my life, how can I be responsible? Everybody asks this question, isn't it? Including us. How can I be responsible for some accident that took place somewhere? See, when a small example, when one day in the middle of the night, Swami Vivekananda, he sat up. He felt a lot of pain. He experienced a lot of pain. He went through a lot of pain inside his body. At a certain time, he was going through that pain. And the next day, they learned at the very same time there was an earthquake in some part of the globe, and whatever that the people went through, Swami Vivekananda went through. It is because he had taken the responsibility for the whole world. He was in oneness with the whole cosmos, and he felt the pain that was happening to one part of the region, where when that region experienced natural calamity. Whatever the people went through there, Swami Vivekananda could feel it inside him. He experienced that pain. Okay, so that is just an example to understand how great masters live, how the enlightened beings operate and function. They may be in the human body, but let us not look at them as ordinary beings, ordinary human beings. They are here to take the responsibility for the whole world. And only that responsibility that Swamiji has taken for all of us has brought us all together in this. Today, we are all here receiving these great truths because he has taken responsibility for the whole of humanity. So, there is an important difference between being the cause of something and being responsible for it. Sometimes you may not be the reason for a certain happening, but if it is affecting your life, you are responsible for that happening. For example, you may not be the cause of political corruption in your country, but as a citizen of the country, you are responsible for it. You may not be the reason for it, but that doesn't mean that you are not responsible in truth. You need to know that unless you take responsibility, you are neither going to improve the situation nor are you going to expand your inner space. First of all, when you take responsibility for your own self, like say for example, Ma Trang, if she takes responsibility to do completion every day, when she sits and does the completion, she is going to experience something extraordinary. She's going to start living an extraordinary life. When she takes responsibility for herself to walk out of all the patterns that is restricting her from expanding, when she takes responsibility and does the completion every day sincerely, she is going to see the results. And when she becomes powerful, people around her are going to observe, notice that powerfulness in her, and they would want to know. And then she will know how to take responsibility for the other person. Only when she becomes responsible for her life, for herself, she can even think about the other person, taking responsibility for other people. So understand, unless you take responsibility, you're neither going to improve the situation, nor are you going to expand your inner space. You always believe that you are suffocated by your smallness. Please understand, you are not suffocated by your smallness, you are suffocated by your bigness. Whenever bigness is demanded of you, whenever you feel you're being forced to expand, you shrink even further into your comfort zone. Your tiredness, your weakness, your powerlessness, all these are nothing but the resistance that you have to seeing your own bigness. That is why when someone tells you that you are weak, you're poor and a sinner, it becomes easy to accept. But if someone tells you that you are divine, if that you are powerful, you are complete, then your whole identity starts trembling with fear. Now, when I put you on stage and I declare, okay, Ma Trang, you are Paramashiva. From today, you are Paramashiva and you're going to live like Paramashiva. How are you going to take it? You feel overwhelmed, isn't it? Your bigness frightens you. Understand, your life always demands your expansion, because expansion is the natural law of life. And that is why you carry such a deep fear for life, especially life in the form of other people, because people are the most living expression of life. The more you engage with life, the greater the expansion that will be demanded of you. So understand, whenever you're feeling weak, tired, powerless, the first thing that you need to do is take on 10 responsibilities immediately and commit to fulfilling them within an impossibly short time. Shake your inner space so powerfully with that commitment that there will be no way for weakness and tiredness to grow inside you. So next time when we feel weak, tired, and powerless, what are we going to do? What are we going to do when we're feeling tired, weak, powerless? What are we going to do? You can all share your responses. Yes, beautiful. Ma Sangeeta has shared that she will take responsibility. Exactly. That is what all of us are going to be doing. You will shake your inner space so powerfully with that commitment that there will be no way for weakness and tiredness to grow inside you. We always feel that responsibility is a burden. Understand, it is a power. Responsibility directly leads you to leadership consciousness. So if the leaders, the right leaders did not take responsibility for the society, what can happen to the society? Somebody decided to take responsibility, and that is why you enjoy all the benefits in the society, isn't it? Of course, there is a lot of corruption also. As long as you feel responsible only for your family, you remain as the head of just your family. When you feel responsible for the community, you become a leader of the community. As your feeling of responsibility expands, your leadership quality also expands. The decision To feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is responsible declaration known in Hindu spiritual practice as Nidhyasana. Responsible declaration unlocks the power of feeling in you. The moment you hear that you are responsible for everything happening around you, you think, if I feel responsible for all the garbage on the streets, I will be stuck cleaning it up the whole day. I will not be able to do anything else. So please listen. I'm not saying that if you feel responsible for the streets, you will need to clean them yourself. I'm also not saying that you will not clean them yourself. Anything may happen, but don't be afraid to dive into the feeling of responsibility just because of your imaginary complications. Do not stop yourself from feeling it at all. Complete with those imaginary complications. Take a little time to let this feeling to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. It has to sink inside you and be in sync with your actions. Then responsibility will become synergy, synchronized energy. Understand the science of feeling. You can feel anything as joy or anything as pain. It is your freedom. Even the greatest achievement can bring pain to you, and even the worst experience can be a joyful learning. You have the ability to decide how you want to feel. Whenever you feel empowered, you are joyful. Whenever you feel powerless, you experience suffering. All your suffering, pain, anger, guilt, fear, jealousy, frustration is nothing but powerlessness expressing in different ways. When you feel responsible for everything that happens in your life, you will feel that everything is joyful because nothing can make you powerless. So empower yourself with responsibility and unlock the power of feeling. So what can happen when you unlock the power of feeling in you? You will always act from a space of power and completion. You will start focusing on the solution and not the problem. You will expand your inner space and open up new possibilities. You will gain a high degree of control over your life, and you will raise yourself to the next level of success and evolve into a new being. So now let us quickly do an exercise to unlock the power of feeling. Surendranaya, you can do this exercise. Please do this exercise. It is highly recommended. And this exercise is not just for one or two people here. It is for everybody who's attending this program. Write down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. Example, at work or in relationships. Okay? You want to express yourself in a certain way, but something is limiting you. It is stopping you. Okay, write down all the areas. First, you identify the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself fully. Now, for each of these areas of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter, and the actions you take. Identify where you are not taking responsibility for that aspect of your life, where you are waiting for the external situation to change instead. Let us all do this exercise. Only when we do these exercises, we will be able to look in. There will be so much clarity happening when we do these exercises. It is important for all of us to see. You have taken one step to be here in this program. Since you decided to be here, decide to become empowered, decide to become powerful, decide to let go of all the areas in your life which is shrinking you, which is pulling you, which is not allowing you to expand. So just let go of all that and become powerful. Nityanandam, welcome. Vishwanathan. Yes. So you can also do this exercise. Since you have just joined, Vishwanathan, you can also do the exercise. So write down all the areas of your life where you shrink from expressing yourself. For example, at work, in relationships, or it could be any area of your life. Suppose you want to have a yogic body and you're not able to attain that. You want to have a yogic body and a Vedic mind. What is stopping yourself? So, what are the thoughts that you are having? If after you have identified the areas of your life, write down the thoughts that you are having, the words that you utter, and the actions you take. And then identify where you're not taking responsibility for that aspect of your life, where you're waiting for the external situation to change instead. So, yesterday we saw in one example how this person carries the same kind of food every day and he complains when he has to eat the food. He sits and complains about eating the same kind of food. And when his friends ask him, he finally tells them that it is he who is cooking that food. It is not somebody else who's making that food for him. We operate in a same manner. We are okay with, complaining about certain things, but what we fail to do is taking responsibility in that particular area and attending to that issue. So, to overcome that pattern, to walk out of that pattern, when you do this exercise, it helps you to build yourself. It helps you to become more responsible and more powerful. Let's quickly finish this exercise. Yes. If you have finished writing, you need some more time? Okay, you have finished. Okay, let us continue. If you have completed the exercise, we can continue. If you are yet to continue, yet to finish, you can do the exercise. You can make some time for yourself and continue to do the exercise. Now, the next step is choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. Choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. So it could be the one which is your topmost priority. It could be at work or it could be your relationship. So choose any one area and declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want. Suppose you want to have the best relationship with everyone around you. You will choose that area. And next, what you will do is declaring your responsibility. You will declare your responsibility for creating the new situation you want, and you will identify what has to change for that to happen. In case you have to become more communicative, more expressive, you need to be in gratitude, you need to become more humble or more friendly. You need to identify what has to change in you for that to happen. And for 1 week, you will follow up with yourself sincerely and record your progress. See, you need to remember to do this exercise, not just doing it once. You need to do it repeatedly. Only then you will see success. So, for example, like if you want to learn driving, you just cannot master the skill, right? By just going one day and learning how to drive, or just by going 1 week, getting trained for 1 week. If you have to master driving, you need to do it every day. You need to practice, isn't it? Similarly, for you to bring in that change, for the change to happen inside you, you need to do this exercise repeatedly. You need to apply these truths, this knowledge that you are gaining repeatedly to see the changes that you want to see. Okay? So, with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. The next segment will be taken over and guided by the next Acharya. We will conclude with the Purna Mantra. So please sit up with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let us chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Yes, thank you all. Let us wait for the next Acharya. Nithyanandam, everyone.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Now we'll start with the power manifestation, consciousness over matter. So please go ahead. Actually, we have not done the third eye yet. So yeah, first we'll do the third eye, and the next power manifestation we'll do the consciousness over matter. So please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. For those of you who, what is powerful cognitions? Living Enlightenment book is a living deity. Literally, Swamiji speaking to you. So you pick up randomly, you open the page and see wherever your eyes fall in. That is your powerful cognition. Even from the soft copy, you can do the same. So, receive powerful cognition from Living Enlightenment book. Marjani posted, you are not byproduct of your actions. You are far bigger than your actions. Wonderful, Ma. And Sangeeta, make the enemy powerless by making enemy powerless. Enmity powerless. Wonderful. And Vishwanathan, a life that has left the body after suffering. In the interval of taking the next body, Ananda wakes up immersed in the power. That is why children are so happy and cute. Yes, with these powerful cognitions, please sit straight. Bring your awareness, your third eye. Fill your inner space with Swamiji's palm. Again and again, bring your attention back to your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming in this way, unclutch. With this space of unclutching, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continuously chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm projecting the picture now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, please go ahead and post whatever your third day revealed in the chat. I'm projecting the picture now. So Sangeeta posted bird. So very close, ma. Very close. And it's another nature. Yes. Water, hills, trees, butterfly. Okay, nature. And ma Jenny, I see sunshine, flower, tree, green, yellow, sunflower. So all of you are getting there. Yes. All partial manifestation. So let's learn more about responsibility, the tattva of responsibility. Responsibility is living and responding. That means thinking, feeling, acting, cognizing to life from the truth that you are the source of everything. Therefore, you are responsible for all the happening inside you and around you. For example, a person with eye is responsible to give vision to a blind person. The moment you have knowledge, you become responsible to make ignorant knowledgeable. Person with the power is responsible to make the powerless people to become powerful. We'll get to listen to Swamiji also. If you feel you are responsible for something, only then you will even look into that part of your life. Restricting your responsibility should never be allowed. You are a human being. You are responsible for the whole cosmos because you are the whole cosmos, not just planet Earth. When you carry responsibility in your being, that very carrying responsibility in your being will raise you to a totally different level. Feeling responsible makes you a hero. Feeling responsible in your being, you don't need to do any action. You don't need to do any thinking. Decide from your being, you will feel responsible for the whole world. Suddenly, you will see all your actions will have authenticity, thinking will have integrity. Real ownership is constant actions done in perfection. Yoga karmasu kaushalam. This is one of the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and this is also one of the sutra that Swamiji made us write so many times. Yoga karmasu kaushalam. Constant actions performed in perfection in continuum creates a feeling of ownership for others and not for you is real ownership. So responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all the happening in and around you in your life. Because you are the source of all the happenings in and around you in your life, you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you in your life. When you take the responsibility not just for your image about others, but also others' image about you, you expand. You express miraculous powers in you. This is the science of Shaktis. Ramakrishna tells Vivekananda, you have to go all over the world and teach and take my message. Vivekananda is shaken to the core. He shivers and says, not me, no, not so much work. I just want to be in Samadhi. That's all. I just want to be in Samadhi. Vivekananda, actually Ramakrishna fires him. I thought you will be a banyan tree for the whole world and you are behaving like so cheaply that you want to rest in Samadhi, be in Samadhi. I tell you, but once Vivekananda cognized his responsibility as a cognition, not as a work, the amount of work Vivekananda performed Still, nobody is able to beat the record. Karmanyevadhikarasya cha ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phalaheturbhur ma te sanga sava karmani. Do your duty, don't expect the results. Results are caused by the cognitive shift, not by the work. This is one of the most famous verse, essence of Bhagavad Gita, one of the verse which gives the essence of Bhagavad Gita. So what is the gist that you understand? What is your internalization from this? Okay, so now let's internalize duty versus responsibility. Responsibility is living and operating from the understanding that you are the source of, and therefore you are responsible for all the happenings in and around you in your life. Samgita posted, cognize work as responsibility, do my duty without expecting results. Results are caused by cognitive shift and not work. Cognition matters, not result. Result happen by cognitive shift. Expectation of result is what you need to put. Results happen. Don't expect, because your focus is only on the result. You do not work. You work out of greed, not out of cognitive shift of responsibility. That's what here the message. Okay, so now let's do one exercise. Identify instances from your life where you put the blame on others, people, places, everything, for an unfavorable situation. That is step 1. Step 2, identify the reason you cognize in that way. Why you put blame on others, or person, or place. What facts, evidences supported you to come to that conclusion? That someone else is responsible. Focus on facts, evidence. Focus on facts and evidences. Then step 3 is revisit the situation from the decision. You are responsible, the source of everything happening inside and outside. So let's do this exercise. You understand what needs to be done? Understand, ma? Any incident that you put blame on others. And you have a lot of evidences, facts, proofs that support your argument. Revisit the same situation. From the decision, you are responsible. Please do this for a few minutes. Yes. So break free. Usually we take responsibility based on our understanding of peak of energy. It is actually other way around. When you take responsibility with integrity and authenticity, the peak of your energy just expands and fulfill the responsibility you are taking up. It is not, you have some energy, so you're doing this work, so you're expensing out your energy. But it's the other way around. When you are expanding and taking up more and more responsibility, your energy actually expands. Just decide to take more and more responsibility. Now, be responsible, not committed. Now let's listen from the compilation of Swamiji's Satsang.
I'm defining these two words. I'm defining these two words. Responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally non-committed. You can be committed, never be responsible. I'll differentiate. I'll explain. If you are constantly thinking about your future from powerlessness and go on thinking what all can go wrong, your involvement is called commitment. If you are constantly looking at your future from the space of completion and go on looking at what all can go right, your involvement is called responsibility. Listen, I am the symbol of total responsibility and complete non-commitment. I am totally responsible, but completely non-committal. If just a devotee who has attended some free program sometime, if he is bitten by a snake or if he is caught into some accident or if he is in emergency, one phone call, I'll personally attend and talk to my secretaries or whoever and see to it that constantly is attended and I get the response back, whether healing or whatever, I can help. You will see that responsibilism. Same way, if you live around me, you can very clearly smell I am completely non-committed to the whole thing. Listen. Any future plan which erupts out of the pattern, what all can go wrong is commitment. Any future plan which comes out of the completion, what all can go right is responsibilism. Responsibility. He asked me again, then what is accountability, Swamiji? I said, if you are constantly thinking from what all can go wrong, even if you are committed, you may be accountable, but you will not be accountable. You may be accountable, you will not be accountable. You will just stand and say, yes, this is what I am, what can I do? This is where I am. So understand, this subject is very, very, very confusing and people feel no. At least in responsibilism, I don't want this to be separated. Because in the name of responsibility, you get a little consolation to worry, space to worry. You are so addicted to worrying. I took away all your possibility for worry. If you are integrated, no worry. If you are authentic, no worry. But if you are responsible, you can continue to worry. In the name of responsibility. Now I am purifying the concept of responsibility. Listen. If you can move based on what all can go right, I am not saying don't look at what all can go wrong. You may not need to look at what all can go wrong if you look at what all can go right intensely. Looking at what all can go right, I tell you, looking at what all can go right gives you the ability to start 2000 projects. Even if you win in 20, you will be in the space of unimaginable expansion. The mind which looks at what all can go wrong will not even move to the second project. People constantly say, from morning I was making this call, this. Understand? Even when you are doing some action, is your worrying pattern keeping quiet? Is your lust pattern keeping quiet? Is your fear pattern keeping quiet? Even when you are working, doing your work, all the three are functioning. Same way, instead of lust, fear, worry, why can't your planning, celebration, gratitude function? It is just simple training. Whether you function from fear, lust, worry, or function from planning, celebration, gratitude, planning, completion, gratitude. Listen. Listen, I am giving you a very important sacred secret as per the yogic tradition. The moment you are born, you reside only in Anandagandha. Anandagandha is the space from which your soul, your consciousness operates in your body. While you are doing all your regular lifestyle routine, either you choose to allow your lust, fear, worry as an involuntary, habitual function, or you can voluntarily build planning, completion, gratitude. Either you can allow involuntarily lust, fear, worry, or planning, completion, gratitude. It is just consciously building. But don't tell me the worst lie. I was busy in this, so I could not do that. You have multiple possibility and multi-dimensional. You are multi-dimensional by nature. While you are working, if you are not planning in a multi-dimensional way, you are worrying or caught in the lust and fear. Be guaranteed about it. This truth needs to really get into your system. This truth needs to really get into your system. Listen. Only then you will understand the difference between commitment and responsibility. If you don't take responsibility, you are beaten black and blue by commitment in the life. When you take responsibility, you are given the reward of the freedom from all commitments. Cosmos works neither on communism nor on capitalism. It works on responsibilism. What is the responsibility you take in life? What is the context you set for yourself in the life? Based on that, you manifest. That's all. He manifests based on that. So the whole Sadashivatva is manifesting for the people who decided to do his work as not just first priority, only priority. See, first priority is different, only priority is different. Because they decided it as only priority, the manifestation becomes totally different, altogether in a different scale. Understand, my initiations are same, I am same for everyone. It is based on their context they receive. So the context sets the consciousness to a different frequency. So what you are, surely I am available for you as much as you can receive. I am available for everyone. See, I am like Ganga. If you come with a cup, carry me in a cup. If you come with a pot, carry me in a pot. If you come with a lorry, fill me in the lorry and go. If you come with huge container, fill me in the container and go. If you want to make a canal, make it, up to you. I'll be flowing always. From my side, I neither have favoritism nor have any yes, no, all that. I just flow. Whoever wants to take whatever responsibility. Responsibilism is the law of the cosmos. Whoever takes responsibility, enjoy powers. The more power manifestation, more divine you become. Understand? Shakti comes with buddhi. Only siddhi comes without buddhi. Shakti is mother, siddhi is stepmother. That is why in Tamil, for stepmother and siddhi, both same word. Siddhi is chitti. Shakti is mother. Understand? First principle about manifesting powers, it will not strengthen your ego, it will only take you beyond ego. First. Second, manifesting powers means manifesting qualities, state and space of Sadashiva also. Understand? When you manifest powers, naturally the state of Sadashiva and space of Sadashiva starts manifesting in you. I have always seen people who manifest powers have a very high level of integrity and unclutching, because if they do not maintain that too, the power manifestation will stop. Understand? How much ever you would have paid to buy your cell phone, but unless you charge every day, it will not function. How much ever you may manifest powers, unless the integrity of your life is maintained, it will not manifest. Actually, when you manifest powers, automatically the frequency of your integrity increases. The trust in integrity, trust in authenticity starts increasing. The reasons why you don't live a life of integrity is powerlessness. That starts melting down. With more and more power manifestation, powerlessness goes away. You become more integrated, more authentic. The second principle of power manifestation, listen carefully. Shakti comes always with buddhi. Means more power manifestation, more integrity. More power manifestation, more unclutching. More power manifestation, more nirvikalpa samadhi. More power manifestation, more joy. More power manifestation, more restful awareness. More power manifestation, more responsibilism. More power manifestation, more enriching. More power manifestation, more bliss. What is power manifestation? Deciding. Listen. Integrity needs your declaration, but power manifestation does not even needs your declaration. It only needs your decision. Deciding to be one with the original source, Sadashiva, which is you, even when you don't understand. He was using very few words. That is his beauty. Just with few words, he will make that click happen. You know. First he was trying to tell that everything is one. Few words. Somehow I was looking at him. He was not convinced that the click has happened in me. And many times both my gurus, Kuppammal and Vibuddhanandapuri and Yoganandapuri, both have tried to explain Advaita to me. Annamalai Swamigal even used to read out Ribu Gita. Annamalai Swamigal was one of the enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. Used to read Ribu Gita in Tamil. But somehow that click never happened. But just with few words, no cunning strategies. No cunning strategies are going to work. Shortest distance between 2 points is straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Understand? Most powerful strategy for manifesting wealth is integrity. Most powerful strategy. If you want 2-digit, 3-digit level money, maybe 1 or 2 lakhs or 1 or 2 crores, then cheating, stealing, all that may work. Robbing the bank, all that may work. But if you are really interested in living with wealth forever, living with wealth forever, the most easiest and the right strategy is integrity. Decide with responsibility. You will start contributing to the humanity. Understand? Manifesting your cognition is life. Understand? Whatever cognitions, conclusions you have about life in your life, you will go on be manifesting that every day. If you have the conclusion, you are going to fall sick day by day. The more and more you breathe every day, every night, finally you will manifest that. It is your conclusions you manifest. If you have the conclusion, the cunning methods, cheating brings wealth, you will only be manifesting that, or waiting to some cunning methodology to click so you can manifest wealth. No. All waiting for cunning strategies to manifest wealth ends in frustration. And then you have a deep negative cognition about wealth. That is not going to happen for me. No. That is not for me. You end up there. In utter frustration. Then even if Sadashiva comes and gives the poetry, hey, go. You will be afraid. No, no, no. Who knows whether I am going to get the praise? Or beating? Listen. Listen to this. Fundamentally, the first truth of awakening wealth consciousness, I am not giving you this as a teaching, I am giving you this as a software programming. Just internalize and come to this conclusion, that's all. You don't need to practice it. Anything you need to practice. Practice is a 4-letter word for me. Coming to conclusion is all I ask from you. No belief, no faith, no. Coming to conclusion, integrity. The first cognition you need to have, the first conclusion I request you to arrive. No cunning strategy will manifest wealth in your life. You may grab little currency through cunning strategies, but it will never become wealth of your life. I tell you, I am traveling all over the world. I am seeing all the culture, country, every background beings. Still now, I have heard at least about thousands of types of lotteries, but not seen a single man who has become permanently wealthy, rich by a lottery. Understand? I have not seen a single man who really became wealthy, stayed with his wealth through a lottery. No. That's the most funny thing. Then what is happening to all the big lotteries going on? The economy Sadashiva is teaching is neither capitalism, nor communism, or socialism. It is responsibilism. The responsibility you take, that decides the kind of the wealth going to be around you. That's it. That's it. The first understanding, conclusion you need to arrive. Integrity is the best strategy for manifesting wealth. Second conclusion, listen. Second conclusion you need to arrive. Whatever I am talking is not teaching. The moment it is teaching, you will push it into a moral dustbin. All of you have a moral dustbin. Oh, everybody talks. What is there? You know how to dump that. For ages, that moral dustbin is what keeps you as you want, without transformation. You start, my mother all the times tells me to do yoga in the morning, but she doesn't do. Now from that moral dustbin starts growing in you. Anything you call it as teaching, you dump it in the dustbin and never do it. I am not giving you any moral teachings. Be very clear, don't push me into moral dustbin, no. I am talking to you. If you come to all these conclusions, you will live wealthy forever. And if you are not able to come to this conclusion, I will support you, help you by awakening your Kundalini Shakti to see these conclusions as reality. That's all. Anything which is truth goes on strengthening you. Even while you are working with it, while you are practicing it, the great truth Nithyanandoham, Shivoham. I am the ultimate possibility. When you work with this truth, understand, when I say I am the ultimate possibility, I mean you are the ultimate possibility. When you are working with the truth, even while you are working, it strengthens you day by day. But anything which is believed, which is not truth, which creates greed or fear in you, weakens you continuously, even while you are believing it, not only after the disillusionment. After disillusionment, you will completely feel powerless. You will feel deprived, cheated. You lost, you wasted. Not that only after you get disillusioned, you will feel cheated and deprived. Even while you are working with it, you will feel powerless. Shivoham, deciding to work with the truth, Shivoham. Please understand, this truth you can't just believe and keep quiet. The truth is so powerful, it will provoke you to work towards it. It will provoke you to work towards it. Truth uttered by the right person, listened by the right being, provokes you to work towards it. It can never be a one more sermon. No. Satsang is not sermon or discourse. After the discourse or during the discourse, you can be sleeping. Continue to be in slumber. But satsang provokes you. Neither during nor after you can be in slumber and sleeping. It provokes you. It awakens you. That's the right word I should use. It awakens you. While you are working with the truth, Shivoham, even while you are working, you have to take the responsibility for it. Don't expect somebody else can take the responsibility for your reality. If somebody else takes the responsibility for your reality, it will never be your reality. Yes, Guru can take the responsibility to make you responsible, not for anything else. Guru can take the responsibility to make you responsible. That is why his love is never appreciated. His love is not the cozy, comfortable feeling you felt in the name of love in your life when you were young. The pattern you believe as love. You cry and your mom rushes you and gives you food or candy. Your dad rushes to you and gives you some sweet and toys, whatnot. Your aunt brings you clothes. Your uncle brings you gift. What you believed as a love, the pattern of action reactions which you believed as love, you will not experience from Master, from an enlightened being. The love he radiates makes you like him. That is why you constantly feel you will feel energized when you come near the Master, when you are in his presence, when you listen to his words, when you imbibe his presence. But you will not feel the so-called love. And if you feel what you felt as a love pattern from the young age, from the Master also, maybe he is giving you little time to settle down and become comfortable. I do play the role of a father, mother, aunt, uncle for a few days till the transition happens for you. You need to move from that to this, but not more than that. My love will make you responsible for the great truth of Shivoham. For the great truth of your reality. Understand, the truth has to constantly strengthen you. Truth has to constantly strengthen you. Anything which weakens you day by day is a belief. Anything which strengthens you day by day is a reality. Sit and open your whole being and see what all is in you which is strengthening you day by day. Support them. Stand by them. What all is in you which weakens you day by day, complete with them and drop them. Whether it is emotion, beliefs, thought currents, patterns, ideas, theories, theologies, whatever is strengthening you day by day, it is reality. Work with it. Work more and more with it. Whatever is weakening you, whatever is weakening you, be very clear. It is beliefs. It is belief system. Beliefs weaken you while you are with it, after it leaves you. Both. Even after disillusionment, you will repent for wasting your time in those stupid beliefs. The first truth I want you to internalize today. Anything which strengthens you is reality. Cherish it. Meditate on it. Encourage it. Contemplate on it. Awaken it in you more and more and more take responsibility for it more and more and more. Anything which weakens you, be very clear, it is a belief system. Belief system either will create fear or greed, because that is the only way it can create the false excitement in you. Please understand, excitement is life.
Now, let's do one internalization exercise for this session. Be responsible, not just committed. Message from Paramashiva. Responsibility is not commitment. Commitment is not responsibility. You can be responsible, totally not committed. You can be committed, never be responsible. Contemplate on these cognitions. Contemplate on these cognitions. Now, let's do one activity. How to find our responsibility versus commitment. First step, in your notepad, make 2 columns, and in the first column, list down your future plan. What do you want to do in next 2 days, in next week, month? Okay, that is first step. Second step, now go over what you have written and check. Okay, so first, step by step you do. Any future plan which erupts out of the pattern, what can go wrong is commitment. Any future plan which comes out of the completion, what are all can go right is responsibilism or responsibility. Pen down commitment or responsibility in the second column. Step 3, update your plans from the space of completion. Any questions on this exercise, please do let me know. And start doing. So what is your understanding? Be responsible, but never be committed. Yes. Now let's move on to the next tattva, the enriching. It's called apyayanam in Sanskrit. Enriching is expanding yourself and life in and around you with the powerful cognition that life around you is simply an extension of you. Ishavasha Upanishad, verse 8. Sapariyaga chukram akayam avarnam asnaviram shuddham apapavidham kavir manisi paribhuva swayambhur yatha tatayo atam vyadhadak chashvatibhiha sambhavyaha. It is pure consciousness that from time eternal has enriched the ages and each being by ordaining desirable responsibilities unto them as per their nature and space and their actions and results thereof. So the power of enriching is so powerful. There is a beautiful story in Sri Ramanuja's life. Sri Ramanuja is the contemporary of Adi Shankara, one of the great enlightened beings believed to be incarnation of Adishesha. So Sri Ramanuja's life, he goes to his guru and asks him to give one method to achieve the ultimate. In Vaishnavism, Shankara promoted of course, everything, but basically Shaivism, and whereas the Ramanuja, Vaishnavism. So in Vaishnavism, ultimate is the space in Vaikuntha, the Vishnu's abode. I mean the space of Vishnu. So Ramanuja was in such a high level of completion, the Guru gave him the initiation into the great mantra, Om Namo Narayanaya. And immediately, Narayana is another name of Bhagavan Vishnu. So he gave the mantra. And immediately Ramanuja gets the glimpse of that space because he was in that right context, and when the initiation was given, immediately he gets that space. But the Guru says, don't go out and give this mantra to anyone. Don't tell anyone. And everyone if you tell you will go to hell and everyone else will go to heaven. So don't go and give it. Whenever you experience, you will be possessed by the spirit of enriching. Here, Ramanuja was possessed by the spirit of enriching. She runs to the temple tower. Those days, not these multi-level buildings are there, right? So temple tower in the small towns, temple tower is the highest space. So Ramanuja climbed up the temple tower, Gopuram, stands on the roof and calls everyone, hey, come on, come on, come on, come on. I have one great secret technique to achieve Vaikunta. If I teach you all this, I may go to hell, but you all will go to Vaikunta. Come, come, please learn. Immediately, he initiates everyone into that mantra, everyone into that great principle of the Maha Mantra, Astakshara Mantra, Om Namo Narayanaya. So whenever you think others are separate and you are separate, this is the basic flaw of life. So what happened after that? Guru asked him, are you not afraid? I told you not to give this mantra to anyone. And how did you do that? And Ramanuja answers, just me going to hell, I'm okay with that, but everyone else can go to heaven. Everyone else is benefited with this. So the Guru says you are an incarnation. Otherwise, nobody will be able to do this. Guru appreciates after that. So what you have about you, the same only you will have for others. So if you give up on you, I guarantee that you will give up on others. If you don't give up on others, you won't give up on you. The moment you convince your heart that life is for others, all the sufferings in your heart leaves you. Enriching others to live at their peak possibility is the ultimate way you can enrich them. Enriching is the strength of new life happening to you. When you enrich, it literally creates a new future. You rewrite your new future, and the old future just disappears. It becomes irrelevant to you. Now, let's do this exercise. Make a list of top 10 relationships in your life. After that, recall any incident or incidents you remember where you could have enriched the other person, but you did not. Step 3. Now complete with those incidences by declaring that you will enrich those relationships now onwards. Note down at least 5 new ways in it can you enrich each of your top relationships. This could be new thoughts, words, actions that you are now going to engage in to enrich and expand those people and relationships. So do this exercise, please. Enriching is a commitment to the possibility of being superhuman. Let us all enrich ourselves and enrich the world with the living enlightenment lifestyle. Now, let's do one round of power manifestation of consciousness over matter. So please bring in an object. Preferable object is coconut. If we do not have the coconut, bring in a round fruit. With the power of your consciousness, you are going to move the matter. Just take a minute or two, bring in an object. And now post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Are you all ready? Okay, so let's start. Be in present is an impossible lie. So this is not a powerful cognition, Vishwanathan. See, you have to write, see, there is a continuous another statement that Swamiji has given. You look for that. This is a statement, but this is not a powerful cognition. So what we need to do? This is a condition. This is the condition we are all going through. For that, what Swamiji has given. Children have greed and anger, but their inner space is beautiful and pure. Wonderful. You understand what I said, Vishwanathan? This is the condition we are all going through. Here we need to receive powerful cognition. So that means this is not a complete sentence. Something should click with us. It can be 2 sentences, it can be 3 sentences, but something from that cognition, from that 1 or 2, 3 sentences, we should lift our space powerfully. Essence of life is service. So beautiful. Yes. Now, keep your object on your palm. Your palm should be straight. And keep your object on your palm. So if you are already been doing and you are comfortable moving the object from your hand, you can keep the object on the silicon on your computer or phone surface. Comfortable, what do you mean? You should be able to command the object to move whatever side you want. It should fall within few seconds, or maybe whatever time it takes. But you should be able to command the object with your power of your consciousness. And you should be able to move multiple objects. If you're absolutely, you will feel it. If you're absolutely comfortable, you think you are comfortable, then you can move on to the next level of keeping the object on the silicon and move it without touching it with your power of consciousness. Then absolutely after that also, you can move on to just putting on a table. Then you can break it. So you can decide whatever level you want to manifest the power of consciousness over matter. Then let's start. So be ready with your object and let's start. Sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts that are coming now, let it come, let it go. Start chanting the Mahavakya with the space and experience the space of oneness. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare with that power of consciousness, raise in the power of consciousness, declare the object to move, to roll. Let us start.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda
Yes. So, can you all share your experience, please? Power manifestation experience. Atmalinga falling down from my hand, not move on silicon. Yet to manifest on silicon, you post it. What about Sangeeta? Okay. Okay, ma'am. Now, let's listen to all the four powers, manifest the four powers from Swamiji's own voice. And after that, we are going to work on the unclutching.
Reciting this sacred verses intensely makes these sacred truths part of your biomemory. That is the reason the recitations play such an important, powerful role. The sacred truths revealed in this verse, by whom willed and caused does the mind go towards its object? It means even before cognizing illusory you question even the parts of illusory you. Listen. Even the question, who am I, has certain level of presumptions, assumptions. You assumed you are a whole and you need to find out who you are. Here, before even that assumption, Upanishad asks you to enter into pure questioning. Understand? First time when you start experiencing inner image, outer image, life image. First time when you start experiencing the root pattern, the root incident, root image. Listen carefully. Root pattern, root incident, root image. If you have false presumption, you are a whole entity, you will allow the root pattern to happen. If you have pure questioning, you will allow the enlightenment to happen. I know this generation may feel pure questioning at the age of 4, 5, before 7 is not possible. How is it going to be useful for us? No, understand? Because for last few generations, pure questioning was not possible throughout the life. They lost pure questioning throughout the life. That is why now it feels pure questioning before 7 is very difficult. Now, this generation, when you guys start pure questioning, even during some time of your life, your next generation, your DNA, your extension will feel pure questioning before 7. Pure questioning is all about the level of Kundalini Shakti, the level of mitochondria, cell energy, which comes to baby from father and mother. If the father and mother are seekers, that DNA gets into the baby. Baby will never have, child will never have root pattern. Even the first time he is put into powerlessness, he will not assume he exists, he will not create the inner image, outer image, life image based on his illusory false I. He will only start looking into by whom willed and caste does the mind go towards its object? Means, who is creating inner image in me? By whom, directed and united with which, does the first vital life energy and chief cause comes forth towards its activities? Means, who is creating my outer image? Understand? Each line, the first line is the action of creating inner image. If you don't ask the first line, your inner image will be created. If you ask the first line, you know what is the action creating the inner image. Listen carefully. Inner image is willed and caused by something which empowers the mind to go towards its object. Listen carefully. First time in your body, when mind moves towards some object, that movement is called inner image. It will create an inner image in you. If you allow that movement without being awareness, without being aware of it, you will create inner image. In that very root, if you question, Keneshitam patati preshitam manakkena pranaha pratama praiti yuktaha. You caught the inner image before it gets formed. You caught the outer image before it gets formed. Understand? When your mind moves towards its first object, it creates inner image. Inner image is the first object your mind holds on. That is the first object your mind holds. When you do not understand it is the first object, unfortunately you think it is subject. Object being misconstrued as subject and whole life spent on protecting that object which you misconstrued as subject is life. For a normal man, life goes in the delusion of protecting a misconstrued subject. Inner image is actually object but poses as subject. Ghost. He is not part of you, but he makes you believe he is source of you. And you go on living to protect that stupid fellow. It is like you sell all your wealth, you sell all your time, you sell all your energy, you sell everything. Your inner image is an object, not subject. The first inner image is your mind's movements to its first object. Because it happens so quickly, in such an overwhelming moment of your life, before you even become aware of the various spare parts you brought with you. It is like all the kids in India will start their life, play, trying to repair the old alarm clock. I don't know whether it is a standard rule. At least in my village I have seen. All the kids, they will somehow pick up an old repaired alarm clock, they will open, and finally they will put it in a plastic carry bag. After opening, they will not know how to assemble. Then they will put it in a plastic carry bag, take it to the shop to assemble it. I have done that. I know many middle class Indian kids have done it. When you open it and throw it, only then you know. Now you don't even have a count of all the spare parts you have. After birth, before even you know all the spare parts you have, when powerlessness attacks you, the first movement of your mind to first object, inner image, is misconstrued as subject. See the speed with which you approach the inner image and the powerlessness which you show to inner image. Please understand, with anybody you show powerlessness, he will try to take over you. Understand? Everyone will want you to show your powerlessness to them. Only Guru wants to see always powerful. Guru wants to see you always powerful. He neither wants you to have powerlessness nor wants you to show your powerlessness to him. Other than Guru, everyone wants you to show yourself powerless to them, because only when you show yourself powerless to them, only when you are powerless in front of them, they can take over you. But with Guru, only when you are powerful, I can take over you. Only when you are powerful, I can manifest through you. There is no taking over in Guru-disciple relationship. There is only manifestation. Do not have anybody around you who entertains your powerlessness, who all the time wants to see you powerless. Understand? Even though you enjoy their attention, love, care, all the stupidity, it is like giving Coca-Cola to a diabetic patient. Yes, it will be very tasty, but poison. Even if you are given neem juice, which is bitter, go to a person who gives you medicine. If you are diabetic, even if it is bitter like neem juice, go to a person who gives you medicine, not to a fellow who gives you very tasty but poison. Understand? In the life, if you decide not to entertain anybody who wants you to be powerless or who supports your powerlessness, who directly or indirectly enjoys your powerlessness, if you cut all those relationships and throw them out, that itself will solve 90% of your problems. Because they again and again engage the powerless part of you. Understand? A vegetarian guy will engage only with the milk of cow, and he will be engaging only milking the cow. A non-veg guy will be engaged with the blood of the cow, with the muscles of the cow, with the meat of the cow. People who are engaged with your powerlessness, directly, indirectly interested in your powerlessness, are meat eaters, life eaters, human meat eaters. They will eat you. Even if they are too sweet for behavior, and they will usually be. They will be very sweet. That is the way they destroy people. How Saguni was so sweet to Kauravas. The Saguni's sweetness to Kauravas. I don't know how many of you know. Saguni actually is dead against Kauravas. He took a vow to destroy whole Kaurava Vamsha, because his sister was kidnapped and married to a blind man, and whole life she has to live blindfolded. He decided to take revenge. He destroyed the whole Kauravas, but everyone from Duryodhana to the last, actually they are not 100, 101. There was one daughter and 100 sons. All the 101 believed he is the most sweetest Mama Shri, Mama Shri. In your life also you will have lot of Mama Shris who engage only with your powerlessness and who expect you constantly to be powerless. Because more you are powerless, more they can support you. More you are powerless, more they will be overpowering you. More you are powerless, they will occupy you. During the powerlessness, the speed with which you approached your inner image, he overpowered you and declared himself as you. The misconstrued subject, object is being misconstrued as subject, and that being believed as your identity. Listen. That being believed as your identity. The mind, when it approaches the inner image with tremendous powerlessness, inner image tells, don't worry, I will take care of you. And then suddenly he says, I am you, I am everything, come on. Sad part of this whole thing is, throughout the life, you never discover it. You go on serving this fool who occupied you illegally, cosmic illegally, and declaring his authority over you illegitimately as your inner image. Understand? The earlier you discover your inner image is not you, better for you. Keneshitam padati preshitam manakena pranaha prathama praiti yuktaha Keneshitam vachamimam vadanti chakshushrotram kavudevo yunakti. If you ask the question, by whom, willed and caused, does the mind go towards its object, you will not create inner image. By whom, directed and united with which, does the first vital life energy, chief cause, comes forth towards its activities, means that's the first outer image you declare. If you don't ask this question and being in slumber during satsang, whole life is a satsang. If you don't ask this question, you will create outer image. If you ask this question, you will create graceful being. I tell you, the inner image is the root cause of all your pains. Outer image is root cause of all your sufferings and failures. All your sufferings. Listen carefully. Pain is when you are failing in. Failure is when you are paining with everything else outside. If you experience suffocation within you, it is pain. If you experience around you, it is failure. It is suffering. Inner image generates pain, outer image generates suffering. If you ask this question, Keneshitam vachamimam vadanti, at whose will does this speech gets activated and speaks? Understand? The first inner image, outer image, life image is the time speech gets activated. The verbalization gets activated. This verse is all about the root pattern. When you catch it, when the root pattern develops, you will rise as an enlightened being. At least now, bring yourself to pure questioning. You can manifest. Sadashiva instead of Sadashava. Instead of always being dead, you can manifest always being Shiva. Keneshitam patati preshitam manakkena prana pratama praiti yuktaha keneshitam vachamimam vadanti. At whose will does this speech gets activated and speaks, enlivened and directed by what luminous divine power? Indeed, do the eyes and ears engage in their functions. It means how the life image manifests. Actually, outer image only. When it starts manifesting, it's life image. If these questions are asked at right time, you are an incarnation. At least If you ask these questions now, you will be an enlightened being. If you ask these questions at right time, you will be an incarnation. If you ask now, time will be made to be right and you will become an enlightened. Understand, a good news is once the root pattern is created, you always function. You always function only based on the root pattern. Don't ever think some other suffering is added to you after that. No. If you think, oh, the biggest suffering I'm going through in my life started at the age of 11, no, you are wrong. Root pattern is the biggest suffering. The root pattern is the biggest suffering. Anybody understands this verse completely, internalizes it, you will have the power to complete your root pattern and you can help anybody to complete their root pattern. This should be the introduction to Hinduism. Completing the root pattern is the first initiation, should be given as from the Hindu tradition. Because Hindus attend first things first. Completing with the root pattern. Understand? This question is actually asking, who am I? Who is asking, who am I? It is not just who am I, it is asking, who am I? Who is asking, who am I? Nanar ena ketkum nanar. Who am I? Who is asking, who am I? Keneshitam patati preshitam. Even before you assume the I, asking who is that I, who even assumes I. Keneshitam patati preshitam manakena prana pratama praiti yuktaha. Keneshitam vachamimam vadanti. At whose will does the speech gets activated and speaks? Enlivened and directed by what? Luminous divine power. Indeed, do the eyes and the ears engage in their functions? Means the life image. Who forms the life image? Who allows the inner verbalization, first verbalization to start? A man who is caught in his inner image lives his whole life in prison. That's a life imprisonment, I tell you. No other punishment can be worse than getting caught in the inner image. Men always think lust is the biggest suffering. Even a womanizer knows lust is the biggest suffering. But I tell you, it is not lust. It is the ideas of male, female, and the suppression you carry in your muscle. That is the real suffering. Even the idea, if you are a male, You have to conquer. Most of the womanizers not even have so many women in their life for pleasure, because after some time they realize the pleasure does not get generated by constantly changing the external partners. Every womanizer realizes, but it is like a conquering. That stupid idea, if you are a male, you have to conquer, goes on torturing you, goes on punishing you, goes on putting your life in deeper and deeper hells. Exactly when you ask this question, like how my mind is moving towards its object, the inner image, the root pattern you generated will start losing power over you. It will start losing power over your thinking. This verse, if you internalize and start the pure questioning, don't do it like a technique, but do it like a decision making. This should be like your boardroom meeting. Boardroom meeting is not technique, ritual. The decisions you take, you are going to execute it. Let your seeking be strategy meeting, not ritual. Most of you think, whatever we discuss in board meeting stays in board meeting. What? Then why board meeting? Board meeting is not Las Vegas trip. Whatever is done in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas. But board meeting, whatever is done in board meeting becomes the reality. All you are seeking is most of the time like Las Vegas trip. Never becomes part of your real life. But seeking should be like a board meeting, strategy meeting. Once you conclude, you are going to execute it. Time-bound decisions. Do's and don'ts. Right, wrong. Listen, I tell you. Take this pure questioning as a sincere strategy board meeting. So whatever conclusions you arrive, start executing. Do not have the fear. You may forget your strategies and collapse. If you can discover it once, you can always reinvent it again. If you forget, let's reinvent again. Let's have board meeting once more. Let's develop the strategies. Let's start living. If you ask these questions, right strategies for life will evolve. Pure questioning evolves right strategy. Whenever people ask me, Swamiji, what should we do after the inner awakening? Come on, bring more and more completion into you. Take next 6 months as a completion project. Every person involved in your life, you will complete with them. every situation, you will handle it with completion. Yourself or others, more and more and more completion. More and more and more completion. More and more and more completion. Fill your life with more and more completion. Attend every day satsang, because that will bring not only completion, again and again you will be reminded. You do not need to remind yourself. I am here to remind you. Satsang is nothing but continuous support by me after inner awakening for all of you. After inner awakening, continuous support for me. Continuous support from me for you is satsang. Kene shitam patati preshitam manakena prana pratama praiti yuktaha kene shitam vachamimam vadanti chakshushrotram kavudevo yunakti. This should be today's Vakyarthasada subject. Subject for today's Tarka, Vakyarthasadas. Pure questioning as life strategy mating. End of the Vakyarthasadas. Conclusions you all arrived. You should note down and start applying that as a life strategy. Your Vakyarthasadas is not Las Vegas trip. You try to forget it, hide it as quickly as possible, as much as possible. No. It is strategy board meeting. It should be executed till the end. With this, for all the inner awakening participants, take this as a message. Infuse completion in your every action, thinking, words. Make this as a next 6 months project. More and more and more completion. Completion with others, completion with yourself. In every step bring completion. Completion will bring integrity. Completion will bring authenticity. Completion will bring responsibility. My own ashram land, just because the mango trees were leased, I did not pick up a mango and eat. No, it is leased. Call the person who got the lease and ask his permission and get one. The fellow who took the lease literally cried. He literally fell at my feet and cried. What is this, Swamiji? It's yours and you leased it. You have all the right to have one. I said, no, that is not integrity. I learned this lesson from Ramakrishna. When somebody brought mango from the roadside tree, which actually belongs to that house owner, Ramakrishna says, no, I can't touch this. There is stealing in it. The fellow goes and finds out, actually the tree is in his property, even though it is outside the compound, The land belongs to the owner, so the tree belongs to the owner. So he plucked from the tree without asking the owner. Not only Ramakrishna did not touch it, he said, there is stealing in it, give it back. Completion will bring you tremendous integrity. It will bring you tremendous authenticity. It will bring you tremendous responsibility. All these are powers. Life with a responsible feeling is a power. There are tons of donkeys living in the human body. They don't feel responsible. If you want to be like that, then you can also be without responsibility. Responsibility is a power, not just work. It's a power. Enriching is a power, not a sacrifice. Understand? Enriching is a power, not sacrifice, not service. It's a power. All the four powers will be brought to you. Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti. Vak Shakti is experienced through integrity. Mano Shakti is experienced by authenticity. Buddhi Shakti means tremendous strength in your intelligence, is experienced by responsibility. Jiva Shakti, the power of life. Jiva is experienced by enriching. Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti, Jiva Shakti, Buddhi Shakti and Jiva Shakti. Vak Shakti is experienced through integrity. Mano Shakti is experienced by authenticity. Buddhi Shakti is experienced by responsibility. Jiva Shakti is experienced by enriching. From now onwards, talk all these as four powers, not just four tattvas. Somehow integrity, authenticity means it is like a rules you have to follow. It always comes with an understanding and connotation. No. It's a power you need to manifest. Vak Shakti, Mano Shakti, Buddhi Shakti, Jiva Shakti. It's the four powers you have to manifest. Learn how to manifest it by pure questioning. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blessed.
So what is your understanding from this session? You can post. Inner image is the root cause for all pain. Outer image is the root cause of all failures and sufferings. Questioning the inner image and realizing that it is not me makes me graceful and raise me as an enlightened being. Wonderful. Jenny, responsibility is power, not just doing. Enriching is the power, not sacrifice. Good. Very, very good. Unclutching. Unclutching is the ultimate spiritual truth. This process of unclutching can directly upgrade your very consciousness. Unclutching is a space of complete restful awareness, where you are not clutching onto any thought or emotion. Unclutching is a space of complete restful awareness, where you are not clutching onto any thought, emotion, and most of us are prisoners of our past. We repeat the behaviors we are familiar with. This results in the feeling that life is repetitive and boring, and that we never experience anything new. When we unclutch, each moment becomes fresh, exciting, and filled with possibility. Let me define this word unclutching. Being unclutched. When you are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought to the other thought, and carrying that load constantly, one load thought, one emotion load to the other, and from that to other, so it become like a big load, carrying that load constantly. Please understand, usually you transfer the load and the stress that you create by one thought to the other thought, and when you're constantly transferring those emotions to the next thought, your inner space become insensitive, loaded with so much of emotions. So it naturally sinks into depression, restlessness, boredom, all the negative emotions. Unclutching is not connecting one thought and the other thought and carrying the same stress and emotions. When you unclutch, you stop carrying the stress and negative emotions from one thought to the other. And when you don't carry that stress and suffering, negativity, pressure, restlessness from one thought to the other thought, naturally you experience peace inside. Being unclutched means when you are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought to the other thought and carrying that load constantly. Unclutching is easy. If you have the power to bring a new thought, you have the power to drop the old thought. If a thought can be made to leave your system once, It can be done again and again. So, if you can replace a thought 10 times, 11th time it will not come. Frequency will come down. Let's do a small exercise. Take 2 minutes and pen down all the thoughts that are coming up in your inner space without editing it. Do it as an experiment. If you just think no thoughts are coming, write down that also. Oh, I'm not getting any thoughts. Transcribe your mind. Whatever comes, you just pen them down. You're not showing it to anyone. Just transcribe with your pen and paper. Just 2 minutes, please pen them down. Now, take a minute and read what you wrote. You will realize that you are nothing but a bunch of unconnected, independent, illogical, unclutched thoughts. You are not aware, but constantly you believe you are aware. Every single moment which passes in your life without your presence is suffering. The scriptural reference is from the Sarvajnanottara Agama, knowledge section, 2nd chapter. Within the refined seeker, who has set aside all sorts of associated thoughts related to worldly pleasures and objects, and who had transcended the fluctuations and modifications sustained by the mind, a significant state known as Unmani Bhava gets unfolded. When such significant state, Unmani Bhava, dawns in him, there occurs supreme and ineffable bliss to him. Unmani Bhava is a particular transcendental plane of consciousness above the Brahmarandra. viparyayo mithya jnanam atadrupa pratistitam. Interpreting based on past conditioning leads to misconception or wrong understanding. Swamiji's own pramana from his life. Now we are going to actually have initiation of unclutching, where Swamiji explaining so beautifully about his unclutching experience, his relationship with his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And, this is part of that. So we'll listen from him directly in a bit. So your opinion about life as pain shocked or joy shocked will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. When we unclutch, the first thing that will happen to us will be an inner healing effect, a deep silence and peace in us. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. A simple thought can have a cup of coffee, can replace powerful fear of death. Only thing you need to do, decide, till it stops, I will replace. Just keep replacing a negative thought. I may fail, I'm afraid of failure. Rather, that fear of stressful thought you replace with, I passed this exam, I passed this exam, I passed this exam, I passed this exam. That's it. Till it stops, the old thought of which is causing you stress, just replace. What you empower matters. So Swamiji's powerful cognition is, till old thought current stop, you replace the thought. That's the one way of unclutching. Powerful way of unclutching the thought which are causing us stressful situations. So when you are not transferring the stress and load created by one thought to the other thought and carrying that load constantly, share the signs of unclutching to your social media, putting hashtag Paramashivoham. Yeah. So beautiful question by Vishwanathan. Is unclutching also makes me completion with past? Absolutely. See, what is completion? You are not affected by the past load of emotions, isn't it? When you are incomplete means what? You are getting in this present moment, getting affected by load of the past, isn't it? Something happened, something which you don't like it, and you are burdened by it. You are in low mood now because of something happened in the past, right? That emotion is bothering you at the current moment, isn't it? That means what? You're still carrying the load of that past emotion to this moment. That's why you're loaded and that load is sitting on the head. Isn't it? That load, whatever it is, whatever thought it is, each one of us has certain funny loads. So that load is heavy sitting on it. So when you unclutch, you're relieved of that load. So naturally, what you experience is now, current moment, present. All leads the same thing. This is Both are original scriptural reference is from Paramashiva's Shiva Sutras. Paramashiva gave 112 techniques for us to enlighten. Simple techniques. Completion is one, unclutching is one, vipassana is one, and there are so many techniques. All very, very, very simple. All for us to realize, to become him, to become Paramashiva. Are you able to understand, Vishnu? Isn't it? Both don't give us a different experience, a different path to go. That's all. Some people connect to unclutching, find it very easy. Some people connect to completion very easy. Some people completion, no, I don't want to write. But unclutching is easy. I'm just telling you example. Yeah. Okay. There are people who really got a super breakthroughs with that. So all paths lead to the same thing. Any other clarifications, question? Please do let me know. And we are going to have the initiation. So beautifully, Swamiji explains about his experience with his guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara, how unclutching happened in him. It's so beautiful. And is
you all have reached enough level of completion to mirror exact the neuron activity happening in my brain. So understand, please listen, all of you have reached enough level of completion to mirror whatever is happening in my brain, the neuron activity. Now, when I am narrating this experience, I wanted to tell you with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing. I'll tell you the exact truth. As it happened, authentically. When I am going to narrate, that same experience I will be letting it happen in my brain. I will be letting that same experience, that same neuron activity happen in my brain. So just sit and listen from the space of feeling connection. You will see the same neuron activity just mirroring in your brain. Understand? All of you are clear? Please listen. It was around the age of 11 and a half, before my enlightenment experience. Maybe 11. One day, as usual, I was going around the temple. Actually, temple was the place I was brought up. Literally brought up. That is why some of our ashramites and swamis trying to buy the house in which I was brought up. They were trying to buy the house. I said, if you have to make a memorial for the place where I was brought up, where I was born can never be bought because it's a government hospital. If you have to make a memorial in the place where I was brought up, you should make the memorial in the temple, not in the house I was brought up, because I spent more time in the temple than the house I was supposed to be brought up, the house where my parents are staying. The moment I remember the temple, the joy experience, I can say that the temple was the place, everything for me in my life. So early morning, 4:30, the temple elephant will carry the water pot for the deity's bath, sacred bath. It will go crossing the street where we used to live. From my family temple, it will go to the main temple. My whole family and the community was very closely associated to temple and its administration. So from my family temple, that water pot will go every morning on the elephant. They will be beating the drums and all that. The moment I hear that sound, actually I would have woken up much earlier, But the moment I hear that sound, I'll be joining the team and going and opening the temple. And the night, when the deity is put to bed, only then I will come. And then after that, I have 2-3 other appointments. Going and seeing Ram Surat Kumar, spending little time with him in the cremation ground. He used to live in the cremation ground for quite a long time. Then he moved near the temple on small house. Wherever he is, I'll go and sit with him and spend time with him. And then late night, I'll come back to the house. So one day, when I was going around the temple, behind the main shrine, there is a small 4-pillared hall structure. And below that structure, there is a small kind of a cave structure. That's also a small 2-pillared structure. It can be said as cave, looks like cave. Suddenly I saw one young sadhu walking out of that cave place. This is the small cave out of which that young sadhu walking out. See this 4-pillared structure and the small 2-pillared structure. From that small 2-pillared structure, one young sadhu walked out. I used to think it was a cave because of the darkness inside. Young sadhu walked out. If I have to describe his beauty and grace, young, well built, a long hair with the sacred ash on the face and kumkum and rudraksha, only one dhoti in the hip and only one towel on the shoulder, bare chest, whole body was literally shining. Shining means really shining. Glowing in the golden color. Maybe I can equate this photograph. I can't say exactly like this photograph because in this photograph they have painted him more bluish. When I saw him, it was not bluish. It was more a golden color. And there was no snake around his neck or a moon around his neck. Just a very normal human form. But an extraordinary grace. The towel was only up to the lower knee level, not the whole dhoti, lower knee level, and one towel on the, you can't call that as a full dhoti. Little smaller than dhoti, and one towel on the shoulder, rudraksha. Rudraksha in the hands also. Shining. Hair was left free, but it was so beautiful, you can feel it is almost like a Dakshinamurti's jata. It was standing on its own beautifully. Long hair. And the main thing I have to tell, wide smile. The moment I saw him, I went and touched his feet. Any sadhu I see, I'll go and touch the feet, and now such a graceful sadhu. I ran and touched his feet. He smiled at me and very loving way just put his hand on my head. First sight itself, I experienced the deep feeling connection. Such a strong, deep feeling connection. As usual, I have regular questions for any sadhus I see. You are from where? Who is your guru? And what do you do? Have you achieved enlightenment? In Tamil I used to ask, Atma Sakshatkar Ayiricha ungalukku? Means have you achieved the enlightenment experience? And can you teach me? My usual questions. I started asking some my same usual questions. He smiled and he started answering. Other than the question, who is your guru? He answered everything. And then some ordinary topics. Those days the ordinary topics means what? When is the next Utsavam in the temple? Why are they not putting enough flowers on the deity nowadays? Which Utsavam, when they are celebrating, why they are celebrating, why they are not celebrating. These are our gossips. The whole city will have gossip only about temple. Whether you talk good things or bad things, it will all be about temple. Good things will be, oh, nowadays lot of crowd is coming for the temple. Bad thing will be, why they are not maintaining the temple properly. That's all will be the maximum rumor, gossip we know. And all these small talks I was having. He was also sitting and having all these small talks with me. And who is who in the town? Who is doing what? Tell her to wake up. Please sit straight. Don't miss initiation. Such an amazing moment. Don't miss. Please sit straight. So he was having all small talks with me. I was also having small talks. I still remember, I even spoke about one temple priest having an affair with a temple dancer girl. No. He spoke even about those things to me. I still remember. He was telling, do you see this big street Brahmin continuously going to that 4th street? Why is he all the time going there to her house? I said, yes. And he goes there and directly comes to temple also. Doesn't even go to house and takes bath. We were having all these small talks. I still remember in Tamil he was telling, Patya, அந்த பெரிய தெரு குருக்கள் ஒத்த வாரத்துக்கு வாரம் போயிட்டு வராரு பத்தியா. So all these small talks are also we were having. I don't know how. The day one itself we became so intimate, so close. It's not that he spoke only about Vedanta, enlightenment, the techniques to achieve enlightenment and science of enlightenment, Advaita. He even spoke who is going with whom, who is doing what. Somehow I became very close, intimate. Within one day, if I have to give the essence of my first meeting with him, I won't call Advaita, I won't call enlightenment, I won't call spirituality, I won't call I met a guru and all that. I'll only say, essence of that first day meeting is friendliness. He radiated. God. The amount of friendliness I felt with him, that love I felt with him. Love is a too poor word, stupid word sometimes. Friendliness, that seems to be more right word. Friendliness to the extreme, to the extent, even when I am sitting next to him, I'll feel like I'll put one of my finger on him, on his body, on his leg, or on his hand. I'll just put one of my finger on him. Just want to be touching him. Or I'll just hold his little finger. I'm sitting and talking. One thing I wanted this to be on record. I don't want to say only I saw him, because when I was sitting and talking, the watchmen who walk in that area, or one or two people who come there to fetch water from the temple tank, they all did not look at me very weird. See, if I was sitting and talking alone, they would have looked at me very weird. They did not look at me very weird. The way they looked at me, I am sure he was seen even by them, not just by me. This sadhu whom I am talking about, he was not just seen by me, even they have seen him. I don't know how they saw him, but they were not looking at me weird. See, if you are sitting alone and talking, people who walk around, they will naturally look at you weird. You will know by how they see you, they are looking at you weirdly or just casually. I don't remember any of them talking to him or he talking to them back. But I remember very clearly few people were walking. Many times when I was sitting and talking with him, few people will walk here and there. They won't look at me like I am sitting alone and talking. They will just see as if two people are sitting and talking, and they will walk. They will go. And I have also not seen anybody coming near me or near him out of curiosity and trying to touch his feet and all that. Usually when the people see the sadhus, they will try to come and touch the feet. That I have not seen. But I remember people not looking at me weirdly. The exact spot where he was sitting and I was sitting with him and speaking, you can see. That's the exact spot where he used to sit. I used to sit and speak. He will sit on the step where I am sitting now, and I will sit one step below. Sometimes he will sit the upper step, one step above. I will sit where I am sitting now. But in these few steps only we will usually sit. And those days that grill gate was not there. The gate was, I think, different, maybe wood. I don't know. I don't remember now. But I don't think it was a grill gate. Anyhow, this is where we used to sit. So the day one, the essence from my memory I can collect, the essence of day one's meeting was extraordinary friendliness. It was not all about Advaita, all about spirituality, all about enlightenment. Even though my questions were all about enlightenment, he was not speaking only about enlightenment. He was making jokes, comments. funny observations about various things. I'm not able to remember that every statement by statement, sentence by sentence, but one thing I can recollect is that extraordinary friendliness he radiated and the space he gave me. I did not even feel like asking him when I started holding his toe or his little finger. I slowly put my hand on his toe and see how he responds. And I've never seen him resisting, so I'll just hold his toe. I used to think the more you are touching his body, more energy will pass. Like electricity connection. That's a belief I had, and he was so friendly. Not only he did not resist, he entertained. That's the exact word I should say. He entertained. So first day I went up to holding the toes. I did not want to irritate him also. And sitting holding his toes. I think I was sitting his right side. So I was holding his left toe. He was sitting folded legs. I was holding his left toe. Maybe that is why I got Devi's grace first. Left side is Devi's. But the amount of hair he had, still I am wondering. It used to be up to the thighs, his thighs. That long, thick. Whenever I see long hair, I will remember him only. Anyhow, it became late night. Usually the temple watchman, they will just go around to lock the temple, to see whether anybody is there inside the temple before locking. Those days, I was very close to the watchman, so they will say, sometime, if I am sitting, hey, if you want to sleep here itself, sleep, but don't come in between the night and ask us to open the door to go out. If you want to leave, leave now, or you sleep here with us itself. But don't ask us in the middle of the night, you want to go to the house, open the door. What do you want to do? They'll give me the option. Sometime I'll go out and sometime I'll sleep there itself. Usually I'll go out because early morning to take bath, again I have to go to the house only. The temple, inside temple, the bathroom and the restroom, we will not be able to use. So we will have to go to the house only to take bath and get ready. And I also had deities, I have to do puja, my personal deities. So I have to go to the house only. So it became late night. And I remember the watchman telling in Tamil, Samingla, Enchiponga, time achi, koil putno. So with this word, I can be sure that he was seen even by the watchman, because the watchman addressed in plural. He said, "O Swamis, go out we will have to lock the temple. Go to your home, we have to lock the temple. So he did not address as a Swami, he addressed as Swamis. Oh Swamingla, means he was also seeing him. That is why he addressed as both Swamis. Go out. We will have to lock the temple. Then I looked at him and told him, where are you staying? He said, I am staying in the temple only. But actually, some of the sadhus were staying in the temple at that time. They were all having their own small caves. I thought, he is also staying here in one cave. I said, okay, then I am going to the... He said, all right, go to the house and take bath and sleep and do your puja and come back tomorrow. I told him, if I come back tomorrow, can I see you? He said, yes, anytime come here and call my name, I will come out. I am here only. And he showed the cave. I was thinking that as a cave at that time. So I went to the house. I tell you, just visualize when you fall in love first time and you are waiting to meet the person again next day morning, how the clock will not move. That is exactly I was feeling. I was sitting, every 10 minutes I will see the clock. I had one small alarm clock for me to get up and go to the temple. That clock will make such a noise. Everyone in the house will curse that clock and me early morning, every day. So I'll wake up and see the clock. It's only 12 o'clock. I'll lie down, sleep. Again, when I wake up and see the clock, it's only 12:10. Actually, I moved the needle. I wanted to make it as 4 o'clock. Because 4 o'clock they'll open the temple door. Then I thought, if I move only my clock, how can I make them open the temple? I waited. Around 2:30, 3 o'clock, I could not handle anymore. I ran and took bath, did all my puja. 4 o'clock, I came and stood in the street for the elephant to come to the temple. An elephant came as usual. It came around 4-5, but that 5 minutes I cannot tolerate. I can't handle. What happened to the elephant fellows? Nowadays they are not following the tradition properly. I cursed his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, his whole Vamsa. These fellows don't do anything properly nowadays. Finally, that elephant and all the team came. Only that day I was feeling this elephant is walking very slow. Finally, we reached the temple and they opened the temple gate. I ran to this cave where I met him. Usually I will run to the main Garbha Mandir, main sanctuary, and have darshan, only then go anywhere. But today directly I ran. I called him Swami, Swami. Immediately he came out again. He sat. I was sitting and talking to him. I told him, whole night I was thinking about you only. I saw his face expression. He was pleased, I think. He was smiling. And I saw him, that time itself he was dressed as usual, means one dhoti, saffron color, not the color exactly I am wearing, little light color, which we used to have earlier, that light color, and one towel on the shoulder. He was already ready with all his vibhuti and kumkum and rudraksha. I asked him, you finished your puja? That's the usual question. He smiled and he did not answer. Many of the questions you will just smile in a very mystical way or mischievous way. You can say both blunder of mystical and mischievous. Mischievous, mystical. So again, second day also I sat with him and we were speaking so many things. I remember whole day passed, and I also remember in a carrier, a single carrier vessel, in Tamil they called it Tukuvali. In that vessel he brought food and gave me the temple prasadam. It was a copper vessel, I still remember, with the cover. I ate. He also ate with me. He was clean shaven. Only hair in the head, long hair, but no moustache or beard. Clean shaven. Was looking very young. If I have to assess his age, it will be, I will surely assess less than 30. I can say 25 to 30. That is what I will assess. But well built and graceful. A tall figure. Very graceful, must be 6 feet tall and very graceful, well built. Again we were sitting and talking. More than talking, I know it was just spending time together. Today I got little courage, so I started holding his little finger. Only when he is talking, when he raises the hand to do some gesture, I'll shift my hand to his leg, his toe. Otherwise I'll be holding the hand. It went on for many days, weeks. In 10-15 days, I can say, he became almost just breath of my life. My day is like whole day I'll be with him, whole night I'll be waiting for him, that's all. How many of you wait to come for the morning satsang to see me? Then all of you can understand what I am saying. You just wait for the next morning to happen, to rush and see him. I know, I wake up only to see him. When I wake up, he is there in my eyes. When I open my eyes, I want to see his form. When I close my eyes, his photo is there inside. If I have to describe my relationship or what was happening at that time with him, I should tell you this story. There is a beautiful example in Upanishad. Upanishad is the source book of Hinduism, just like Bible for Christianity, Quran for Islam. Vedas are the source book of Vedic Hindu tradition, and Upanishads are the main chapters of the Vedas based on which our life is running. Upanishads are more like instructions and truths about life. So in one Upanishad there is a beautiful story. In a tree, huge tree, there was a small bird which used to jump from branch to branch. Sometime it will eat sweet fruit in the tree and jump. Some other branches will have a bitter fruit. When it eats the bitter fruit, understand it's a very beautiful simile or a example with an amazing truth. When that small bird eats the bitter fruit, it will feel pain. On that same tree, on the top of the tree, there was a big bird sitting, golden color, shining. That big bird neither eats bitter fruit nor eats the sweet fruit. It just sits in the peace and silence, complete completion. It's radiating its glory. This small bird, which is running between these lower level branches, sometime when it eats the sweet fruit, it feels joyful, and bitter fruit, it feels bad. When it feels bad, it look up and see the big bird and think, see that bird, so beautiful, is so graceful, he doesn't have any pain, any suffering. Why not me also become like that? So it will think, yes, let me go near that bird and become like that bird. It will start jumping towards that bird. But when it is going towards that bird, suddenly on the way, it will eat some fruit which is very sweet. The moment it eats the sweet fruit, it will forget that big bird and it will start eating more fruit till it lands on the bitter fruit again. The moment it eats the bitter fruit again, it will look up and say, I should become like that bird. And then again it will start going towards that big bird. This small bird is spending all his life like this, jumping here, there, here, there, here, there, suddenly looking up when it eats the bitter fruit. But when it eats the sweet fruit, forgetting the big bird, forgetting everything, just eating the sweet fruits. Finally one day, by jumping like this small bird has somehow reached very near the big bird. And one fruit which that small bird ate was so bitter, it decided not to look this side and that side, it just locked its mouth and straight went near that big bird. When it went near that big bird, the more it went near, it felt he himself is the reflection of that big bird. And more and more and more when he went, he just merged and became one with that big bird. I don't even need to explain the concept behind the story, I think now. I've explained the example so clearly. The concept I don't even need to explain, all of you understood, I think. But I'll try to give few more words for you to understand the concept. Big bird is the cosmic enlightened being. Paramatma, small bird is you, the individual soul. The bitter fruit is the incompletions and pains and sufferings. Sweet fruit is the once in a while small joys, completions you experience. When you experience little sweet things in the life, kind of a fulfillment, you forget about Paramatma. But when you get into the bitter fruit, you immediately remember and look up. And here, there, jumping. Somehow, when you really eat a bitterest fruit, and you decide after that you will never open the mouth again, means you will never allow any more incompletions, and straight look up and move near him, you will understand first you will understand you are his extension. Next you will understand you are just his shadow. Third you will understand you are just his presence. Fourth you will understand you are he. Exactly. This is the exact relationship I had with him. I can say he was my everything. Everything. One day in course of conversation, I was telling him the story, some incident about one of the great saintly enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. That disciple used to write the teachings of Ramana Maharshi, and every day he will bring it and show it again to Ramana Maharshi. And if there is some mistake, spelling mistake or grammar mistake, Bhagavan will edit in his own hand, with his own handwriting. So, that sadhu, by the time actually I know his name, I asked his name, he said, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I know his name by then. So I asked Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I was telling about this story, then Arunagiri Yogeshwara smiled and said, maybe that is the way that Swami was trying to get the handwriting of Ramana Maharshi in his notebook. And he also made a comment, just to get the Ramana Maharshi's handwriting, this Swami will make more and more mistakes. The moment I heard, immediately I thought I got a very brilliant idea. I thought I will also start writing and bring the notebook to you. You will pen down, you will write, I will keep your handwriting with me. And I did it. At least I had 3-4 notebooks. It's very unfortunate that we are not able to get those notebooks now. Let's see, Kalbhairava will get it for us. Two, 3 notebooks and 1 or 2 diaries where I will try to pen down in the night whatever I could remember we spoke. and then purposely make mistakes in writing and bring it to him next day, he will also read and smile, and purposely he knows I have done mistake purposely and he will write few lines, few words on it, and he will do editing, means like a crossing or adding. And I very clearly remember he has signed even once, Arunagiri Yogi Ishwara. So many things. We used to speak. Once I remember he told me that don't go around and tell everyone that you are every day meeting me and talking to me. I took that as an instruction. I never asked why. That was one good thing I had. If I accept somebody as my guru, that's all. I will simply surrender. No question of why, what and all that. Before accepting, I will ask all the questions. The moment I accept, after that no questions asked. That was my lifestyle. Everything was going well. I remember him talking to me about various subjects. Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Vijnana Vairava Tantra, Upanishads. I even remember taking 4 Upanishad book to him, which was given to me by Isaki Swamigal. Tamil translation of the 4 Upanishads. And where he opened and read out some lines and explained some lines to me. And I had the fortune of directly singing the Devarams of Jnana Sambandar to me. I have heard some of the great songs, Devarams, from his own mouth. I even asked him once, how do you know all this? He said in Tamil, இங்கே தானே இருக்கேன், இங்கே தானே பாடிட்டு இருக்காங்க, அதனால கேட்கறேன், அதனால தெரியுது. He said, I am here only all the time, na, and they are singing all the time here, na. So I am listening, so I know. These are all that mystical, mischievous answers. With more time passing, I got more comfortable with him. I ate with him. I slept in his lap. Sometime he will sit, I will lean on him and stretch my leg. He was never just a guru. He was far more than that. Far, far, far more. He was much more than any fantasy you guys can have about Guru. He was just too much beyond any fantasy you can have about Guru and how you should be living with Guru. Whatever fantasy you guys may be having, how you should be living with Guru, I have lived 1,000 times more and beyond with him. He is the fulfillment of all existing and possible fantasies. That's the word I will utter. Existing and possible fantasies of a guru-disciple relationship. I have seen him materializing. I have seen him flying. I have seen him perform all types of miracles. I have seen him teaching me all these siddhis. While he teaches, he will perform and show. I have seen him bringing the moon directly in front of me. Understand, I am neither lying nor I am a brain deranged person. I am neither lying nor my brain is deranged. I am not telling you any stories. I am telling you the truth as it happened. I have heard about so many scriptures from him. Never he will take more than few minutes to explain any scriptures to me. Immediately he will show through some miracle or just like experience he will transmit. Any samyama he has to teach, he will just teach through experience. Whether the way he looks, sits, carries himself, or the words he utters, or the joy he radiates, or the friendliness he radiates, or the way he taught, everything is beyond fulfilling any possible fantasies. I have seen him making disappear the whole world other than both of us, or showing everything inside him. I have seen him showing Vishwarupa, that everything is he. So much he has transmitted to me. I don't know whether I will be able to transmit all that to humanity, at least put it in record. The time of next 126 years, I am going to be using this body. So much he has transmitted. So much he has taught. All was going well. Almost he became my life breath. And I will even carry food from the house and he will eat. One great thing with my mother, she is such a sweet person, never ever she will say no to people food. Any sadhu comes, any beggar comes. My mother's father is such a person. Still outside his house they have two small tanks made out of stone where they will pour water for the dogs, cows which walk in the street for them to drink. Still they have the tradition. Even if the food is remaining, they will mix it with the water and keep it for the cow. Means not the own, their cows are pet dogs. For the stray dogs, for the stray cows which goes around in the street. And I remember My father's side grandmother also, she will also feed any stray dog. She will get them. Somehow she will become friends with them and feed them. If they have some skin disease, she will take them to the hospital. Whether it is the sadhus or pets or beggars, my house was always open. My mother was a typical village lady waiting to feed people. So whenever I ask, I wanted to take food for some sadhus, she will immediately pack and give. She will never have a second word. She will never grumble, grudge, nothing. She will immediately pack and give. She will only ask, Swami, what do you want? You want idli or you want rice? Idli means breakfast, rice means lunch and dinner, both. That's all. That is the only two menu. That's a standard menu. In any middle class house in the village, this will be the standard menu. She will ask, what do you want? And whatever I say, she will pack and give. I have seen Arunagiri Yogeshwara eating with me. One day I told him, please you come to the house, my house. And he laughed and said, you come to the place where I am staying. House where I am staying. The moment he said, I know, wow, it's such an opportunity. I said, come on, take me. You only never took me. I told him, come on, take me. You never took me the house where you are staying. Take me to your room. I thought inside that cave only he is staying. I know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are so many caves, and I have seen the cave size of where 1,000 people can sit. Please understand, in Tiruvannamalai I have seen the caves, such huge, large size caves, 1,000 people can sit. That size caves I have seen, with water facility and lighting, the natural lighting and water. I have seen the caves. So I thought maybe this cave will lead to his cave where he is staying. And I also know in Tiruvannamalai temple there are many underground paths, subways. So I asked him, take me to the place where you are staying. He said, come on, let's go. He entered into that cave by bending, and I remember he just held my hand and pressed. Please understand, now I wanted to put this on record. First time when he pressed the hand, I lost body consciousness. All these days I was with him, I never lost body consciousness. First time I lost body consciousness. So, from this moment, whatever I am describing, I do not know whether physically I was part of that scene or I was taken out of my body and this experience happened. I am not able to be clear. Because the moment he pressed my hand to pull me inside the cave along with him, I lost the body consciousness. And even the scenes I remember after this were not like this worldly. He just walked into a cave and I also walked with him, and suddenly the cave opened and we came out and I saw a huge banyan tree, little bigger than our Biddi banyan tree. It was Arunachala hill, that much I can very clearly say. And the huge banyan tree. And maybe some 20, 30 sadhus were sitting around the seat of the Guru. The seat of the Guru was empty. They were all sitting down, meditating. The moment he walked in, all of them got up and stood and did namaskar. The way they bowed down, I know he is the Guru of that area, means Guru of that group. He went and straight sat on the Guru's seat. The way he went and sat authoritatively, I know he is the Guru. And all of them are his disciples, very elderly sadhus with a long beard, just like you listen and see in the stories. How the Dakshinamurti used to be sitting under the banyan tree and all his old disciples used to sit. That's exactly the scene. The scene happened in Kailasa, happening in Bididi. Was literally happening. I saw. The way he went and sat. Literally he sat like Dakshinamurti only. He just went and put his leg little this way, that's all. That's the way he sat. Where he put the left leg on the right leg and little closer he kept than usual posture of Dakshinamurti, you see. This is exactly the way he sat. And he started answering some of the questions they all asked. They were addressing him with so much of reverence. And they all fell flat when he sat in his seat and did namaskar and sat up. I was the only small boy in that group, but I was looking around and seeing all of them. Maybe after some time, their attention turned on me and one person said, "Who is this person? He is the only person without kavi here, who is not a swami, sannyasi." That kind of it did not exactly meant I am not a sannyasi or a person without having kavi, something like that. Because I was with my school uniform. I remember very clearly that dark blue and light blue. Must be, because 11 means by the time I've already started going to the high school, 6th grade. So dark blue and light blue. In Indian villages, kids will not change they will wear the uniform even in the holidays. They may not go to school, but they will be always wearing the uniform only, same dress only. I still remember the half trouser of dark blue and shirt of light blue. That was the school uniform. And immediately that's all my Kundalini. I said, I may not be wearing kavi, I am also sannyasi only. And I saw Aruණagiri Ishvara laughed. Then he said, then why you are not wearing kavi? I asked him, you give me kavi. He laughed and he looked. Immediately I saw one sadhu brought kavi clothes. And I did not even have a second thought to remove and throw my dress. I just removed all my dress. Naked I walked near him without even having a second thought. And he himself tied that kavi cloth in my hip like a dhoti. He himself tied it. I still remember, just tied the cloth and hugged me. Gave energization, put his hand on my head. Naturally, the experience was just out of the world. I came and sat in the group. Now I felt one with that group, and group also felt one with me. They did not feel now I am an outsider. One good thing, still I have that cloth given by him. Still the cloth is there. Because the cloth is there, I feel the experience is either happened in the physical plane or a metaphysical plane which gets converted to physical plane. See, there are some metaphysical experience which disappears when the conversion into physical plane happens. But there are some solid metaphysical experiences. It becomes physicality when it comes down to the physical plane. Like Ramakrishna had an experience of Rama giving him the pot full of porridge, a mud pot full of porridge. When he came down from that experience, he had the pot in his hand. The pot was there. The pot did not disappear. Only the Rama's form disappeared, but the pot was there. That did not disappear. So I can say this experience from the metaphysical plane, when it settled down into the physical plane, the items given remained. That is why I feel the experience has become physical biomemory in me. It remains as a physical bioenergy. And after some time we were sitting and discussing, and all those great yogis and sadhus, they were all talking for a few minutes, and then they all sat in silence for a few minutes. He was sitting gracefully. I neither felt like asking any question nor felt like talking. I can say from my observation that tree looked very real because the leaves were there, fruits were there, birds were there, and in the breeze the tree was moving. So once it became little dark, late evening, he said, "Come on, let's go back to the temple." I said, "Okay." Again, he brought me back. While we entered the cave, again he was holding my hand. When we came out of the cave to the place exactly where we entered, there only he just left my hand. I saw when he left my hand only, I came to the physical awareness. So either he took my metaphysical body to his metaphysical space, or he took my physical body itself to that metaphysical space. In these two, any one is possible. Because the cloth is there physically with me, I feel it was physical happening. But because it was completely otherworldly, looked out of the world, I am not able to say it is only physical. I'll explain why in the Next, continuously, that's all. Now my ecstasy is too much. The ecstasy is too much. That new kavi, oh God. I was running around here and there, showing everyone I got the kavi, I got the kavi, I got the kavi. He left me in the temple saying that you can go now, and he went away inside his cave. First person I ran was my guru, Mata Vibhudananda Devi, Vibhudananda Puri. Her name was Kuppammal, local name. I remember after this, were not like this worldly. He just walked into a cave, and I also walked with him, and suddenly the cave opened and we came out, and I saw a huge banyan tree, little bigger than our Biddi banyan tree. It was Arunachala hill, that much I can very clearly say. And the huge banyan tree. And maybe some 20, 30 sadhus were sitting around the seat of the Guru. The seat of the Guru was empty. They were all sitting down, meditating. The moment he walked in, all of them got up and stood and did namaskar. The way they bowed down, I know he is the Guru of that area, means Guru of that group. He went and straight sat on the Guru's seat. The way he went and sat authoritatively, I know he is the Guru. And all of them are his disciples, very elderly sadhus with a long beard, just like you listen and see in the stories. How the Dakshinamurti used to be sitting under the banyan tree, and all his old disciples used to sit. That's exactly the scene. The scene happened in Kailasa, happening in Biddi. Was literally happening. I saw. The way he went and sat. Literally he sat like Dakshinamurti only. He just went and put his leg little this way, that's all. That's the way he sat. Where he put the left leg on the right leg and little closer he kept than usual posture of Dakshinamurti, you see. This is exactly the way he sat. And he started answering some of the questions they all asked. They were addressing him with so much of reverence, and they all fell flat when he sat in his seat and did namaskar and sat up, I was the only small boy in that group, but I was looking around and seeing all of them. Maybe after some time, their attention turned on me and one person said, "Who is this person? He is the only person without kavi here, who is not a swami, sannyasi." That kind of it did not exactly meant I am not a sannyasi or a person without having kavi, something like that. Because I was with my school uniform. I remember very clearly that dark blue and light blue. Must be, because 11 means by the time I've already started going to the high school, 6th grade. So dark blue and light blue. In Indian villages, kids will not change they will wear the uniform even in the holidays. They may not go to school, but they will be always wearing the uniform only, same dress only. I still remember the half trouser of dark blue and shirt of light blue. That was the school uniform. And immediately that saw my Kundalini. I said, I may not be wearing kavi, I am also sannyasi only. And I saw Aruණagiri Yogeshwara laughed. Then he said, then why you are not wearing kavi? I asked him, you give me kavi. He laughed and he looked. Immediately I saw one sadhu brought kavi clothes, and I did not even have a second thought to remove and throw my dress. I just removed all my dress, naked I walked near him without even having a second thought. And he himself tied that kavi cloth in my hip like a dhoti. He himself tied it. I still remember, just tied the cloth and hugged me. Gave energization, put his hand on my head. Naturally, the experience was just out of the world. I came and sat in the group. Now I felt one with that group, and group also felt one with me. They did not feel now I am an outsider. One good thing, still I have that cloth given by him. Still the cloth is there. Because the cloth is there, I feel the experience is either happened in the physical plane or a metaphysical plane which gets converted to physical plane. See, there are some metaphysical experience which disappears when the conversion into physical plane happens. But there are some solid metaphysical experiences. It becomes physicality when it comes down to the physical plane. Like Ramakrishna had an experience of Rama giving him the pot full of porridge. A mud pot full of porridge. When he came down from that experience, he had the pot in his hand. The pot was there. The pot did not disappear. Only the Rama's form disappeared, but the pot was there. That did not disappear. So I can say this experience from the metaphysical plane, when it settled down into the physical plane, the items given remained. That is why I feel the experience has become physical biomemory in me. It remains as a physical bioenergy. And after some time we were sitting and discussing, and all those great yogis and sadhus, they were all talking for a few minutes, and then they all sat in silence for a few minutes. He was sitting gracefully. I neither felt like asking any question nor felt like talking. I can say from my observation that tree looked very real because the leaves were there, fruits were there, the bird's sound I remember, birds were there, and in the breeze the tree was moving. So once it became little dark, late evening, he said, "Come on, let's go back to the temple." I said, "Okay." Again, he brought me back. While we entered the cave, again he was holding my hand. When we came out of the cave to the place exactly where we entered, there only he just left my hand. I saw when he left my hand only, I came to the physical awareness. So either he took my metaphysical body to his metaphysical space, or he took my physical body itself to that metaphysical space. In these two, any one is possible. Because the cloth is there physically with me, I feel it was physical happening, but because it was completely otherworldly, looked out of the world, I am not able to say it is only physical. I will explain why in the next continuously. That's all. Now my ecstasy is too much. The ecstasy is too much. That new kavi, oh God. I was running around here and there, showing everyone I got the kavi, I got the kavi, I got the kavi. He left me in the temple saying that you can go now, and he went away inside his cave. First person I ran was my guru, Mata Vibhudananda Devi, Vibhudananda Puri. Her name was Kuppammal, local name. I ran to her and showed, see, I have kavi, I got kavi. But I did not get the joyful response from her. She became too serious. I did not actually expect serious response from her. I thought she will be very happy. She became very serious and asked, "Who gave you this kavi?" I said, "Why?" She said, "Giving kavi means they gave you sannyas." Actually, she was waiting to give sannyas to me. And how did they give sannyas without asking your father and mother? Now your father and mother, your parents will ask only me. Who gave you the kavi? I got little frightened. I told there is a sadhu in the temple. He gave me the kavi. Take me to him. She started telling, no one will give you kavi. you have stolen from some shop, tell me that. Tell the truth. We will give it back to that shop. I will not tell your grandfather. My grandfather is well known in the city, in that village. So everyone will be afraid of my grandfather, mother's father. I won't tell your grandfather, otherwise I will tell your grandfather you have stolen from some shop. I got more frightened. Oh God, what is this she is going to tell now? My grandfather I have stolen, I have not stolen, I only got it. Then I said, all right, I will take you to that Swami, come. He only gave me, I have not stolen in any shop. She held me in her hand. She really believed I was stolen in some shop. The kids, when they go here and there in the shop, they will steal little candy, they will steal little sugar. She thought I have stolen. I told her that no, I have not stolen. I never steal, don't you know? She has high regard for me, but I don't know why. She was also confused. She wants to verify directly. When I took her directly to that cave, and I started calling Swami, 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 he did not come out. Almost 9 months. I know him. He is around me. Never he missed coming out. He did not come out. That's all. I was shocked. One side I have to prove to her I have not stolen. Other side she is now making a big ruckus that I have been given sannyas without the parents' permission. I did not bother even about any of those things, but he is not coming out. That was too much. Then she just held my ears and started turning it. Tell the truth, where you have stolen, which shop you have stolen. That's why they will treat in the Indian villages, the kids will be treated. She's my guru, that is why I left it. I allowed her. I said, no, from this cave only that Swami came out. She dragged me and took near that cave and showed me, whom are you trying to cheat? Is this the cave? She pushed that stone and showed me. Only then I realized it was not a cave, it was a sealed, solid stone. Please understand. Only then first time I realized in that 9 months it was a solid stone construction. It was not a cave. That is why I doubt whether Arunagiri Yogeshwara taking me inside was a physical or metaphysical. Because I realized it is a stone construction, not a cave. Shock for me. She said, now I have no justification because I am not able to get Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I said it's a cave, it is not cave now anymore. I just stood. She was just turning my ears. I told her, stop, stop. And I pulled her right hand. I still remember. I told her, I promise in the name of Arunachalaleshwara on you, on me, I have not stolen this cloth. Only Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me. With that, I slapped on her hand. See, that is the usual way the kids will tell that, I swear. Swearing, I swear. That is the way I did that to her. In Tamil I said, அண்ணாமலையார் மேலையும் ஓம் மேலையும் என் மேலையும் சத்தியம் பண்ணி சொல்றேன், அவர் தான் இந்த துணி கொடுத்தாரு, நான் எங்கேயும் திருடலை. I told her, on Arunachala, on you, on me, I promise I did not steal in any shop. Arunagiri Yogeshwara only gave. He used to come out of this cave only. When I put my hand and did that satya, I can say maybe this is the first energization I gave. No, the power of that experience was so alive. Maybe first time the brain, my neuron activity mirrored in her brain. Suddenly all her doubt, everything disappeared. All her doubt, skepticism, everything disappeared. Suddenly she kneeled down. I saw in her ears, in her eyes, the tears. Her ears, whole thing is completely listening to me. She said, "Unmaile solriyada? Are you telling the truth?" I said, "Yes." Now she has come to the space of listening to me. She is no more that doubting old lady. She asked, "Eppudra irundharu? How he was looking?" I described to her from where he came out. From this cave only he will come out whenever I call, and he will go in. She asked, "Did you ask his name?" I said, "Yes, I asked." She asked, "What is the name?" He said. Now it's like my zone. Suddenly with all my confidence I said, he said, "His name is Arunagiri Yogeshwara." That's all. She fell at my feet. She literally fell at my feet. I was shaken because she is my guru. She fell at my feet and she was weeping profusely with tears. She said, then she got up and again she was kneeling down, said, "Really da? Unmailevada?" I remember I put my hand on her head also and said, "Satyama Pati. Un thala mela satyama solren." Means, promise, I swear on your head. It is truth. That's it. Maybe I can say it is a second energization for her. She said, "Hey, we are all meditating for years and doing tapas just to see him once. You really saw him? He gave you the kavi? You spoke to him?" Now she is a complete theist. She is completely able to receive the experience I was telling. Even now I use this technique. If some of the disciples are arguing, not listening, I will just touch them. That's all. After that they will listen. They will come to the space of listening. Their energy will change, will become positive. That is why these guys who want to run away, they will never meet me. They know if they meet me, they will not be able to run away. They will disappear without meeting me. She cried, and she could not handle herself. She just left me and went away to the place where she's staying, to her house, which was actually like ashram. She gave that away to Tiruvannamalai temple. She first wanted to give it to me. When I said, no, what am I going to do? I am not going to be physically staying here in Tiruvannamalai. Then she gave it away to temple. Now temple owns that property. Now, I have a big issue. He is not coming. I felt I breached the word he told me. He told me never to tell anybody. I feel because I told Kuppammal, he is not coming, he is angry. So I shouted, screamed, Swami, please come. Don't leave me like this. I will not do this mistake again. I will not tell anybody. Please don't be like this. But I could not see him coming out. One side when I remembered, she told me, Kuppammal told me, he is directly Mahadeva, Shiva. Living here in Arunachala. Ramana Maharshi talks about him. Great Siddhas have seen him. One side that was making my body just explode in joy, bliss. He himself came and gave Kavi to me. Other side, now he is not coming. So that was just squeezing my heart. If I have to describe exactly what I was going through, in Bhagavatam there is a beautiful story. One Gopika wants to go and see Krishna in the middle of the night. He is sitting in the forest and playing the flute. That sound is coming to her bedroom. Husband is not there. So she runs secretly to go and see him and come back. But the moment she came to the main door of the house, she saw the mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of the daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law, sorry. Mother-in-law sitting and combing the hair of her sister-in-law. Even now in any Indian village, if you go and see, if you see 10 houses, in 5 houses you can see this scene. Mother sitting and combing the hair of the daughter on the doorstep. I thought, oh God, from the time of Bhagavatam we have not changed. 5,000 years tradition. Sitting on the door frame and mother combing the hair of the daughter. And removing that lice. This is almost like a 24-hour job. If they don't have, in those days no other entertainment, na? Only this hair combing. You comb my hair, then I will comb your hair. So beautifully Vyasa describes. I have to tell you the exact scene. The Gopika runs. The main door frame, the mother-in-law is sitting and the sister-in-law is sitting and she is combing the hair. Seeing that scene, she just stands in this door frame itself, her door frame itself, and holding the door frame with one hand. One side, when she listens the music of Krishna's flute, all the extraordinary, ecstatic memory of the time she had with Krishna and the memory of Krishna, she is in bliss. Next moment, the sister-in-law and mother-in-law are sitting like buffaloes. Because both of them are there, she cannot go out. They will ask, hey, where are you going in the middle of the night? When husband is also not there, alone. So if she steps out of the house, her character will be questioned. And they are also hearing the music of the flute. I don't know, from that time I think this mother-in-law and sister-in-law never get your devotion and understand what you live and what you go through. Anyhow, whatever it is. Because mother-in-law and sister-in-law are sitting, she is not able to go. Because she is not able to go, the pain of separation was other side. Vyasa describes, the pain was like intense burning. And that bliss of her memory of Krishna was intense joy. This both happening again and again. Because of that pain, she burnt away all her incompletions. Because of that joy, she exhausted all her good karmas. Because she exhausted both, she just became enlightened and fell on the ground, liberated herself. Got liberated. This is the exact story. I have to describe what I was going through at that moment. One side, now I know Mahadeva himself came. I am holding that kavi. I am touching that cloth again and again. He himself came and gave the kavi. The joy, ecstasy, pride, bliss, all that. The other side, the pain, he is not coming. The fear, he may not come at all anymore. I may miss him. That is too much. When these two happened, whatever the remaining little bit of good karmas I had got burnt by the joy and bliss, knowing that he himself lived with me and initiated me. Little bit of whatever bad karmas were left, they got burnt by that fear, whether he may not come at all. This bliss and joy and pain burnt both the karmas. I just dropped. I can say, by crying, I just slept away there itself. I should not even use the word slept. I fell into some state. Anyhow, after some time, I think it was a late night, I was sleeping in the temple. I don't want to say sleeping, lying in the temple. The temple watchmen, they will come and wash the temple. Any festival day, they will come and wash the temple in the night. So usually, I will also help them. How to help? How I will help them? They will put the tube in the tap, and they will be having the broomstick and washing the floor, And we boys who are volunteering, we'll have to just hold the tap and walk behind them, pouring water. That's the voluntary service we used to do. So, that watchman, temple watchman, he woke me up, saying, "Hey, Samer Bhaiya," that is the way he will call me. Wake up, hold the pipe for me, I have to clean. And they are going to put the deity to bed, go and have the Garbha Mandir darshan and come back. Somehow that day, I think some festival. I think it was January 1st. But still I am not able to completely corroborate with other things. Anyhow, so the deity was put to bed a little late. He said, go and have darshan in the Garbha Mandir. They are going to close the Garbha Mandir. They are going to put the deity into the bed. Then come back and hold me the pipe. Hold the pipe for me to clean the floor. I said, okay, and I rushed. I was in that same space and state. I ran to the Garbha Mandir. I saw no priest was there, but Garbha Mandir was open. Those days, very few priests were in the temple. Many times, Garbha Mandir will be open and no priest will be there. The moment I entered the Ardhamandapa, the hall of the Garbha Mandir, to have darshan of the deity, the moment I looked up, I saw Arunagiri Ishvara sitting on the Shivalinga. He was just sitting on the Shivalinga. I could not control myself. I screamed, "Swami, are you here?" Why you did not come when I called? I was talking all this and I was rushing near to touch him. Even though we were not supposed to enter the Garbha Mandir. I don't think I have entered the Garbha Mandir, but I rushed towards him. I don't remember whether I entered or not entered. I was not in that mood at all to follow the rule that I should not enter the Garbha Mandir and all that. I just want to touch him. I ran, stretched my hand to touch him. He also stretched his hand. The moment my hand touched his hand, exactly that moment, I saw clearly, he is me, I am him. It was just pure oneness. Pure oneness. That unclutching has happened exactly at that moment. After that, neither I missed him, nor I saw him separately. That's the exact moment, experientially, the unclutching. The pure Advaita happened. Whatever words you may use, Advaita, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Shivoham, the experience of that pure oneness happened as it is to stay once for all. I bless you all with all my integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching and causing. Let you all experience the ultimate, pure Advaita, the oneness. Shivoham. Shivoham. Ananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi.
How many of you hearing for the first time Swamiji's experience with his Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara? How many times you hear, it is always gets goosebumps of this experience. Sangeeta first time. Really, first time you're hearing? Wonderful. You know some details, but I never got it. Okay. This is an initiation by itself, ma'am. This is an initiation, unclutching initiation. Swamiji has blessed this. While listening to this, we get the initiation. This is the unclutching initiation. Yeah. I lost track of time right now, so while listening, anything you want to share, anyone want to share, please do so. Yes, Sangeeta says, I'll have different experience today in darshan. I'm too excited, no idea why. My hands are shivering. We have some question and answers from on the unclutching as we are waiting for the darshan preparation.
Beautiful incident from Papa Punjaji. Any of you heard of him? Punjaji from Pune. Papaji, they call him Papaji, Punjaji. Somebody asked him, enlightened people don't have karma. How are you working? He said, I am not doing anything. They asked him, no, you are talking to us. What about this? He says, I am not talking to you. He's talking. He's saying, I am not talking to you. And he says an important truth. That is a truth here also. You listen to me because you wanted to listen to me. You are seeking response. Understand? You are sitting in front of hollow bamboo. The sound you are listening is what you want to listen.
This is the exact same thing when J. Krishnamurti was very old and about to leave the body. He was trying to say this. I watched the clip and I still didn't get it. And I still don't get it.
If you have to get it, I think unclutching is the only way. See, even if once you touch the space of you are not there, then you will understand what I am talking. Then you will understand what I am talking. Even if you understand you are not there, that's enough. Actually, more than this, words also can't do anything. You understand? More than these words also can't do anything. And I can say this way, you are seeing this body sitting and both talking. You are there inside your body, so you think I am here inside this body. You understand? That's a wrong. Because I am outside this body, I know you are also outside that body. Because you are inside that body, you think I am inside this body. Because I am outside this body, I know you are outside this body. You have to only experience what you can see. Who are you? You are now intellectually understanding and proposing the question. You understand? I am throwing the bomb as an experience, as an inspiration for you. Because you are inside that body, you think I am inside this body. I am not present here as you are present. After I die, I will not be absent as you are absent. You understand? I am not present here as you are present. After I leave the body, I am not going to be absent as you are absent. After I leave the body, I am not going to be absent as you will become absent. You understand what I am saying? Enlightened masters are, dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters are not alive as you think.
Are you trying to say the energy is what is there? and
Even
it's
the
not
idea,
limited to
energy,
it?
you have idea. You, at least you understand, you are not able to catch it.
Yes, I do.
Dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters, now my absence as a body. After I leave the body or leave this place, my presence will not have the body. Now my absence as the body. When this body moves from here, my presence will not have this body. Now my absence does not have this body. When this body moves and goes out of this hall, my presence will be here, will not have this body. I am trying to give him at least one click. That's what I am not trying to teach this truth to you. I am trying to give one click. If I give one click, one hit, the whole thing, zigzag puzzle will fall in place for you. See, now I am saying my absence does not have this body. Means there is something beyond this body. So when this body leaves, that is after all going to be here. That is what I call my presence will not have the body. Got it? Contemplate on it. Now, people who are having the concepts, if the intellectually they open up completely with me. Straight away the energy goes. Because emotionally they don't have anything. It's emptiness. Just straight away it can go inside. The emotional blockage will not be there. People who are emotionally connected, for them, intellectually they don't have any stuff. Straight away the energy will go inside. It's like a different kinds of connections.
So yesterday doing the meditation, and I was breathing in and out the darkness, and suddenly I had a thought that this is the body which is kind of doing the breathing, and I just started visualizing that the silence which is around are very intense, but I'm part of that silence. And from that perspective, as soon as I saw that this body is taking the breath and leaving it out, the first thing I noticed is everything started falling. My hands, which were kind of little tight, they become suddenly like this. And then I'm just seeing it doing in and out, in and out. So up to an extent, in that situation, this body is there, but I'm not with the body. I am in some sense outside of the body. Is it a similar expression, Swamiji?
I can say, you have a glimpse. Unclutch even from that. That will become a stable thing in you. Expanding and deeper, different.
Swamiji, is this presence you talked about, will be there everywhere where I go?
In Vedanta, they call it as ajata. Understand? There are three kinds of understanding in Vedanta. First understanding is normal man. World is there, I am seeing it. It's a normal man. Second level, a seeker. I am seeing the world as I wanted it. A seeker. The ajata, there is nothing to be seen, nothing is there. No seer seen or seeing. This is the ajata. See, understand? First, world is there, I am seeing. It's a normal. It's called Jakrat. And world, I am seeing the world as I wanted. It's called Vivarta. Vivarta. First, ordinary way, Srishti, Drishti. Then, Drishti, Srishti. I am seeing as I wanted. Then, above all, Ajata. Means unborn. Never born, never died, never existed. It's there. It's like many buzzwords put together.
So if you're fully unclutched, you should see that nothing. That's when you know you're unclutched.
You don't even have to have that scale. Just continuously unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. Unclutching is the limitless continuum. Opening you to the limitless continuum is living enlightenment. I am done my job. If I open you to the limitless continuum, I am done.
Swamiji.
Not even that.
Swamiji.
What do you mean by the relationship between me, the world, and God?
Jiva, Ishvara, and Jagat.
Finally, you will realize only God exists.
No, not even only God. You can say only world exists, or only you exist, only anything, or only you exist. When it's only, how can you use any of these three names? All three names are invalid. It's like if you merge all three states, you can't use any one state name. The other two fellows will fight. You have to give a new name. That's all.
Swami, the previous one, what I understand is, there is something spreaded everywhere.
Then, even that idea, spreading, everything.
No, what I'm saying, now I can connect with that through this body. Here, right? Okay, when I go to Australia, how can I connect with that?
You think this is not there in Australia? Australia is inside this.
No, I mean, how can I experience that connection? Now I can experience that connection through this body.
That is why this living around this body is little important. You are here, but that does not mean you can't connect. Now this connection, this remembrance is enough to connect you there also. Once the peacemaker is set inside, you can switch it on anywhere.
Swamiji, you become conscious of necessity for unclutching only when you feel that you are clutched. That is when you become restless.
No. Whenever you remember, be unclutch. Whenever you remember, just unclutch.
Remember the necessity of unclutching or the word unclutch? That's all.
No, whenever you remember the unclutching, remember.
Even if it's a desire, Swami, like I say, so I see something and say, oh, I can get something with unclutching, and then I remember unclutching, then I unclutch from that desire.
No. You don't have to unclutch from the desire. Try unclutching. If you unclutch from the desire, okay. Otherwise, if the desire stays, let it stay. See, do not use unclutching for decision making. Use unclutching as your lifestyle. When you use it for decision making, whenever your vested interests are disturbed, you will not want to unclutch. You will not want to unclutch. Just remember. And even without, it should not be used as a weapon to escape from the decisions which you don't want to make. It's like a consciousness pervading you, penetrating, filling you.
Regarding that bomb thing that you said, please talk about the Tribhuti Bheda.
Tribhuti Bheda only I said seen, seer and the seeing. Seen, seer and the seeing act. When the when the seer relaxes from the idea that he is seeing, suddenly the gap between seen and the seer disappears and dissolves into the seeing. That's why I am saying the whole world is living. Continuously living. Living. That's all. Being. Existing. Omnipresent is one and the same. But you have an idea omnipresent, like a big ocean, or that idea is wrong. That and all, when I talk to you as a fact, in the factual level my biography is written, in the truth level my biography is different.
So nothing descended actually.
Nothing descended because nothing ascended. If something has descended as you, then something has descended as me.
So that means what I perceive as the world is the world then.
So you see, that is spoken in the level of fact, comparative reality. This I am talking into existential reality. Existential reality and comparative reality.
So then when we
See,
come...
when I told all those statements, that is a comparative reality. In comparative reality, my biography is written. In existential reality, see, understand, in comparative reality, I live and biography is written. In existential reality, the script is there, I am living.
Can I give you one example from yesterday's 2 days ago meditation? When we wrote our life, desires, fears, I had a strong feeling that so much has happened without my planning or designing, but through it all I suffered a lot, but it still happened the way it must happen, and it will continue to happen. It was a very strong
Then
feeling.
unclutching is the best way.
But Swamiji, here, again, this is maybe my mind. Here, how will I distinguish my mind, intellect and intelligence?
Understand, even if you get confused and do some mistakes, it's okay. That is what I am asking you as a Guru Dakshina. You understood whatever from me as intelligence, live with it. If you make some mistakes and lose something, think that is a Guru Dakshina given to me.
I want to share what I feel right now. I was telling the emptiness within me, and I see the world also, that everything is there but nothing is there. But there was a small fear because I was holding on to your thoughts and your form, that if I stop thinking about you, maybe I'll lose you. In a subtle way there was a fear. You just explained me that just unclutch and the juice will be there. I feel so fulfilled now.
See, my juice is much more deeper than my form. That is what again and again I tell these guys. But the initial level, these guys don't believe and don't understand. These guys don't understand. My juice, my essence is much more beautiful taste than what you think as me. That's a big problem I face with all these close devotees. There's so much clutch or hold on. I tell them, Are, I am much more deeper than what you think.
Yeah, so it really... Thank you so much.
You see, that when it happens is Mahabhava. That is Mahabhava. Till then, it's all Pava only.
Swamiji.
Pava means sin.
Swamiji, if we don't exist as we think we are, then who we are?
Ask
where we
yourself.
Exist, where we exist.
Ask yourself. I asked and I found. I am happy. Any answer I give will be my answer. My answer cannot quench your thirst.
Do we really exist? Will we be really exist? Do we really exist if we
Yes,
don't?
look inside. Sometimes you may feel you exist, sometimes you may not feel you exist. Whether you say you are a Sunya or a Purna, it's truth. If you looked inside, unsaid.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, so what she was talking about, is that why when I first got here I had the sensation of I feel much closer to you at home than here with your form?
No, I don't think you will feel distant from me if you are in the farm. Then I don't think that will happen. You can feel closer to me how you feel, the same way everywhere. But I don't think when you come near the farm, the distance will increase. No. No, maybe that is also a starting level love. Starting level. See, sometimes when being near, many things in you has to be altered. That, see, when you are just around my photograph, you can do anything you want. But when you are around me, some decency need to be maintained, some distance need to be maintained, some kind of attitude needs to be maintained. That is where the distance starts.
Swamiji.
Right. Okay.
Even you see, when you are near my photograph, you can look into my eyes, but directly you cannot. You will not be able to. Like that, the subtle distance starts. And you need to take care that the attitude which I maintain towards you is not disturbed. See, the attitude which I maintain also needs to be disturbed, it needs to be taken care. And with my photograph, the photograph doesn't have any attitude towards you. You are the king. What attitude you maintain, you imagine that photograph is also maintaining the same attitude. But when you are in the present, I have one fence. I have one fence around me, and I play the game in a the socially polite game. So that is where this feeling of the distance starts. And Krishna would have had the same problem.
So Swamiji, if that's the case, if there's only existence exists, then why when we come near you or when we go to a banyan tree and all that, we feel a bit connected or some kind of energy?
In the little better fact. You understand?
It's the same thing everywhere, then why can't we feel it everywhere?
See, the same thing everywhere only when after you experience. You see, the statement, the same thing everywhere is truth. The banyan tree exists, I exist, is a fact. You are connecting, mixing these two. You understand? You are bringing that, you take that as a supposition and ask question from this plane. It's like you say, if I get into the train, I'll reach Chennai. And you are sitting in USA and say, I am getting into the train, I am not reaching Chennai. That word, existence is everywhere, belongs to different country. And this word, banyan tree exists, I exist, is a different country. So, if you say that, if you get into the train number 12B, you will reach Chennai. This statement is true in India. And you get into the 12B train in USA. Can you say, I am not reaching Chennai?
Swamiji.
Different plane.
Swamiji, if there is one existence, why do we all have individual identities? Like, why do we really
Just again, only you
why
have,
it is so real?
if you look inside and ask why I have identity, you will see it is not there. It's not there.
Thank you, Swami.
Swami, are you always in the total state? Zero thought? All right. So
Sahaja.
All right.
Sahaja. No time, no action moves me out of that.
Now, if you say to me now, you are with me wherever I go, that means that higher thing
yes.
is with me.
The cosmic Nityananda.
Right. So will you be doing that to me?
What?
So you will be with me every time. That
yes, when I give that word, I mean it.
Okay.
See, the cosmic Nityananda uses this body as a microphone, just like how you use that microphone. You use that microphone to reach me, what you want to tell me. Same way, I use this microphone to reach you what you want.
Everything you say from the cosmic.
Microphone can never claim it is speaking. That's why I say I can never claim I am talking. That's what I told him, I am not talking. He is not believing what